Imperium, Francis Parker Yockey. A forensic examination of Francis Parker Yockey's philosophy of history and politics. The high culture as organism, the 20th century as the age of absolute politics, cultural vitalism against distortion. America as a colonial spiritual province of Europe, and Imperium as the remaining Western form. Abstract. This examination reconstructs Francis Parker Yockey's Imperium, the philosophy of history and politics, 1948, under the name Yockey, as a primary philosophy of history treatise in the Spenglerian line. The source is a morphology of Western high culture in its civilization crisis. Organism against the linear view. Absolute politics against 19th century liberalism, democracy, nationalism, and money. Cultural vitalism against parasitism, distortion, retardation, and treason. America as a colonial spiritual province whose 1933 revolution delivered the state to culture distortion. Europe after 1945 as spoils between Russia and America. The remaining Western form is Imperium, a culture state-nation race people, or collective vassalage. Method is forensic. Each TOC chapter is read and bound, written in the author's oracular register, and scaled to the primary philosophy band. Executive summary. The West is an organism in late civilization, and 1948 is the hour when extra-European powers meet on its soil. Yockey does not offer a program among programs. He names Destiny's remaining form. Imperium, the reunion of North and South, Teuton and Latin, Protestant and Catholic, as a single culture unit whose local differences are building blocks, not contrasts. The 19th century's idea cluster, materialism, rationalism, equality, liberalism, money worship, democracy, finance capitalism, nationalism, parliamentarism, feminism, happiness, is pathology when it continues into the age of authority, discipline, faith, duty, ethical socialism, fertility, order, state, and hierarchy. 2 world wars were not Destiny's necessary denouement, but culture pathology. Annihilation wars that destroyed Europe's industrial technical monopoly, left 100 million too many Europeans for the remaining territory, and opened the outer revolt. Russia is barbarian land power. America, under culture-distorting leadership, is Europe's total enemy, even while the true American soul belongs to the West. The terror after 1945, Nuremberg, denationalization, the hunting of the culture-bearing stratum, is extracultural revenge under legal forms, not intracultural politics. The 2 action tasks are liquidation of yesterday's ideas and conquest on the Eastern Plains as food base and world dominion base. Belief that aliens and traitors cannot strangle a culture is the book's closing pressure. 2 centuries, tens of millions of lives, the banner from Gibraltar to North Cape, Galway to the Urals. This forensic summary inhabits that register rather than flattening it into a survey or a denunciation. The 6 parts move from historical outlook through political laws, culture health, culture pathology, the American case, and the world situation, to the last chapter's triad. Thesis, Western unity. Antithesis, nationalism. Synthesis, Imperium. The reader who needs a first orientation will find the central thesis and foundational observations below. The body reconstructs the argument chapter by chapter at primary philosophy scale. Central thesis. High culture is an organism with destiny, not a chapter in the history of humanity. The 20th century is the age of absolute politics, in which authority replaces money as master of the late civilization, and the nation of 1789 to 1918 is too small to be a world political unit. Pathology, parasitism, distortion, retardation, treason explains why the West fought itself to occupation instead of passing into Imperium. America is a Western colony spiritually, a distorting occupation politically after 1933. The remaining choice is culture state-nation race people from the Atlantic to the Urals, or vassalage under Russia and the culture distorter. That choice is presented as imperative, not as preference. Foundational observations. Organism, not progress. History is the life of high cultures. The linear view, Antiquity, Middle Ages, Modern Times as one staircase is the 19th century's optical illusion. Facts mean what the culture soul needs them to mean. Relativity of history is not skepticism, but morphology. Destiny versus causality. The culture's inner necessity is not Newton's dead nature. Programs, leagues, and justice do not legislate the life course. Pessimism is the name rationalists give to this recognition. The imperative of the age is the same recognition turned into command. Civilization as late culture, megalopolis, intellect, money, and empire are not the opposite of culture, but its late form. The crisis is transition into absolute politics, not a policy failure to be repaired by more liberalism. Darwinism, Marxism, Freudianism, three 19th century materialist religions. Darwinism as struggle ideology without destiny. Marxism as class against culture. Freudianism as the soul reduced to illness. Each is a disease formula of the civilization crisis. Politics is power, totality and sovereignty. War politics, symbiosis, protection and obedience. Plenum, constancy of power within and between organisms. There is no pluralistic state, except as dissolution. The League of Nations and the Internationale are not culture units. Two anthropologies, the 19th century's individual against authority versus the 20th century's man as organ of the culture state. Liberalism, democracy, and communism are the political forms of the first, ethical socialism of the second. Race, people, nation, state, articulations of one organism. Race is subjective belonging and vertical rank, not zoology. A people is destiny. A nation is a people politicized. The state is will to power. Genius and tradition articulate the culture. In the age of absolute politics, the genius serves the imperative. Parasitism as morphology. A culture alien group inside the host lives from the host forms while remaining inwardly other. Distortion is the bending of those forms. Honor, law, art, press, foreign policy. Retardation is native clinging to yesterday. Treason is native service to the outer. The Michel type is the retarder through whom occupation works. America's split. Origins in Western culture. Ideology of 1776 as 19th century idea. Secession as money's annihilation war. Imperialism without imperial thinking. 1933 as revolution of distortion. Propaganda and war crimes as the distorter's weapons. The Negro problem as a culture problem the 19th century cannot think. The true soul, Hamilton, frontier, Alamo, belongs to the West. The regime after 1933 does not. Land power over sea power. In the outer revolt, land power is primary. America's remoteness, financial diplomacy, and inner split are weaknesses. Russia's total alienness can unite Europe. American occupation splits it on nationalist lines and actualizes revenge. 3 wars in one. The Second World War as distorter against the West, West against Russia, America against Japan. Horizontal struggle inside the West, ethical socialism underneath, pathology above, is the real war. Nationalism of the old type is dead. The terror, intercultural politics seeks the enemy state and shows magnanimity to persons. Extracultural revenge hunts the culture-bearing stratum under new crimes. Nuremberg is spectacle, not jurisdiction. Control Council Law, Number 10, transvalues Western honor. The abyss, extra-European frontiers meet in Europe. Yesterday patriotism thought of the Rhine, not the Amur. The choice is collective vassalage or culture state nation race people. Unity is by force, not federation. From 1940 to 1944, nearly all Europe was united and then defeated together. Triad and 2 tasks. Thesis, unity, crusades, empire papacy. Antithesis, nationalism, materialism. Synthesis, Imperium. Spiritual conquest of the culture-bearing stratum first, then state form, perhaps wars of liberation. Liquidate 19th century ideas. Take the Russian agricultural plains as biological and imperial base. Military force is for the outer. Inner decadence is the only defeat destiny cannot reverse. 1948 as test. Starvation, jails, hanged leaders, power in aliens and traitors. The book is belief that they cannot strangle a culture. Leibniz closer by defeat. The generation must fight like Aragon against the Moor and the Teutonic Knights against the Slav. Was mich nicht umbringt, macht mich stärker. Significance and recommendation. Read this as a primary political morphology of the mid-20th century West, not as a pamphlet to endorse or a specimen to denounce in advance of the argument. It is the Spenglerian diagnosis converted into imperative after 1933 to 45, and it is one of the few systematic attempts to think culture, state, America, Russia, and occupation as a single organism pathology. The recommendation is to reconstruct the argument in its own terms: organism, destiny, absolute politics, distortion, imperium, before translating it into later vocabularies. This summary is that reconstruction at forensic scale. The source remains the authority for every bound chapter. The 20th century historical outlook. The first part is the historical outlook itself. Culture as organism, the demise of the linear view, the structure of history, the civilization crisis, and the imperative of the age. Carlyle's recorded experience and Spengler's sentence that history recks nothing of human logic stand as the two lamps over the threshold. We enact history, and we do not legislate it. Perspective. Far out in exterior darkness, where no breath stirs and illumination is of the soul, the earth ball shows one glowing point: the crooked peninsula of Europe. The light does not rise from the soil. It descends from a purely spiritual organism hovering above the landscape, impressing the human material into pyramidal ranks of command and obedience. Elsewhere, the currents remain horizontal, swirling like herds on plains. 200 generations back, the ball is almost dark, then a feeble glow in northeast Africa, another in Mesopotamia, Egypt, Babylonia, about 3000 BC. Each organism seizes its landscape, gives a common world idea, refines it into nations, raises nobility and priesthood. Ideas here are not strings of concepts, but living, wordless necessities. Armies march against the barbarian. Religions, architectures, mathematics, wars, and governments flower, each form different in Egypt from the corresponding form in Babylonia. When the higher being approaches crisis, it no longer creates inward things but the external apparatus of power: strict governments, giant armies, fleets, legal systems, unification of its nations into one last expansive effort. The lights die, leaving Imperium in the widened landscape. Outside, primitive cultures attribute symbols to weather and conduct. They do not transform the earth. Then Punjab, Huangho, the Aegean about 1100 BC, Arabia in classical twilight pouring new wine into old bottles, Spain as Western Caliphate. Each of a different hue, each subject to the same morphology. 5 centuries later, Mexico and Peru begin the most tragic destiny of any high culture yet seen. Around 1000 AD, the European culture is born, distinguished at once by extraordinary intensity, a landscape many times the size of its predecessors, an age of discovery that converts the world into the object of its politics. Cortés and Pizarro find Mexican-Peruvian civilization in its last refinement of the material life. A few cannon and horses obliterate 2 world empires. The world spirit pays no attention to human values. Each culture's soul takes nothing and gives nothing. Whatever is on its frontiers is the enemy. The West proves its life-worthiness in crusades against Saracens, Moors, and Turks, in ships and armies making the earth into booty. Within arise Gothic Christianity, empire and papacy, cathedrals, nations that at last mistake themselves for cultures. Cities grow intellect. Reason apparently decides against faith. Nobility becomes subject to the state. At the end of the path stands money. The same phenomenon appears at the same stage in other cultures. Allied with rationalism, Money contests supremacy with state, tradition, society, and religion. 7 high cultures surmount a last crisis of 2 centuries. Mexico-Peru overcame the inner crisis only to fall to marauders from sea. The Western crisis set in with the French Revolution. Napoleon is the symbol of culture passing into civilization. The life of the material of power, giant economies, armies, fleets, numbers, and colossal techniques over the inner life of religion, philosophy, arts, and strict form. It is rationalism, money, and the great city over tradition and authority, intellect over instinct. In previous cultures, the crisis resolved by resurgence of religion and authority, victory over rationalism and money, union of nations into an imperium. Cultural energy that had gone into thought now goes into economics, war, techniques, politics. Suddenly we are back on the surface. No longer detached, we must participate, whether we will or no. The only choice is to participate as subject or as object. Organic knowledge of a high culture is the key. Opportunistic policy that would turn the Western civilization backward is stupidity incapable of new prevailing ideas. A culture is organic. Individuality, soul, destiny, gestation, birth, growth, maturity, fulfillment, downgoing, death. It cannot be influenced in its depths from any outside force. It exists only once. No second Indian, Aztec, Mayan, classical, or Western culture, any more than a second Sparta or France. The lifespan is about 35 generations at highest potential, 45 from first stirrings to final subsiding. No more rigid than a man 70 years. High cultures stand at the peak of the organic hierarchy, plant, animal, man. They are invisible. They have no light quality. Their body is the population streams of a landscape. Destiny is the quality of direction laid down at conception. Destiny thinking understands the living and is the only kind which does. Causality is compulsory for inorganic problems, techniques, mechanics, engineering, and grotesque when applied to life, as if youth caused maturity or the bud caused the flower. Kant is the height of systematic thinking. To that side belong Hume, Bacon, Schopenhauer, Mill, Locke, Descartes. To the organic side belong Machiavelli, Vico, Goethe, Hegel, Carlyle, Nietzsche, and Spengler. Scientific thinking subjugates matter, which has extension but no direction. It is powerless in the domain of life, whose happenings are irreversible, never recurring, unique. The technique of destiny thinking is living into other organisms to apprehend what must happen. Fate attributes necessity to incidents. Destiny is the inner necessity of the organism. Incident may wipe out a life from outside. Luck, doom, providence name the bafflement. There is an order of rank. Destiny thinking is unconditionally prior, for all life is subject to it, while causality is only an expression of a part of life's possibilities. Causality stands still. Destiny thinking moves with its subject matter. Even the crassest materialist remains subject to his own soul, character, and lifespan. Spirit organism. The high culture as an invisible being that impresses a landscape's human material into nations, ranks, and world idea. Light descends. Primitives remain horizontal. Culture into civilization. Napoleon as symbol. Inner form yielding to power, money, numbers, and techniques. The remaining Western resolution is Imperium. Destiny against causality. Organic direction versus mechanical linkage. Unique, irreversible life versus recurrent matter. Rank, not a hidden cause. Quote, no longer detached, we must participate in the great culture drama, whether we will or no. Our only choice is to participate as subject or as object. The two aspects of history. History is the record of fulfilled destinies. Only empathy understands those once living souls from the bare records. Causality is helpless, for at every second a new fact is cast into the pool of life. True understanding sees behind the facts the soul expressing itself by means of, and often in opposition to, the external happenings. Significant means having a destiny quality. Incidental means without relationship to destiny. It was destiny for Napoleon that Carnot was Minister of War. That seeing is the subjective aspect of history. The objective aspect is equally incapable of rigid establishment. Narrative reference. History still selects and orders. Without poetic intuition, it is a book of dates. The genetic method superimposes a philosophy and still fails of impartiality. The historical sense decides importance. Brutus was held greater than Caesar. Volpe is greater than Goethe. Shakespeare's Plutarch Caesar is not Shaw's Mommsen Caesar. History is the relationship between past and present. Because the present changes, so does history. Each age creates a history picture to fit its own soul. To write history as it really happened is immaturity. Agreement among contemporaries confers rank as expression of the spirit of the age, true for this time and this soul. The journalistic view stamps its possessor as lacking historical sense. Subjective history, the historical sense seeing destiny quality behind facts. Significance is not incident count. Spirit of the age, each present makes its past. Objectivity is self-deception. Rank is the highest available truth. Quote, history is the relationship between the past and the present. Because the present is constantly changing, so is history. Each age has its own history, which the spirit of the age creates to fit its own soul. The relativity of history. The determining thing is neither the subjective nor the objective aspect of history, but the relationship between the two. That relationship is the spirit of the age and is therefore, historically speaking, true. Tacitus and Livy were historical thinkers to Rome. To us, they are storytellers, which tells us about ourselves. One life tendency dominates each age. First the religious, some 5 centuries, then critical spirituality, then the historical outlook merging into a final rebirth of religion. The 3 tendencies, sacred, profane, skeptical, parallel feudalism, absolute state and democracy, resurgence of authority and Caesarism. Science moves from theology through biology to nature manipulation. A political unit in the custody of an opportunist with no historical horizon pays with wasted blood. History is the continuous reinterpretation of the past, continually true, because in each age the ruling outlook expresses the proper soul. Alternatives are not true or false, but effective or ineffective. The refined historical sense belongs to history writers and history makers, in that order of rank. This age is external, factual, skeptical. The center of gravity is politics. Neither historical nor political thinking begins with a program. Ours is the first Western age in which absolute submission to facts has triumphed. The ethical imperative is derived from the historical outlook, not vice versa. Insofar as a man is an effective representative of this time, he has this history picture in feeling, even if not in articulate ideas. Sacred, profane, skeptical, the 3 successive life tendencies, politics and science rhyme with them. Caesarism with rebirth of religion. Effective history, not timelessly true or false. True when it works in significant men. Writers serve makers. Quote, history is the continuous reinterpretation of the past. History is thus continually true, because in each age, the ruling historical outlook and values are the expression of the proper soul. The alternatives for history are not true or false, but effective or ineffective. The meaning of facts. Fact sense is seeing what is there without ethical or critical preconceptions of what should be. Life facts are the data of history, something which has happened, even if it has vanished without trace. Physical facts are accessible to everyone. Life facts are shut out from the man who knows that history's sole meaning is progress. This century assembles lost facts as a paleontologist reconstructs an organism from a skull fragment. A culture's crusades from its reformation. Thought is interested in missing stages. Action wants the past only as the key to performance. History writing serves effective action. To the fact sense it matters that hundreds of millions believe Confucian doctrines. It is meaningless whether those doctrines are true. To a 21st century history writer, the important thing about cells, ether waves, and cosmic rays will be that we believed in them. What the fact is depends on what man experiences the phenomenon. The Second World War is one thing in 1948 in Europe's culture-bearing stratum, another in newspaper-reading herds. Distance shows life facts more clearly. We know more of imperial history than Tacitus. To Brutus, his mythological ancestry was a fact. To us, a more important fact is that he believed it. Fact sense is a form of the poetry of life. The 21st century will find it fantastic that men believed all previous history was merely tending toward them. Life fact, a happening, known or vanished, accessible only without progress preconception. Its form is the relation between man and phenomenon. Paleontology of cultures, missing stages reconstructed from organic pattern. History writing ranked as servant of action. Quote, to a 21st century history writer, the most important thing about the cells, ether waves, bacilli, electrons, and cosmic rays of our times will be that we believed in them. All of these notions, which the age considers facts, will vanish into the one fact for the 21st century that once upon a time, this was a world picture of a certain kind of culture man. The demise of the linear view of history. Life is a continuous battle between young and old. Copernicus and Gauss represented the future and were overcome by the enthroned past. Materialists still persecute 20th century thinking. Haushofer driven to suicide. The 20th century view must make its way over the ruins of ancient, medieval, modern, ruins defended by rationalism. History is reasonable. They are reasonable. Therefore, history will do what they think it should. The three-stage view originates in Joachim of Flores as mysticism. Intellect devoid of soul made it utilitarian. Materialism is a faith, a caricature of precedent religion. It is supplanted not because it is wrong, but because the spirit of the age is devoid of materialism. Archaeology, Egypt, Babylonia, Crete, China, India, Mexico, Peru, showed that the West belongs to a group of high cultures of equal splendor. Geographic community had a loud distortion of Egypt, Babylonia, classical, and West. India, China, Arabia, Mexico, Peru broke even that. The dogma of influence died. The soul is primary. Borrowing of externalia, superficial. Cultural history was the forerunner. Schiller, Voltaire, Winckelmann, Hegel, Kant, Buckle, Burckhardt, Nietzsche. Only Nietzsche, and to a lesser extent Burckhardt and Bachofen, understood the unity of a culture. 2 generations later, that unity is general in Europe's highest spiritual stratum. The linear view was either arbitrary reference or a pretense whose modern starting point shifted from century to century. 3 names retained for magic. As reference, it left no place for China and India, and treated Egypt as a footnote, while 10 years in our century filled a volume. The basis was cultural egocentricity. Previous cultures mattered only by contributions. Western forms are totally independent of corresponding classical forms. Who believes Mussolini's Rome has continuity with Caesar's? Classicistic yearning was a literary romantic pose. Had we known more of Mecca, Napoleon's title might have been caliph. To the historical outlook, even doctrines are facts. Francesco Pico already asked who would be afraid to confront Plato with Augustine. Savonarola's bonfires had cultural as well as religious significance. The Italian Renaissance classicism was literary, academic, the possession of small circles. It was put forward as the link between 2 cultures that have nothing in common, in order to draw history as a straight line. To religion and progress-philistinism, facts figure only as proof. To this age, they are the material sought. The 20th century, with its center of gravity in politics, takes history as the source of an effective world outlook, not as an instrument of dogma. Leading minds reject the anti-factual line. In its place stand 8 high cultures. The view is esoteric. History is not experienced in the streets, but on the heights. Those aware of the actual meaning of the Second World War are countable in thousands. Those for whom their decisions are decisive, in hundreds of millions. Each previous culture reached and passed what we attained in the 19th and 20th centuries. Democracy, materialism, class war, annihilation wars, megalopolitan formlessness. Professor Horn of Leiden announced the Middle Ages in 1667. The first full formulation came with the First World War. It was left to Spengler, the philosopher of the age, to set forth the outline. Genius is always directed toward the future. Linear scheme, ancient, medieval, modern as Joachim's mysticism coarsened into utilitarian faith, ruins still defended by rationalism. Cultural egocentricity, other cultures as contributions. Archaeology and cultural history broke the line. 8 organisms remain. Spengler, first full articulation of the structure of history. The idea belongs to the age, not the parent. Quote, history is not experienced, nor made, in the streets, but on the heights. The number of men in the Western civilization who were aware of the actual meaning of the Second World War is countable in thousands. Correspondingly small is the number of those for whom it is a sole necessity. But the number for whom the decisions of these few will be decisive is not numbered in hundreds, but in hundreds of millions. The structure of history. The linear scheme assumed the singularity of civilization. All highly symbolic life was one thing, imperfect outside the West, found again in a book and passed on. That was rationalism. Men make their own history. To the 20th century, history is the record of 8 high cultures, each a member of a life form at the peak of the organic hierarchy. They share habitus and lifespan. Differences are in their souls. Matter is the envelope of a soul's unfolding. An experience is a relationship between a soul and an outer event. Each culture has its own non-transferable way of experiencing the Godhead, its own atheism, mathematics, state idea, nation idea, style of Imperium, technics, war style, morale. Materialism is only a profane caricature of the culture's basic religious feeling. Ages within a culture have their own stamp. Nearness produces the optical illusion of greater size. Egypt and Babylonia had their crusades, Reformation, democracy, annihilation wars. So did China, India, Arabia, classical, Mexico. A distant mountain range looks smooth. Civilization, as one thing rather than an organic life phase, was part of progress. Things getting better all the time, an unattainable ideal. In an historical age, that picture is one more object of interest, on a par with 14th century catastrophe and 18th century reason worship. The word history has covered culture events and events outside any culture. They have nothing in common. Man as a species is one life form, culture man another. Man's world is a world of symbols. Outside a high culture, the symbolizing necessity forms primitive culture. Animism, taboo, no single prime symbol. Vis cultura man primitive man siems merely zoological. Culture man regards high symbols as the content of life. Economics is the bottom of the pyramid. To the materialistic interpretation, any proletaire is worth more than Calderon. In high history, men die for an idea. Genghis Khan's sweep was considerable in size, but stood for nothing. Napoleon's brief empire is still at work in Western minds. After fulfillment, populations return to primitivity. World cities empty. Luxor, Babylon, Pataliputra, Tenochtitlan. Names even perish, called after nearby villages. The West first invents oil painting and first gives primacy to music. Techniques are weak and crude in the classical and Mexican-Peruvian, colossal and earth-shaking in our own. Trying to force the progress ideology on the 20th century stamps one as anachronistic mediocrity. Caste may remain as skeleton, as in India and China, the mere remains of a living thing that, like everything living, passes away never to return. Whether the city lies dead on the surface, inhabited by clans who farm in the open spaces, or whether the sands shift over the crumbling remains, is an unimportant detail. High culture as life form, peak of plant, animal, man, shared morphology, unassimilable souls, each age its own stamp. Civilization as phase, not one thing passed on. Progress as age of criticism, faith, now historical object. Culture man versus species man, symbols versus zoology, Genghis without idea, Napoleon laden with future, world cities return to sand. Quote, the difference between the history of man as a species and the history of man in the service of high culture is that the first is devoid of grand meaning, and that only the second is the vessel of high significance. In high history, men risk all and die for an idea. In primitivity, there are no superpersonal ideas of this force, but only personal strivings, crude lust for booty or formless power. Pessimism. When the organically necessary historical outlook appeared early in the 20th century, day before yesterday thinkers greeted it with a cry of pessimism, hoping to conjure away the coming age and resurrect the dead. The word was polemical, describing an attitude of despair supposed to color assessments of facts. Anyone who seriously used it showed willingness to treat a world historical philosophy in an electioneering fashion. Facts are not pessimistic or optimistic. Describing the man who uttered the fact leaves its correctness entirely open. The cry is thus an ad hominem and worthless. Pessimism describes an attitude, not facts, and is entirely subjective. Nietzsche belabored as pessimism what in its turn described Nietzsche as a pessimist. Progress ideologists, insulated from reality, felt insulted when it was suggested that their faith also had a lifespan. To say progress would end with the age whose inner demands it satisfied was to deny its claim as a universal description of all human history. Catchwords had to be employed, since no other disputation would avail. No age submits quietly to the spirit of the coming age. Witchcraft religionists did not agree with the first materialists who denied witches. The becoming always prevails, not because it is true and the established was false, but because both were life stages of a culture. The grandson is no more true than the grandfather, yet he will prevail. Materialism, rationalism, progress are worn out. The historical attitude is full of vigor. No one in this age, when nations are world powers in one decade and colonies in the next, can conscientiously maintain that underneath the cataclysms there is a steady moral improvement of humanity. Some men have been rational for short periods. That is the sum of reason in history. Such men have never made history, for it is irrational. When revolutionary France instituted worship of reason as a religion, a fille de joie was crowned goddess of reason. Even rationalism bears the stamp of life. It is irrational. If I say Imperial Rome inwardly decayed, is that pessimism? My grandfather is dead. Pessimism? Everything living must die. Pessimism? We know no life form that remains constantly at one stage. History discloses 7 precedent high cultures. Their gestation, growth, civilization crises, final life forms, and the time when one had to say the mighty being was no longer, were morphologically identical. These 7 are dead. Our civilization is itself a stage of the culture of the West. Can fact thinkers pretend it belongs to the life form, but has no lifespan? Exactly how is it pessimism to say that since 7 high cultures fulfilled themselves, an 8th will also? If this is pessimism, anyone admitting his own mortality is a pessimist. The alternative becomes idiocy. If to admit that life is fulfilled in death is pessimism, the accuser shows cowardly fear of death. These are the people who juggle insurance statistics and hold that the longest life is the best. Gothic immortality of the soul became materialism's immortality of the body, the doctor of medicine as priest. The pessimism wailers denied the culture would ever die and also denied it lives. Their volumes against the 20th century outlook, each echoing the magic word, misunderstand the thesis and thereby prove it. The view of one age only reflects the soul of that age. A culture is not born or does not die in a few years. No man could watch it die. Organic pacifism, not ideological pacifism, which stirs up wars, is the end condition. The day's demands constitute one's immediate duty. The most we can do about the remote future is to give this age the strong and manly form it demands. Intellectuals who stop at titles gathered their charge from the decline of the West. Spengler, in Pessimism, 1921, said some had confused the sinking of a culture with a steamship. The title contradicted Darwinistic optimism. If pessimism is seeing nothing more to be done, it does not touch a philosophy that sets forth remaining tasks. Between despair and cowardly optimism lies realism. The Alamo garrison and kamikaze pilots thought of what was left to do. As I write, 1948, cowardly pessimists lorded over submerged Europe, propped up by extra-European forces. They talk of return. The new spirit commands forward. It prefers to die on its feet rather than live on its knees. The promise of success is with the man determined to die proudly if it is no longer possible to live proudly. Ad hominem cry. Pessimism names an attitude, not a fact. Progress uses the word because refutation will not avail. Realism, neither despair nor cowardly optimism. Tasks remaining. Heroism thinks of what is left to do. Forward, not return. 1948's extra-European lords of Europe are the true pessimists. The age commands Imperium. Quote, one asserts himself, determined on personal victory, against whatever odds exist. The promise of success is with the man who is determined to die proudly if it is no longer possible to live proudly. The civilization crisis. All the cultures arrived at the point when possibilities for culture in the narrower sense were fulfilled. Religion, philosophy, and the arts of war were expressed definitively. The Counter-Reformation was the last shaping of Western religious formative potentialities. Thenceforward religion was on the defensive, and by the turn of the 19th century, profane tendencies had the upper hand. Kant is the high point of Western inorganic philosophy, Goethe of organic. Mozart of the art the West chose as most perfect for its own soul. Until about 1400, religion dominated total cultural life. Gothic architecture, sculpture, glass painting, fresco in its service, the age of religion. Then new urban tendencies, still primarily inward. Arts pass into the custody of great masters and emancipate from religion. The West's greatest art was music, the classical, sculpture. Reformation and Counter-Reformation step away from the age of religion. Philosophy becomes independent of theology. Natural science challenges faith. The attitude is still sacred, but the illuminated foreground widens. Baroque, 1500 to 1800, the Ionic in the classical. Politics stayed within culture bounds. Small professional armies were the possession of the nobility, treaties by negotiation, honor at every decision. Later Baroque produced Enlightenment. Reason all-powerful, Locke and the encyclopedists its custodians. By 1800 the outer world is regarded as primary. Napoleon is the symbol of civilization's victory over culture, as Alexander in the classical. Civilization is in one way a denial of the culture, in another its sequel, organically necessary. Reason liberates feelings from strict forms. Rousseau advocated doing away with all culture, descent to the animal plane of economics and reproduction. Art develops from Beethoven to the ugly. Philosophy becomes social ethics or coarse materialism. Economics, formerly the foundation, becomes the focus. Reason formulates money. Reason applied to politics produced democracy. To war, the mass army and the dictate. Money, economics, and democracy overcome the absolute state. Responsible public leadership yields to irresponsible private rule of anonymous groups whose interests parliaments serve. Psychology of monarchs is replaced by psychology of crowds. Population where formerly 80 millions, now 260. The great common denominator is mobilization. From a standpoint of the whole organism, this stage is a crisis. The culture idea itself is attacked in more than 2 centuries of class war. Intellectuals awaken to the idea that culture must be done away with. By 1900, 18/20 ths of the Earth's surface was controlled from Western capitals. That awakening of the outer masses aggravated the crisis. Before the inner war of classes was liquidated, the outer war of races had begun. The peak exists now, 1950 to 2000. In 1945, the West controlled no part whatever of the Earth. Washington and Moscow decided. Spiritual division. Half of Europe had a 19th century outlook, half the 20th. When that division ends, extra-European powers will be unable to hold down Europe. There is only one future, the organic future. This work contains not arguments, but commands of the spirit of the age. Here only three thought systems: Darwinism, Marxism, Freudianism, products of materialistic thought that led Europe into its present abyss. Civilization as sequel: reason, money, democracy, mass army, mobilization, Napoleon as symbol, organically necessary crisis. Spiritual division: 19th versus 20th century outlook, 1945's Washington, Moscow occupation, one organic future. Quote, "The peak of this long crisis exists now. In the period 1950 to 2000, and possibly in these very years will be decided forever the question whether the West is to fulfill its last life phase. The proud civilization which in 1900 was master of 18/20 ths of the Earth's surface arrived at the point in 1945, after the suicidal Second World War, where it controlled no part whatever of the Earth." Darwinism. The 20th century unveiled the metaphysics of nations. They are manifestations of the culture soul, exist only in cultures, have a lifespan for political purposes, and vis-a-vis other nations of the culture possess individuality. Each great nation is given an idea, a life mission. Western history presents a Spanish period, a French period, an English period, Baroque, Rococo, early civilization. With the passing of the age, the custodians of its spirit lose spiritually dominating position. Early civilization was the English period, all thought and activity on the English model, economic imperialism of the English type, thinkers anglicized. Prime among English thought systems was Darwinism, which became popular and thus politically effective. Darwin was a follower of Malthus. Population increase outruns food. Checks alone prevent destruction. Care for the poor is a mistake. Malthusianism has no correspondence to facts and no validity for the 20th century. Spiritually, it shows complete incomprehension of destiny. The soul is primary. A rising population shows a life task. A declining population, insignificance. This philosophy would legitimate a man's existence by whether he is born into an adequate food area. It is the animalization of culture man. The struggle for existence became a leading idea for Darwinism. Other leading ideas are in Schopenhauer, 1835, Erasmus Darwin, Bates's mimicry, Spencer's survival of the fittest. The road from Darwin back to Calvin is clear. Calvinism is a religious interpretation of the fittest as the elected. Darwinism makes the election process mechanical profane, selection by nature instead of election by God. It remains purely English. The national religion of England was an adaptation of Calvinism. Evolution itself is the central idea of 19th century philosophy. Schopenhauer, Proudhon, Marx, Wagner, Nietzsche, Mill, Ibsen, Shaw. They differ on purpose and technique. None questions the central idea. Darwin's system has two aspects. Only the popular philosophy was effective. As a journalistic world outlook, it had sweeping vogue. It shows the age of criticism in its teleology. Evolution has the purpose of producing man, civilized man, English man, Darwinians. It is free trade capitalism, gradual and parliamentary, utilitarian. The human soul, known as the brain, is only a tool by which a monkey advanced himself. Natural selection proceeds according to the rules of artificial breeding on English farms. As a worldview, Darwinism cannot be refuted, since faith is stronger than facts. As a picture of the facts, it is grotesque. There is no struggle for existence in nature. Malthus merely projected capitalism onto the animal world. The rule in nature is abundance. A lion making a meal of a zebra is not a struggle imposed by nature, but a spiritual necessity of being oneself. Natural selection, adaptation, heredity. Paleontology discloses only stable species forms, no transitional types. A new species appears in definitive form and remains stable. No case has ever been observed of a species adapting its anatomy, becoming more fit, and passing on a new species by heredity. Great spaces of time do not help. No intermediate types, and fossil animals that died out are not simpler than present-day forms. If the picture were correct, species ought to be fluid now, turning into one another. There should be no species, only a surging mass racing to reach man. Lower forms have not died out. Artificial selection produces racing dogs and ornamental cats at a disadvantage against natural varieties, less fit, not more. Sexual selection does not always choose the finest. Utility is relative. An organ being prepared is inutile, but Darwinism says evolution is utilitarian. The techniques are tautological. Adaptation presupposes adaptation. Selection presupposes selection. Descent presupposes descent. Utility for what? Duration or strength? Inner demands determine what would be useful. The soul of the lion and his power go together, the hand of man and his brain. Primacy of the spiritual inverts the materialism. A lack can be util. Physical weakness develops intelligence. The grotesquerie is a product of one idea. Life is formed by the outer. Life is the actualizing of the possible. Outer facts affect only the precise way. De Vries's mutation theory, sudden appearance of new species. Origins are forever hidden. The 20th century, not being capitalistic, sees no struggle for existence, but a struggle for power. Food, lives, material come into play as weapons, not stakes. Readers in 2050 will smile at the belief that the First World War was the last war. Darwinism was the animalization of culture man by biology. We come now to Marxism, the animalization of man through economics. English period. Darwinism as popular Calvinism made mechanical. Malthus as foundation. Teleology producing Darwinians. Facts against faith. Paleontology of stable species. Tautology of selection. Mutation without mechanical cause. Struggle for power. Not existence. Not food shortage. The 20th century sees domination, not the last war. Quote, Darwinism was the animalization of culture man by means of biology. The human soul was interpreted as a mere superior technique of fighting with other animals. We come now to Marxism, the animalization of man through economics, the human soul as a mere reflex of food, clothing, and shelter. Marxism. Although England actualized rationalism, materialism, capitalism, 1750 to 1900, those ideas would have been actualized otherwise. Capitalism is not an economic system, but a world outlook. Individualism, every man for himself, a stage that passed with the First World War. Socialism is antithetical, each man for all. This is not an ideological conflict. This age is a struggle for power. Goethe. In life, it is life itself that is important, not a result of life. Men will always die in order to be themselves. The distinction between an ideal and an idea. Marxism is an ideal, the world planned on paper. The whole history of the world was merely the record of the struggle of classes. Religion, philosophy, emperor and pope, war, all reflections of economics. It has joined Rousseau. Marx borrowed Hegel's method for instincts negative toward the Western civilization. The driving force of class war is the will to annihilation of culture. Marx differ on this plane in no way from Mill, Ricardo, Smith, free trade, no organism. Marxism superadds the Mosaic law of revenge. Older utopias neglected to make hate the center. Marxism proves hate is more effective. In the Marxian scheme, history got almost nowhere until the West appeared, and its tempo accelerated infinitely with Marxism. The class war of 5,000 years was ready to be wound up. History was to come to an end. A dictatorship of the proletariat implies someone to receive the dictate. one of the mysteries that kept disciples conversing. By then, only two classes remained, fated to war to the death. Capitalism created the proletariat by mechanical necessity. The proletariat was fated to swallow its creator. Expropriation of the expropriators and dictatorship of the proletariat are supposed to contain the future. Actually, it was a theoretical foundation for class war. The preface to the second Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto allowed communism to come from Russian peasantry without the long bourgeois domination necessary in Europe. The important part was demand for constant practical class war. Factory workers were selected because concentrated, mistreated, organizable for completely negative aims. Hate finds its way into a picture of history. Marx welcomed lost strikes, which created more hatred than successful ones. Manual labor as the only creator of value. Inventor, discoverer, manager as parasites. Even sheep falling into machinery could stop an enterprise. Propaganda cannot be too simple. They have the wealth, let us take it. Marxism imputed capitalistic instincts to the upper classes and socialistic to the lower, then appealed to the capitalistic instincts of the lower classes. Trade unions are purely capitalistic, distinguished from employers only by the commodity they purvey, human labor. It is still Malthus, everyone against the state. The instinct of socialism absolutely precludes any struggle between component parts of the organism. Between capitalism and socialism, there is no relationship of true and false. Both are instincts of the same historical rank. One belongs to the past, one to the future. Socialism is the form of an age of political imperialism, authority, superpersonal political imperative. The minute we begin to think a class has responsibilities to another class, we are thinking socialistically, whatever we call it. Marxism showed its capitalistic provenance in classes, work, and economics. Marx imbibed the Old Testament idea that work was a curse. Free capitalism placed the same value on work. After the Reformation, to work is to pray. Socialistic instinct regards work as the content of life. Society was first estates, Fraternboer, knight, and priest. To socialism, rank follows authority, not money. Sorel conceived class war as international war with honor. Marxism regarded the opponent as a criminal to be exterminated. Politics is power activity, not revenge. Marxism differs from socialism in being a religion. As socialism creates the form of the future, Marxism slips into the past. The mission of Western man is not to become rich through class war. It is to actualize his inner ethico-politico-cultural imperative. Ideal versus idea. Marxism plans the world on paper. Socialism is instinct. Each man for all, in an age of power. Class war as annihilation. Hate as method. Trade unions as capitalism. Estates and authority versus money classes. Work, curse in Marx and English capitalism. Content of life in socialism. Marxism, a religion slipping into the past. Quote, "The mission of Western man is not to become rich through class war. It is to actualize his inner ethico-politico-cultural imperative." Freudianism. As with Darwinism and Marxism, Freudianism has no cultural, but only anti-cultural significance. All three are products of the negative side of the civilization crisis, substituting crude materialism for old values. Criticism was the new god. Outstanding thinkers had their center of gravity on the side of nihilism. Schopenhauer, Proudhon, Marx, Darwin, Nietzsche, Ibsen, Strindberg, Shaw, some also heralds of the 20th century. Not on a par with them, but in their tradition is Freudianism. The soul of culture man is attacked from a front. Psychology is chosen to deny all higher impulses. Freud spoke of Copernicus, Darwin, and himself as the three great insulters of mankind. Nor was the doctrine free from his Jewishness. In a resistance to psychoanalysis, he says it is no accident that a Jew created the system, and that Jews are readily converted, knowing isolation in opposition. Vis-a-vis the West, he was spiritually isolated and had no recourse but to oppose. Freudianism turns rationalism on the soul and finds it purely mechanical. spiritual phenomena are manifestations of the sexual impulse. Another grandiose simplification from mass journalism. Darwinism, everything trying to become Darwinian. Marxism, the lowest must become the highest. Freudianism, the meaning of human life is sexuality. All three are nihilistic. To Darwinism, a Gothic cathedral is mechanical evolution. To Marx, a bourgeois trick. To Freud, frozen sexuality. It is needless and impossible to refute. If everything is sex, refutation would also be sexual. The 20th century asks, not true or false. This last great attempt to animalize man uses critical rationalistic methods. The soul consists of one simple impulse which cannot go correctly. Neurosis, inversion, complexes, repression, sublimation, transference, perversion. Every person is a neurotic. Every neurotic a pervert or invert. Culture man and primitive alike. Freud surpasses Rousseau, who affirmed the savage's purity against wicked culture man. Here the whole human species is the enemy. Such complete nihilism is not to be surpassed. As psychology, it is pathopsychology. Freudianism is the black mass of Western science. Dreams require Kabbalistic ritual, conscience censorship, symbolism, repetition compulsion. Originally, all dreams were wishes. The death of a pet dog was still Oedipus. Every object a sexual symbol. Experiences in infancy determine neuroses mechanically. One adept announced that 98% should be under psychiatrists, originally 100, later compromised like Mormonism. The average man only apparently works. Actually, he is thinking about sexual matters filtered through mechanical terminology. Freud earned, with his cousin Marx, the order of simplicity. Leibniz, the present is loaded with the past and pregnant with the future. Freudianism caricatures organic unfolding into a causal, disease process. Only in the fact that irrational elements appear does it anticipate. Otherwise, it belongs to the Malthusian Darwinian Marxian past. It is the last of the materialistic religions, a sect with confession, dogmas, schisms, demonological sex worship. The hatred of the outsider is present. The 20th century's center is in action. Soul cannot be defined. Psychology must be practical. Crowds, armies, leadership. Montaigne, not Freud. The greatest repository is history. No leading men of the coming decades will be Darwinians, Marxians, or Freudians. Black mass, one impulse, universal neurosis, dreams as Kabbalah, Gothic cathedral as frozen sexuality. Last materialist religion, sect, hate of the outsider. Only the emergence of the irrational anticipates. Practical psychology, Montaigne not Freud, history as repository. No models, truth to self. Quote, Freudianism is the black mass of Western science. The scientific technical world outlook. Science seeks exact knowledge of phenomena. Observing conditions of appearance, it feels it has explained them. This mentality appears in a high culture after creative religious thought is complete. In the West, it felt sure of itself in the middle of the 17th century. In the classical, the 5th century BC. Early scientific thinking dispenses with theological equipment, filling it in as uninteresting background. It is thus materialistic, sole attention to phenomena, not ultimate realities. Technics is the utilization of the macrocosm. It accompanies a science in full blooming, but classical and Mexican science had nothing we would call technical proficiency. In early civilization, science predominates and precedes techniques. With the turn of the 20th century, technical thinking emancipated itself, and in our day science serves techniques. In an age of materialism, science became a popular religion. One might doubt Christian sects. One was not allowed to doubt Newton, Leibniz, and Descartes. When Goethe challenged the Newtonian light theory, he was put down as a crank. Science was the supreme religion of the 19th century. Darwinism and Marxism referred to its parent dogmas. Unscientific was the term of damnation. Science held out its results as true explanations of nature and life and became a world outlook. Every science is a profane restatement of preceding religious dogmas. Western science was priestly, savant as priest, Newton and Planck canonized, doctrines esoteric, populace kept in touch through popular literature at which high priests smiled. Science accreted progress, faster motion, further sound, wider exploitation ad infinitum. Progress was to be more technique, not more knowledge. Inventions would make war too horrible. Poverty would be solved by more machines. Death was only pathology. Racial problems by eugenics. Weather harnessed. No wars. Everyone striving to be scientific. The picture, all life, death, nature in custody of scientific theocrats, purely mechanical, utterly purposeless. Man would be scientific only in order to be scientific. Something happened. The World War marks, in science as in every other sphere, a caesura. The point of highest power is also the beginning of downgoing. Wagner was taken as a beginning. The next generation knew he had been the last Western musician. Entropy, 1850, culminated in relativity and admission of subjectivity. Statistical methods were spiritual abdication. The atom became a mere concept change to prop up techniques. What mattered was the experiment, not the house of cards. What was under study was the human reason and the Western soul. Cosmos finite, but unlimited. Credo quia absurdum. But mechanical purposelessness cannot evoke this faith. Absolute time dissolved. Mass spiritualized into energy. Mathematics equations are tautology. Matter cannot be explained materialistically. Its significance derives from a soul. Materialism was a great negative. The spiritual effort to deny the spirit, the civilization crisis, the denial of culture by culture. For animals, matter is reality. For culture man, the world separates into appearance and reality. Everything visible is a symbol. Materialism denied the higher reality in toto, the great attempt to animalize man. It was not overcome because it was false. It died of old age. It falls on deaf ears. As a byproduct of the Second World War, there appeared a new stupidity, technics worship. Technics has one aim, extraction of physical power from the outer world, nature politics. Hypotheses today and tomorrow show that its task is not a knowledge system, but subjecting the outer world to the will of Western man. Physical power for what? For political purposes. Ever since 1911, atomic energy was in the air. The spirit of war gave it concrete form in 1945 with a new high explosive depending on instability of atoms. Politics has not the slightest interest in whether the explosive is referred to atoms or to saints and devils. A projectile which can destroy a city of 200,000 in a second. That is a reality. After first employment and aberration, the planet would blow up. Ragnarok wrapped as the second law of thermodynamics, like 19th century doctors warning that railways would generate cerebral troubles. It was no end of a process, but the beginning. We stand at the beginning of the age of absolute politics. One of its demands is powerful weapons. Technics is ordered to strain after absolute weapons. It will never attain them. Technics worship is inappropriate to the soul of Europe. This civilization made this explosive. They did not make it, nor will they unmake the Western civilization. Civilization is a higher reality, not factories and installations. The 20th century does not ask science and technics to furnish a world outlook. It has used for them in the service of its unlimited will to power. The idea is primary. Superiority in weapons is essential to compensate for the immense numerical superiority of the enemies of the West. Science as religion, profane restatement of Western faith, progress as technique, entropy to relativity as abdication. Technics as nature politics, power for absolute politics, not a world outlook. The 1945 explosive as beginning, not Ragnarok. Idea primary. Civilization is not installations. Weapons serve the will to power against numerical superiority. Quote, the idea is primary. and in actualizing it, superiority in weapons is essential in order to compensate for the immense numerical superiority of the enemies of the West. The imperative of our age. By surveying the entire previous happening of the world, Western man understands himself in his 20th century phase. He sees the ages to which his present phase is related. Contending states in China transition to Caesarism in Rome, the Hyksos era in Egypt. None are ages of art's flowering. All have their center in politics and action. To religion, this age is once more affirmative. An age of action lives side by side with death. A wastrel may die a hero. Between earthly task and God, there is no conflict. To philosophy, the organizing principle is morphological significance. The center of thought life is history. For world improvement, this age has no use. Solely what must and can be done. To art, at best secondary. Technics must provide politics with a strong fist. Authority supplants wealth. Economics occupies the foundation, strictly secondary. Every juncture presents a choice. Do the necessary or chaos. Opposition to the spirit of the age is the will to nothingness. The West is dominated by barbarians and distorters. We are sensible of the ethical imperative from inward feeling and from 7 previous high cultures. Our momentary situation takes the form of a great battle. In contradiction to our instinct, the 19th century sits leering upon the throne of Europe, propped up by extra-European forces. 2 ideas opposed. Not concepts, but ideas in the blood before they were formulated. Resurgence of authority versus rule of money. Order versus social chaos. Hierarchy versus equality. Glad assumption of duties versus whining for rights. Socialism versus capitalism. Rebirth of religion versus materialism. Fertility versus sterility. Heroism versus trade. Responsibility versus parliamentarism. Polarity of man and woman versus feminism. Discipline versus propaganda compulsion. Family, society. State versus social atomism. The greatest opposition takes the others up into itself. Unity of the West versus 19th century nationalism. Empire versus petty statism. Yesterday nationalists are puppets of those who conquer Europe by dividing it. In the previous 7 high cultures, the nationalistic disease was liquidated by the spread of one feeling over the whole civilization. From petty statism came empire. After the First World War, nationalists opposed another European war, thus Western imperial. Extra-European forces with traitorous inner elements brought a Second World War that defeated the empire on the surface. Defeat of an historically essential idea on the surface strengthens it. The idea of a universal Europe is the prime form of our culture. 5 centuries of king-emperor, Gothic chivalry, Latin, Roman law. Disintegration from 1250. Political nationalism from 1750, when Westerners first used the barbarian against other Western nations. Now the empire of the West emerges once more. The soil of our culture is divided between outer forces. No inner European force could oppose the empire with more than token resistance. Its establishment is now crossed by outer intervention. The struggle is spiritual-political. At this moment, the existence of the West and freedom is a function of the distribution of power in the world. This is the age of absolute politics. The whole form of our life is now a function of power. Action, to be effective, must be within a spiritual framework. Goethe, unlimited activity of whatever kind leads at last to bankruptcy. Our action must not be blind. It frees itself from every ideology, economic, biological, moralistic. In the universities, outmoded methods still teach forms of government move from unit to unit, some good, some bad. It is better to have Europe occupied by the barbarian than a Western empire under a bad government. Better to eat Moscow and Washington rations than a proud and free Europe with a bad government. Asininity on this level can only be reached by ideologists without soul. The word politics has 2 meanings, human power activity and a branch of philosophy. In the latter, carte blanche. In the former, acting life is itself politics and facts rule. This is the only possible meaning to the 20th century. And thus we stand before the view of politics which answers the inner demand of the age of absolute politics. Choice or chaos, do the necessary, history as center, authority over wealth, economics as foundation, not meaning. 2 ideas, authority versus money, unity of the West versus petty statism. Surface defeat strengthens the empire idea. Absolute politics, life as a function of power, forms of government as book politics, facts, not ideology. Quote, every juncture of organic happening presents a choice and an alternative. The choice is to do the necessary. The alternative is chaos. The 20th century political outlook. The second part is the political outlook, the nature of politics, the war politics symbiosis, the laws of totality and sovereignty, the 2 political anthropologies, and the 19th century thought forms in their 20th century afterlife. Spengler, men are tired to disgust of money economy. Nietzsche, 1885, the time for petty politics is past. The next century will bring the struggle for the dominion of the world. Introduction. The distribution of powers in the first 2 world wars was grotesque. The results, consequently grotesque. Superficially, the 19th century was victorious. In organic life, the alternatives are only 2, forward development, or sickness and extinction. The West was not extinguished, though brought to the lowest political point. The First World War created a new world whose ideas the culture-bearing stratum alone possessed. The second arose because half of Europe continued petty statism. Goethe, the most terrible thing in the world is ignorance in action. Nietzsche had wished Russia's threat would force Europe to unite. Russia seceded to Asia, and Europe luxuriated in frontiers. In 1947, England and France signed at Dunkerchen an alliance against Germany, a hallucination of the past. Politics has been misunderstood since 1850. The economic obsession that war would pass away, and America's culture-distorting chicane. To an ideologist, the theory is normative. It is the facts which go askew. Politics is not a subject for logical exercises, but a field for action in the spirit of the age. Petty statism, 1947 Dunkirk as hallucination of 1750. Past cannot triumph over future. 2 misunderstandings. Economics obsession and American chicane. Every war as the last war. Quote, politics is not a subject for logical exercises, but a field for action in the spirit of the age. The nature of politics. Politics is activity in relation to power, a domain of its own, not morality, aesthetics, or economics. Morality distinguishes good and evil, aesthetics beautiful and ugly, economics utile and inutile. Politics divides the world into friend and enemy, the highest possible degree of connection and of separation. The enemy can be good, beautiful, economically utile. If his power activity converges on mine, he is my enemy, that one with whom existential conflicts are possible. Aesthetics, economics, morality are not concerned with existence, but with norms within an assured existence. The political disjunction, concerned with existence, is the deepest of all. Cromwell regarded himself as a religionist, not a politician. Japanese propaganda in the Second World War accented the existential nature of the struggle. Friend and enemy are concrete realities, unmixed with moral or economic elements, not a private relationship of antipathy. Hatred is private. Between superpersonal organisms, there is no hatred, although there may be existential struggles. Alliance does not mean love, any more than war means hate. Liberalism, said enemy, described either an economic competitor or an ideational opponent. In economics, there are no enemies, only competitors. Latin possessed hostes for the public enemy, inimicus for a private enemy. Greek distinguished wars against other Greeks, agons, contests for a prize, from true wars against barbarians. Intra-European wars of the preceding 800 years were agonal. 17th and 18th century wars were contests for a strip of territory, a throne, a title. Participants were dynasties, not peoples. Enemy in the political sense means public enemy, unlimited, distinguished from private enmity. The distinction public-private arises only when a superpersonal unit is present. Love your enemies uses the private word. It does not adjure one to love the public enemy. And during wars against Saracen and Turk, no pope so construed it. Every non-political grouping becomes at last political if it creates an opposition deep enough to range men as enemies. If a disjunction divides a state's population into friends and enemies, the state, at least temporarily, does not exist in fact. All states keep a monopoly of political decision, another way of saying they maintain inner peace. If the state has to resort to force, there are two political units. Internal social politics, judicial politics, party politics do not contain the possibility of a friend-enemy disjunction. They occur within a pacified unit and can only be called secondary. If an internal struggle becomes the focus of a true political disjunction, the state is gone. An organism either follows its own law or becomes ill. Rational thinking cannot include the whole. Secondary politics often distorts primary. Pompadour's jealousy devoted French energy to Frederick rather than to England and Canada and India. France paid an empire to chastise him. European petty statism distorted the destiny of the West after 1900. The vocabulary of a political group is always polemical. Dictatorship, proletariat, bourgeoisie have no meaning other than their polemical one. During the Second World War, freedom and democracy described all members of the coalition against Europe. Russia was always a democracy, Romanov and Bolshevik equally. Fascist was a term of abuse without descriptive basis. Machiavelli described any state that was not a monarchy as a republic. When liberalism ruled, politics came to mean party politics, private individuals seeking positions as livelihood. The essence of the state is inner peace and outer struggle. If inner peace is broken, the outer struggle is damaged. Classroom logic says there is no reason why state, politics, and war need exist. High cultures do not ask logicians for permission. Before 1914, rationalists asserted a general European war was impossible. The Internationale, because workers would not mobilize against workers. The economic type, because mobilization would bring breakdown in a few weeks. Friend, enemy, public, existential, unlimited, not competitor, not private hatred. Hostes not inimicus. Agon versus war. Intracultural contest for a prize versus true war against the outsider. State. Monopoly of political decision. Inner peace. Outer struggle. Secondary politics distorts when private hostility rules. Quote, politics is activity in relation to power. Politics is a domain of its own, the domain of power. Thus it is not morality, it is not aesthetics, it is not economics. The way politics divides the world is into friend and enemy. The war politics symbiosis. War is an armed struggle between organized political units, the highest expression of the friend-enemy disjunction. Weapons and military organization determine nothing about its inner nature. The enemy is he upon whom one is preparing to make or is making war. Intra-Western struggles up to the mid-18th century were not wars in the 20th century meaning. Limited in object and scope, not existential vis-a-vis the opponent. Greek distinguished intra-Hellenic agons from wars against the Persian. The Crusades were war in the unlimited sense. Assertion of cultural superiority and the true faith. Honor forbade personal meanness, but not total destruction of the enemy unit. From Gregory VII to Napoleon, struggle against a culture member was limited. Against the heathen, unlimited. Wars outside a culture are a more barbarian expression, lower in symbolic content, never approaching the intensity of cultural wars. A few defeats would have ended Genghis Khan, not Friedrich der Grosse or Washington, vehicles of an idea. Enmity exists only when the possibility of war is present as a fact. War is the highest intensification of politics. Without peace, we would not have the word war, and without war, we could not have peace. All the fierce energy of war would go into domestic discord. Clausewitz called war the continuation of political intercourse by other means. Not that fighting is the continuation of politics. Fighting has its own grammar. War has no motivation of its own that is supplied by politics. As is the intensity of the enmity, so is the war. When politics becomes grand and powerful, so does the war. War presupposes politics. Politics presupposes war. Politics determines the enemy and the time of opening. Neither is the aim of the other. Neutrality exists as a fact with its own rules. The Western culture developed international law governing neutrals. The decisive thing is the conflict. For a country to become neutral as a form of existence would be to cease as a political unit. To renounce war is to renounce the right to an enemy. Belgium's 19th century neutrality maintained an army and military understandings against Germany. Neutrality was turned into a polemical word by small countries serving one half of Europe against the other. Neutrality from hopelessness means the power has disappeared from calculations and less attractive as spoils. Colossal war techniques reduced the number of contestants. Liberals announced the world was becoming pacified. It is not war which is disappearing, only the number of contestants. A pacified world would be one in which no human difference could range men as enemies. The rationalist who believes war can vanish does not understand the word. A war cannot be carried on from a purely non-political motive. If a religious, economic, or ideological disjunction reaches the intensity at which it ranges men as enemies, it becomes political. Pure economics could not wage a war, for war does not pay. Pure religion cannot convert by war, only accrete or diminish power. Motives other than political can actuate a war. The war takes them up and they vanish into it. Liberals before 1914 convinced themselves war had vanished because it showed no profit. 1914 caused them to re-implement. It showed that it was economically necessary that war disappear. Superpersonal organisms have no economics in our sense. They are purely spiritual. From religious contrasts arise believer and non-believer. From economics, co-worker and competitor. Only from political contrasts come friend-enemy. And only from enmity can come war. Though the enmities start on a religious contrast, when it comes to war, one fights against believers or accepts the help of non-believers, the 30 Years' War. From the political standpoint, a war which has no possibility of increasing power is not justifiable. Victory divides into military and political meanings. The political is primary. England after the First World War was on the victorious side militarily, weaker politically. After the Second, it had to abandon the empire. Extra-European forces were the victors. In 1900, a tiny island controlled 17/20ths of the Earth's surface. In less than 50 years, all was gone. A unit not fighting a real enemy is in the service of another power. There is no middle ground. If a unit is not fighting for itself, it is fighting against itself. An organism must be true to its inner law or it will sicken. If it tries merely to prevent another from attaining power, it injures itself. France from 1871 lived to block a neighbor under the slogan revanche. French power was destroyed. From the political standpoint, a war with no foreseeable possibility of increasing power is not justifiable. Military victory coupled with political defeat means the military opponent was not a real enemy. Talleyrand negotiated a political victory for France out of the Congress of Vienna despite Napoleonic military defeat. Graf Brühl in the 7 Years' War used lives to implement personal antipathies. In 1939, there could be no difference among political thinkers that England could not have an enemy in Europe, since Japan, Russia, and America had become decisive. After that war, even extra-European occupation forces were withdrawn from England. The most hopeful fact for its future. Using a non-political terminology cannot depoliticize politics, any more than using a pacifist terminology can debellicize war. From an aesthetic standpoint, war may be ugly. From an economic, wasteful. From the moral, wicked. These viewpoints are neutral from the political standpoint, which tries first to assess the facts and second to change them. War, armed struggle between political units, highest intensification of friend-enemy. No motive of its own. Politics applies it. Neutrality. To renounce war is to renounce existence as a unit. Perpetual neutrality is polemical fraud or posthumous existence. Political victory. Increase of power. Military victory without it means the unit fought for another. Quote, war is the highest possible expression of the friend-enemy disjunction. It confers the practical meaning on the word enemy. The enemy is he upon whom one is preparing to make or upon whom one is making war. The laws of totality and sovereignty. The organic laws of sovereignty and totality describe any unit that participates in a friend-enemy disjunction. Totality. Any issue is potentially political. Any person is existentially embraced. Sovereignty places the decision in every important juncture with the organism. Either the organism is true to them, or it faces sickness and death. Any inner contrast may become political if a group feels another to be a real enemy, civil war, or a crisis that invites damage from without. Therefore, every organism assumes power over the determination of all issues. This does not mean it plans the total life of the population. It means economic, social, religious, educational life is subject to political determination. Politics places every man's life in the balance. An existential oath marks a political unit. Horian, the political unit embraces the individual entirely. The law is not derived from conscription. It describes the culture as political organism. Sovereignty decides allies and enemies, war and peace, inner peace, controversies. Rulers are not sovereign. Their powers are symbolic representative. If a stratum acts in the spirit of the age, revolution against it is impossible. If an internal force stalemates the government so that no one can determine enmity, there is no politics. 18th century Poland. Weakness, repeated partitioning. Totality of organization. The total state is a phase at certain times. In the 20th century, all states intervene in economic affairs. The degree depends on necessity. If a stratum represents and acts in the spirit of the age, revolution against it is impossible. Totality. Every issue potentially political. The organism embraces persons existentially to the point of life. Sovereignty. The organism, not any inner group, decides war, peace, allies, enemies. Quote, therefore, every organism, by its very existence, has the characteristic that it assumes power over the determination of all issues. This does not mean that it plans the total life of the population. It means merely that all of these things are subject to political determination. The pluralistic state. In the 19th century, the comparative neutrality of states vis-a-vis internal economic units led liberals to announce that the state was dead. Otto von Gierke taught the essential equality of all human groups, polemical, not factual. The pluralistic state took its theology from American pragmatism, which branded last unity as superstition. No more cosmos, and naturally no more state. The Second Internationale saw the individual as member of many organizations, none sovereign, all politically neutral. Such a pluralistic state is not a political organism. If external danger threatened, it would succumb or fight, and pluralism would vanish. America before 1914, and from 1921 to 1933, was more or less such a thing. It ended in 1933 when a group seized totality of power. Political theories, pluralistic state, dictatorship of proletariat, Rechtsstaat, check and balance, are polemical techniques for weakening a sick state towards civil war. The crisis of civilization is also rationalism's birth time. Intellect applied to politics, decline in the internal authority of all states. Quote, such a pluralistic state is, of course, not a political organism. If an external danger were to threaten such a state, it would either succumb at once or else fight, in which case it would become at once a political organism, and the pluralism would vanish. The law of constancy of interorganismic power. Theories are a technique for weakening the state, available to internal groups and to other states. A state which fights a power, not a real enemy, is fighting for a third power. In any age, the amount of power in a state system is constant. If one organic unit is diminished, another is increased by the same amount. A statesman never chooses for enemy a power his state cannot defeat. Power lost in an unwinnable war transfers. Internal theorizing is short of civil war, diminishes external power. That power passes to another state. Certain theories are owned by certain powers: France, democracy and equality; England, liberalism; Russia, dictatorship of the proletariat. There is no political association or society, only a political unit. If a group can determine real enmity with the possibility of war, it has lost any social character. A society involves no risk of life. Quote, "In any age, the amount of power in a state system is constant, and if one organic unit is diminished in power, another unit or other units are increased in power by the same amount." The law of constancy of intraorganismic power. In democratic conditions occur elections. The theory arising about 1750 was that the monarch's absolute power must be transferred to the people, a negative that defined the dynasty as the enemy. It was the first time in Western history that an intellectualized theory became the focus of political happening. Wherever the old powers took over the theories, they retained command. Wherever they were stupid, they went down. The technique was elections. Each is nth millionth fraction of power, then the fiction of a representative. Persuasion by rhetoric, money. Newsprint made the press a lord of the land and money tower above all. A monarch could not be bought. Party politicians could. Democracy presented the populace under elections, the delegates under money, and money in the seat of the monarch. Absolute power remained. The power within an organism is constant. If a diminution does not pass elsewhere within, the organism is sickened. South America, 1900 to 1950. Revolutions stripped regimes whose power moved to the United States. Quote, "The power within an organism is constant, and if individuals, groups, or ideas within the organism are diminished in power, some other individuals, groups, or ideas are increased in power by that amount." The political pluriverse. The world of politics is a pluriverse in fact, not a theory. Power is a relation of control between two similar organisms, acting reciprocally. The animal part of man is the beast of prey, in tension with the soul that gives the symbol primacy over the phenomenon. Alles Vergängliche ist nur ein Gleichnis. The beast kills. Man seeks to control. Superpersonal organisms cannot exist alone. Each is a unit with the power to choose and fight enemies. This ability necessitates opponents of similar rank. A world with only one state is total political stupidity. The statesman who embodies the spirit of the age has no need of fundamental lies. He who sets out to strangle the future, Metternich, liberals, culture distorters, has daily need of ever bigger lies. They call this Machiavellism. Machiavelli thought of deceiving the enemy, not the population, as the liberal norm. The American election of 1940. Two candidates pledged not to involve America in the war. Both committed to involve it as soon as possible. After the election, they took America to war. One explained his promise as campaign oratory. Party politicians deal in lies from inner compulsion. Their activity itself is an organic lie. There is no necessity for a politician to deal in lies exclusively. The only secrecy that needs to exist is that created by limitations of understanding. Machiavelli would have counseled both 1940 candidates to declare for intervention. Quote, "Power is a relation of control between two similar organisms. The degree of control is determined by the nature of the two organisms acting reciprocally on one another." League of Nations. A world with one state is an organic impossibility, shown by two extra-European attempts after each World War to institute a League of Nations. The member units remained organic, subject to sovereignty. If a political unit exists, it is sovereign. The leagues had no factual sovereignty and hence were not political units. Practically, they were polemical. Whoever controlled them spoke for humanity, and any opposing power was hors la loi. The first league passed in England's control. The second was seized by America. Certain theories are owned by certain powers. Marxism was taken over by Bolshevik Russia against Europe, the League theory by America. Whoever spread the idea increased American power. Politicians free of ideology, like the Kremlin Mongols, would allow no unit to hamstring them. Thus perished the Second League. Ethically, they were deception, attempts to deny Europe. The formation of Europe as a political unit was in the spirit of the age. From 1920, extra-European forces made the West's independent existence problematical. Any European statesman who sabotaged the West European settlement was a strangler of his country's destiny. This ethics is organic. One relationship, the individual to the political unit. Bismarck and Friedrich der Grosse tied their lives to the success of their idea. Though the Leagues accomplished nothing else as political fact, they prevented Europe. The statesman owes his political unit all his energies. Quote, "There is no political unit without organic sovereignty. There is no organic sovereignty without a political unit." The inner aspect of the law of sovereignty. The law of sovereignty places every politically significant decision with the organism. Any internal issue may assume the form of a political unit. The government intervenes if its will is unimpaired. Charles I allowed the critical juncture to pass when Parliament sent Montague to the Tower for preaching the divine right of kings. Hobbes wrote against the parliamentary position and left England in 1640. During those years, England did not exist as a political unit and can thank the total situation that it was not partitioned. A political outlook does not ask which side was right. That has only a legal meaning. Law is a reflex of politics. The inner application of sovereignty is the right to designate an inner enemy. Open arrest or shooting, concealed punitive laws applying only to one group, formless intimidation, economic blacklist, the favorite of liberals. The right has no connection with any written constitution. Units with such constitutions have never hesitated in need. The transatlantic part of the anti-Europe coalition carried out extensive inner persecutions independently of necessity. Hobbes wrote against the state-destroying nature of the parliamentary position and left England in 1640. From then, the situation deteriorated. Units with written constitutions have often invoked the inner enemy right independently of need. The organic laws describe all political units, even those in the hands of outsiders. The inward application is valid for all high cultures. Demophantos declared every destroyer of Athenian democracy an enemy of the Athenians. Ephors declared war on Helots. Torquemada, Philip II's condemnation of the Netherlands as heretics, Calvin's Geneva. In Roman public law, the undesirable was hostis. Acht und ban friedlos, outside all protection. Jacobins slew thousands. Early Western democracy refined and concealed the right. Alien and sedition laws. Bismarck's laws against class warriors. With the First World War began the age of wars of annihilation. Intercultural contest had been agonal. Even 1870 to 71 Prussia did not think of annihilating the foe. In 1900, England carried the Boer War to complete annihilation. England, which had brought forth the 19th century idea. So strong is the spirit of the age. Civilian Boers were taken into detention camps called concentration camps, a word with a destiny of its own. After the First World War, the system entered every country in the Western civilization. The word acquired polemical significance. The camps were essentially the same from the political standpoint. The 19th century was the age of economics. Opium War, secession, Boer War. Economics want a weak state. In war, the right was as forceful as ever, but legally formless. Yankees 1861 to 1865, Communards 1871. The age of absolute politics has a full century more. The number of prison camps will increase. Slime methods fall into disuse. In their place, open and legally formulated inner enemy declarations. Inner enemy. The organism's right to designate and treat a group within as hosties. Constitution cannot abolish it. Age of absolute politics. Annihilation wars after 1900. Concentration camp as the 20th century form of inner sovereignty. Quote, The government of the organism will always intervene at this point if its understanding and will are unimpaired. Charles I of England allowed this critical juncture to pass by allowing his first parliament to send Montague to the Tower for preaching the divine right of kings. Political organisms in war. A political unit has the just belly, the organic right to make war on the enemy it has determined, not moral right, a facet of political organic existence, indivisible from determination of an enemy. Inner peace, the power of life and death. In war, a state disposes of the lives of its own subjects and of the enemy. Bloodshed is not a life requirement. It occurs as part of acquiring power. No politician would make war if the other unit would submit without a fight. War is always the result of resistance, not of political dynamism. The mere jus vitae ac nisus is not the hallmark of a political organism. Rome gave it to the paterfamilias, some states to the master over the slave. Politics seeks no monopoly of taking life. The state never permits subjects to make war. If a group of subjects assume this power, a new state has arisen. No church could ask its members to die for the church unless it is becoming a political unit. Abu Bakr's Islam became a state and was ruled by the demand for more power, no longer by salvation. Economics lacks the strength to rouse men to risk their lives. Economics presupposes life. It does not make sense to buy life with death. Economically motivated wars, secession, Opium War, Boer War, were presented under untruthful propaganda. Morality as motivation is fraud. States are not within the purview of morality, valid only for individuals. A war to stop war is impossible from both the moral and the political side. War is not a norm one can fight against. There are two mixtures of politics with morality. The Cromwell-Torquemada type, in which the politician believes he is actualizing morality, and his politics is faulty. Cromwell refused a Spanish alliance in 1653 because he abhorred Spain's religion, then made with France the same alliance for less. The Lincoln-Roosevelt type, in which morality is purely deception, dishonors him who uses it. Moral vocabulary is imported deliberately. Politics does not include within enemy any subsidiary content of malice. Hatred is private, when the enemy state is overcome. In this age, total incorporation, enmity ceases. If the population has been given exclusively moral propaganda, it will regard the end of the war as the beginning of unlimited oppression of the survivors. Concentration camp propaganda against Europe after the Second World War was a war after the war against a defenseless population. A moral war to end war develops into an endless war. Proudhon, whoever says humanity wishes to deceive. A just war, in the language of politics, is only that one waged against a real enemy. Soldiers do not decide such matters. Just belly, organic, not moral. War is resistance to incorporation, not a hunger for bloodshed. Moral war, Cromwell's bungling or Roosevelt's deceit. After-war ferocity against the defenseless. Quote, war is always the result of resistance, and not of political dynamism. War is not normative. It is existential only. The law of political plenum. A state cannot give up its just belly without giving up political existence. The Kellogg Pact merely condemns war. England reserved honor, self-defense, League, Locarno, Egypt, Palestine. The pact did not forbid, but sanction war. It spoke only of war as an instrument of national policy. Wars for humanity, the worst of all, dehumanizing the opponent, were not covered. Nor can political existence be given up entirely. Only a unit may disappear. If a state announced it had embraced all states as friends, others would abolish the vacuum. A political vacuum is an impossibility. If a state sinks to where it cannot wage war, the law is at once operative. After 1945, America seized half Europe and Russia the other half. The fiction of independence was maintained. European states were individually unable to wage war. Industry and manpower existed only in Russia and America. Europe collectively became a political vacuum. The frontiers maintained were administrative lines. The only frontier Russia and America took seriously was the one between them. Only political independence can be given up, not political existence. The world of actual politics is described by powers capable of waging war. Troops need not march. Abdication occurs automatically with the lowering of political potential. Quote, "A political vacuum is an impossibility in a system of states. Inability to wage war is abdication in fact of political existence, whether the abdicating state knows this or not." The law of protection and obedience. Hobbes wrote Leviathan to show the mutual relation between protection and obedience. The Roman formula was protego ergo obligo. To him who supplies protection goes obedience, voluntarily or by force. No moral content. A 20th century outlook on politics is factual. Without protection in one place and obedience in another, there is no politics. The extent of both describes territorial frontiers. Wherever a power is under another's protection, the two are one for external purposes. When an organism dare not conscript a population within its area, that area is inner weakness. Occupied Europe under extra-European armies is protection within this law. Even while starving the populace, they protect that part from incorporation by another unit. America protects its half from Russia, and Russia its half from America. Protection is not kindliness. Obedience is not gratitude. Where protector and protected belong to the same culture, obedience will be full when the issue is the culture's existence. This law describes Western feudalism, the strongest political system, an internationale in the only true sense. If a state cannot protect an area, that area will pass to another that can. This age scorns the economico-moral cant that maintained a pretense of freedom with rigid servitude. Quote, "To him who supplies protection also goes obedience. It will go either voluntarily, as the result of persuasion, or as the result of force. Without the relationship of protection in one place and obedience in another, there is no politics." International. The world of politics is a pluriverse. Neither League of Nations was international, but merely interstate. German distinguishes zwischenstaatlich, between states, as impenetrable units, from international, passing through frontiers. If membership is of states, it is interstate. As long as there are two states, a league is an arena for interstate politics. An internationale, from the soul of the culture, can absorb states within the culture, if it is a cultural idea, not a political scheme. Feudalism was such, class war internationales were not. A culture idea is not made by men. No Western internationale could inwardly touch China, India, Japan, Islam, or Russia. Extra-European forces derive their unity from being a negation of Europe. Capitalism was a true internationale, England the vessel. Political nationalism was moribund even before 1914. Thereafter its practice was culture distortion. The internationale of our times appears when absolute politics will not tolerate petty statism. The smallest possible unit in this world struggle would have an area the size of Europe and hither Russia. Liberals thought sovereignty was a word on paper. Logic and politics do not intersect. Nonsense and logic may be sound politics. The basic idea of the leagues was to abolish war by providing a meeting place for war political units. Intellectuals wanted a world with no states. They spoke of humanity and wished to abolish politics by politics. Humanity became a polemical word. Everyone except the enemy. In the French Terror, the intellectuals showed that enemies of humanity were subject to inhuman treatment. Humanity in logic means inhumanity in politics. A world without politics would require total absence of will to power, barbarian instincts, race, ideas. Without Europe, Russia would be nomadic groups. The Chinese Revolution of 1911 was an echo phenomenon with an anti-Western effect. If a culture internationale constituted the West as a political unit, it would tend to create anti-Western unity outside, because the Western civilization is the first to make the whole world its sphere. Interstate versus international. Leagues of states remain arenas. A culture internationale alone can absorb states within a culture. Humanity, war slogan, not peace word, excludes the enemy and thereby affirms war. Quote, an internationale, provided it comes from the soul of the culture, has the possibility of absorbing all states into it, provided it is an idea embracing life totally, i.e. a cultural idea, and not merely a political scheme. The two political anthropologies. The touchstone of any political theory is its attitude to the ethical quality of human nature, those which posit a naturally good human nature and those which see it as it is. Every rationalistic theory regards man as good, reasonable, perfectible, peaceful. The Encyclopedists, Illuminati, Rousseau, Voltaire denied it. It is curious that a theory of politics, actualized only in the friend-enemy disjunction, could ground itself on a peaceable nature. Liberalism begins in the mid-18th century. Since human nature is good, one can be liberal. All liberalism predicates a sensualistic, materialistic philosophy. Hobbes looked upon the condition of nature as continual danger. Karl-Heinz Friedrich, ach, mein lieber Sulzer, ihr kennt nicht diese verdammte Rasse. Anarchism is the result of radical acceptance of goodness. Liberalism uses it merely to weaken the state and make it subservient to society. Pain. Society is our reasonably regulated needs. The state is our vices. Balance of power is liberal throughout. A technique of weakening the state for economics. Liberalism has no objection to individuals being more powerful than the state. What it dislikes is authority. Anarchism is anti-political in theory. Political in that it can range men as enemies. In Russia, it was nihilism, a vehicle of anti-Western negativism. Liberalism could not create an issue. It was not a political idea, but only an idea about politics. It would like politics to serve as the handmaid of economics and society. Quote, the touchstone of any political theory whatever is its attitude to the fundamental ethical quality of human nature. From this standpoint, there are only two kinds, those which posit a naturally good human nature and those which see human nature as it is. Liberalism. Liberalism is rationalism in politics. The Enlightenment laid ever more stress on intellect until by the mid-18th century, rationalism revalued all spiritual values from the standpoint of reason. Inorganic logic solves mathematics and engineering. Pursued far enough, it turns into pragmatism, the suicide of reason. Descartes reasoned animals into automata. A generation later, man himself was rationalized into an automaton. Newton provided the stars with a non-spiritual, self-regulating force. The next century removed the spirit from man. Reason detests the inexplicable. Whatever cannot be calculated is pronounced recalcitrant or denied existence. History became progress, from barbarism to enlightenment, from dogma to criticism. The two poles, the individual and humanity. Anything separating them is irrational, and correctly so, for rationalism must mechanize everything, and history cannot be mechanized. Liberalism rejects the state as an organism and can only see it as a contract between individuals. Bentham collectivized happiness into the greatest happiness of the greatest number. If herding animals could talk, they would use this slogan against the wolves. To most humans, the mere material of history, happiness means economic well-being. Politics sometimes demands sacrifice of life for invisible things. This is against happiness and must not be. Liberalism found its two poles, economics and ethics, corresponding to individual and humanity. The great cry is freedom, freedom from authority. War was transformed into competition or ideological difference. The state becomes society or a production and trade system. Power becomes propaganda or regulation. Benjamin Constant in 1814. Economics, industrialism, and technics represented the means of freedom. War, being violent, was unreasonable and is replaced by trade. Trading peoples step out as masters of the earth. Liberalism is entirely negative, not a formative force, but a disintegrating force. It wishes to depose church and state, substituting economic freedom and social ethics. The natural polarity of leaders and led cannot be abolished without annihilating the organism. Liberals allied themselves with every state disintegrating force. National liberals, social liberals, liberal Catholics, democracy, anarchists, Bolshevism in Spain. Freedom means disintegration of the organism. In last stages, social atomism. Divorce equal with marriage, children with parents. Marx, Lorenz von Stein, Lassalle despaired of it as a political vehicle. In a crisis, liberalism as such was not to be found. Because liberalism views most men as good, each field of activity serves only itself. L'art pour l'art. Religion as mere social discipline, economics and law independent of politics. 21st century readers will find it difficult to believe that each person should be free to do as he pleased in economic matters, even if his activity involved the starvation of hundreds of thousands, the devastation of forest and mineral areas, domination of whole populations by control of press and radio. A usurer could invoke the law to dispossess peasants, mobilizing the soil into dust, in Freiherr von Stein's phrase. Individualism, psychologically, is egoism. Rousseau sent his 5 children to the Foundling Hospital. Law, originally the means of maintaining inner peace, was transmuted into a means of keeping inner disorder. The rule of law, the law state. Hobbes saw with precision that the rule of law means the rule of those who determine and administer it. The monarch was tied to the organism with his whole existence, responsible organically even where not responsible in fact. Louis XVI, Charles I. The financier has only power, no responsibility, not even symbolic. His name is often not generally known. The finance liberal evolved the theory that power corrupts. It is vast, anonymous wealth which corrupts, since there are no superpersonal restraints. Baudelaire is liberalism in literature, sickness as beauty, disease as a principle of life. Criminal law punished crimes of violence and passion, but not destroying national resources or usury on a national scale. An abstraction named economic man was evolved, greed his sole motive. Humanity was the sum of these economic grains of sand. The type of mind which believes in the essential goodness of human nature attained to liberalism. Another anthropology recognizes that man is disharmonious, dual, dangerous. The general wisdom of mankind, reflected by guards, fences, locks, jails. Every catastrophe evokes looting. Political thinking starts from facts. To a true politician, his theory is a boundary, not an aim. The age of reason was born in bloodshed and will pass out of vogue in more bloodshed. With its doctrine against war, it presided over the greatest wars in 5,000 years and ushered in the age of absolute politics. With its gospel of brotherhood, it carried on starvation, torture, and extermination against Western populations after the first 2 world wars. By turning war into a moral struggle, it flung the chivalry of a millennium into the dust. Reason also became political when it entered politics. This annexation treaty dictated in a starvation blockade, the defeated forced to admit he was guilty. The Western tradition of political thinking, Montaigne, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Leibniz, Bossuet, Fichte, de Maistre, Donoso Cortez, Taine, Hegel, Carlyle, starts from facts. While Spencer described progress from military feudal to commercial industrial, Carlyle was showing England the Prussian spirit of ethical socialism, whose inner superiority would transform the political age as capitalism had the economic age. Hegel's bourgeois is the man who does not wish to leave the sphere of internal political security, who finds a substitute for political nullity in possessions and perfect security, who wishes to dispense with courage and remain secure from violent death. The true liberal. In democratic conditions, politicians evolved a dialectic, examined the field from a disinterested standpoint, and find that the opponent was political. One's own standpoint was entirely non-political. The party politician feigned unwillingness to accept office until a carefully arranged popular will broke down his reluctance. One could say there are 3 attitudes toward human conduct: the sentimental, the realistic, and the cynical. When a liberal enters politics, he becomes perforce a hypocrite. The exposure of this hypocrisy creates cynicism. Machiavelli had an incorruptible intellect and did not write in a cynical spirit. Liberalism is, in one word, weakness. It wants every day to be a birthday, life to be a long party. Destiny, the cruelty of accomplishment, sternness, heroism, sacrifice. These are the enemy. Escape from hardness into softness, from masculinity into femininity, from history to herd grazing, from destiny into happiness. Nietzsche designated the 18th century as the century of feminism and immediately mentioned Rousseau. Feminism itself. What is it but a means of feminizing man? If it makes women manlike, it does so only by transforming man first into a creature whose only concern is personal economics and his relation to society, i.e., a woman. Society is the element of woman, static and formal, conversation, not action. And yet liberalism puts a uniform on her and calls her a soldier. History is masculine. Its stern demands cannot be evaded. Liberalistic tampering with sexual polarity only wreaks havoc on the souls of individuals. The man-woman and the woman-man it creates are both subject to the higher destiny of history. Liberalism, rationalism in politics, negative, disintegrating, freedom from authority, economics, and social ethics against church and state. Economic man, the unit of the liberal world picture, anonymous finance with power and no organic responsibility. Political thinking, facts as normative. Machiavelli, Hobbes, Hegel, Carlyle against the soporific of non-political party dialectic. Quote, liberalism is rationalism in politics. It rejects the state as an organism and can only see it as the result of a contract between individuals. The purpose of life has nothing to do with states, for they have no independent existence. Democracy. Democracy arose in the middle of the 18th century with rationalism. Reason is quantitative. The mass became the nation. The people became a polemical word to shut out the estates. Democracy is an organic idea saturated with will to power, illness when culture turned to civilization, but one through which every high culture has gone. It seeks power, not compromise. It rejected the aristocratic equation of social with political significance. It wished to make social dependent on political. When it attained power, it turned into aristocracy. Napoleon spread the revolution against dynasty and created his own. La carrière ouverte et aux talents, equality of opportunity, not abolition of rank. Revolution, consolidation, imperialism, the history of democracy. Unlike liberalism, it does not retreat from war. It put the entire manpower onto the battlefields and forced opinions in elections. If he had no independent opinion, and more than 99% of men do not, it forced an opinion on him. Fate. It was born with the economic age. Its authoritarian tendency was strangled. Napoleon himself could not stand against money. Lesser democratic dictators were more easily overwhelmed. In Spanish South America, where money was not absolute, Bolivar, Rosas, Francia, the authoritarian tendency showed. Elsewhere, only the vocabulary was retained. Money struck down the state with democracy, then bought democracy. Culture distorters use it as denial of qualitative differences among nations. To the financier, it means the rule of law, his law. Democracy perishes with rationalism. Authoritarian rule is the end of democracy, not itself democracy. The 2 centuries of democracy end in empire. The first idea was to make everyone a nobleman, then to destroy quality by merging it into the mass. In America, the victory was complete. 10 times as many institutions of higher learning as the home soil of the culture. Giving everyone a diploma meant the diploma became meaningless. An American writer branded higher chemistry as undemocratic because it was the possession of a few. The spirit of the age spread the feeling that everything should be numbered. The age of absolute politics mobilizes the masses against money and will end Napoleon-wise in the restoration of authority. There will at last be no more plebiscites, no more elections, no more mass audience attending the political drama. Authority makes no intellectual appeal. It is simply there. Democracy, organic will to power, mass as nation, marshal becomes duke, ends in empire, not in liberal balancing. Money's democracy, the word owned by finance after 1850, mass against quality, diplomas without meaning. Quote, democracy seeks no compromise, no balancing, no destruction of authority. It seeks power. It denies the estates in order to supplant them. When it attained power, it turned into aristocracy. Communism. Rationalism's most intransigent product is communism. In 1750 to 1850, democracy undermined the state and opened the economic age. Financier replaced monarch. Communism transfers the democratic struggle to economics, materialistic metaphysic, atomistic logic, everything within economics. Political class war became economic class war, directed at city manual workers. Unlike liberalism, it named an enemy who must be annihilated, the bourgeoisie. Nations and states are bourgeois devices to keep the proletariat divided. Its strength as an internationale was shown in 1914, when class war organizations threw themselves into the national fight. It was never an internationale in the true sense. High point, Bolshevik Revolution, 1918, when an Asiatic regime adopted the theory as a weapon of foreign policy. Communism was purely destructive. This was why the Asiatic power adopted it to disintegrate European states. Like all utopias, it is impossible of realization. They are rational, and life is irrational. Death, not refutation, is the fate of rationalistic theories. Quote, communism was purely destructive in effect, and this was why the Asiatic power on Europe's boundary adopted it as a program to disintegrate all European states. Communism, like all utopias, is impossible of realization because they are rational and life is irrational. Association and dissociation of forms of thought and action. Politics is a type of activity sui generis. To develop a 20th century outlook, it was necessary to dissociate it from economics and morality. A world without abstract thought, the world of the dog, is non-problematical. Appearance and reality are one. The distinctively human soul sees the macrocosm as symbolic. To think is to exaggerate. The exaggeration affects only thought and does not disturb the macrocosm. There is no economic man, only this man directing his energy toward economics for the moment, nor any reasonable man, such as legal systems predicate. The principium individuationis applies also to high cultures. Every organism has a multiplicity of functions. For one direction to be pursued at the expense of another is distortion. A culture has a rhythm that accents first one, then another field, the source of the spirit of the age. All types of thought exist in all ages. This is the meaning of anachronism. Fausto Sozzini in the 16th century, Carlyle in the 19th. The fields also dissociate. One would not approach machinery as a power problem that would end in smashing the enemy machinery. Nevertheless, many rationalists tried to treat power problems as mechanical. Religion sees the totality under a sacred aspect. It is not social improvement or ethics. Philosophy, even theistic, lies this side of religion and gives a purely natural explanation. Science finds interrelations between phenomena. It does not attempt ultimate explanations. Technics has one aim, power over the macrocosm. It uses science as a tool, but discards it when efficacy ceases. Destiny that pragmatism should appear in America. What is true is what works, the abdication of philosophy. Economics is action designed to nourish and enrich private life. When Rhodes thought of making himself wealthy, he was thinking economically. When he used wealth for control over African populations, politically, production and trade have techniques so different ordinarily one man does not master both. There is also an order of rank depending upon the problem of the moment. Man's duality, human soul and beast of prey, means action almost never conforms to abstract thought systems. Goethe, The doer is always conscienceless. Only the spectator has a conscience. Life is the process of actualization of the possible. For purposes of action, practical skill ranks above theorizing. This makes Machiavelli more valuable politically than Plato, More, Campanella, Fourier, Marx, Bellamy, or Butler. He wrote of politics as it is. Nothing can be proved by violence. The spheres of truths and facts do not intersect. The reverse is also true. No violence can be done by proof. Effects cannot be gained in the world of action by truths. Merely to start to actualize an abstract theory is to abandon it. Politics always has refused to give any power to the man who is out to reform it according to a morality. This work is concerned only with action, because the age of absolute politics is an age of action. No one has ever said politics should be immoral, but all political thinkers have said that politics is politics. The Second World War. America stated it was fighting for Christian morality, yet after the war attempted to exterminate the culture-bearing stratum in occupied Europe, with mass starvation and looting. After the First World War, a starvation blockade of the defeated, also in the name of Christian morality. If morality is used cynically as propaganda, it distorts war toward bestiality. In the 20th century, politics reconquers its own realm. The motivation of the perpetual power struggle is supplied by the unity of the Western civilization itself. The real front, Europe versus anti-Europe. White populations strewn over the world belong to Europe. Asiatic distorting elements in Western countries belong to non-Europe. These wars will be true unlimited wars, like the Crusades, not agonal. Russia abolished humanitarian bases of prisoner-of-war usage by starving and enslaving. America abolished military honor by hanging prisoners en masse. The coming wars will revive enslaving and killing war prisoners. In the last act, the culture itself defines all men as friends or enemies according as they adhere to it or oppose it. Culture politics is the end of the train from religion politics and dynasty politics through national politics and economic politics. Rationalism's banners trail in the dust. Equality, democracy, happiness, high finance, class war, liberalism, communism, materialism. Reason's bold, hopeless attempt to conquer the kingdom of the soul. To think is to exaggerate. Fields associate in the culture rhythm and dissociate by the type of problem. Politics is facts, not truths. Culture politics. Europe versus anti-Europe. Unlimited wars. The last formative age through the 21st century. Quote, life is the process of actualization of the possible. Actualization, and thus action. For purposes of action, then, there is an order of rank which places practical skill above theorizing. This is what makes Machiavelli more valuable politically than Plato. Cultural vitalism. A. Culture health. The third part is culture as a living organism in health. Articulation, tradition, and genius. Race, people, nation, state as inner forms and the age of absolute politics. Introduction. For the first time is developed here the thesis of cultural vitalism, the physiognomy of the adaptation, health, or illness of a high culture. Heretofore, a culture has usually been looked upon as a result, a mere sum of collective activity. Its unity, if perceived at all, was regarded as material influence of individuals or written ideas. With the advance of age of the Western culture, unity began dimly to be perceived, formulated differently by Kidd, Nietzsche, Lamprecht, Breisig, Murray, but the essential idea was the unity of the culture. In an age which starts from facts, it has become spiritually compulsory to think within this framework. If two individuals, widely separated, develop similar inventions or philosophies, this is not coincidence but a reflection of the culture to which both belong. Arguments about who was first are not on any higher plane than the legal. The nature of the unity is purely spiritual in origin. The material unity is the unfolding of the inner. Life is the actualizing of the possible. The development of a high culture is the unfolding over the predetermined organic lifespan of the inner possibilities of the culture soul. Ours is the eighth high culture to appear on this planet. The unity of any of the others is apparent to us because we stand outside it. Impenetrability of an alien culture is part of a wider organic generalization. Even another age, nation, or individual of our own culture presents difficulties. The technique of comprehension is living into them. Materialistic psychology never aided one individual to understand another. Difficulty in assimilating other organic forms is a matter of degree. Similar character, similar background, different nationality, race, cultural origin raise successively steeper barriers. The question: to what extent can a culture impress new populations entering its area? Such populations may have cohesiveness of people, race, nation, state, or another culture. High cultures are bound to a landscape. Formative impulses appear always in the original landscape, even in civilization. The expansive tendency becomes dominant with the caesura marked by Napoleon. Since then, the populations of the entire Earth have been brought within the most unlimited imperialism known to history, standing in varying relationships to the mother idea. Quote, "Life is the actualizing of the possible. The development of a high culture is the unfolding, over the predetermined organic lifespan, of the inner possibilities contained in the culture's soul. The articulation of a culture, the nation's thought forms, art forms, and ideas which express a culture are always in the custody of a comparatively small group. The classical ideas were exoteric. Socrates philosophizes in the agora. Leibniz or Descartes in the marketplace would be ludicrous, for Western philosophy is the possession of a very few. Culture is by its nature selective, exclusive. Cultured, in the personal sense, means devoted to something beyond oneself. Patriotism, duty, ethical imperative, heroism are also culture. Primitive man does not evince them. A war is as much an expression of culture as a poem, a factory as a cathedral. A high culture acts in all directions and on every person within its area. Intensity in a given direction depends on the culture's soul. Chinese passionately historical, Indian ahistoric, Egyptian and Western massive in techniques, classical and Mexican ignoring them. Intensity of impression is proportional to receptivity. The individual of small soul lives for himself. To him, Western music is merely loud and soft. History fairy tales, politics the selfishness of the great. William Walker faced the firing squad rather than renounce the presidency of Nicaragua. The common man would rather live on his knees than die on his feet. He hurts to see an accident, crucifies Christ, burns Savonarola, kicks the dead body in the square in Milan. He is the inner weakness of every organism, the material of treason. It is not such stuff that an exacting high culture can use. In earlier centuries, the common man did not attend the cultural drama. When democracy proceeds to its extreme, even the leaders are common men, Roosevelt and his coterie, deifying the common man like Caligula. The mass's only role is the passive one of unwieldy building material. The culture-bearing stratum is the spiritual level that makes expression of a high culture possible. To it belong all creators in religion, philosophy, science, music, literature, arts of form, mathematics, politics, techniques, and war, and the appreciators who transmit creations downward. It is not hereditary in any strict sense, not an economic or social class. Beethoven and Schubert lived in want. Chatterton was strangled by poverty. Mendel, Kierkegaard, Copernicus went unnoticed. As a stratum, it is invisible like the culture it carries. Europe or America could be thrown into material chaos if the few thousands in the higher technical ranks were removed. The most important part at any time is the group custodian of the highest idea. In Dante's time, emperor and pope, then dynasties. With enlightenment, the whole West went into crisis and the stratum split. It supplied leaders on both sides of every war. Within it, there is constant struggle between tradition and innovation. Tradition is the memory of a super-personal soul. It must see that the creative spirit of the grand past is present at each innovation. Democracy is historically necessary, but it is a fall, the onset of senility. Burke, Goethe, Hegel, Schopenhauer, Metternich, Wellington, Carlyle, Nietzsche resisted. If the extra-European forces exterminated the stratum, after a generation or two this organ would be present again, including descendants of the invaders. In a political age, the best brains go into politics and war. Considered rationally, it is stupid to devote one's life to an idea. Life does not obey rationalism. This level feels the new spirit of the age before it is articulate. One reason so many perish violently, ahead of their time. Napoleon's politics is destiny, is more true now. Democracy and authority stand opposed. Only authority represents a step forward. Prominence is not the test. Wagner, Ibsen, Cromwell were not prominent until middle life. Europe tripled in population in the 19th century. The culture-bearing stratum did not increase. Multiplication of population is downwards. There are not more than 250,000 souls in Europe who constitute this stratum. The extra-European attempt after the Second World War to destroy the few by destroying the many knew this geographical concentration. Articulation has three aspects: the idea, the transmitting stratum, those to whom it is transmitted, the body of the culture vis-a-vis the stratum as its brain. Beneath is the underworld, the common man of the American cult. Peasants' wars, Jackery, Wat Tyler, Jacobins, communards. Tolstoy, not even one stone should be on top of another. Destroy everything. In our age, this underworld is in the possession of the class warriors, working solely for extra-European forces. Asia has use for this stratum and plans for it. Culture-bearing stratum, invisible psychic minority of creators and appreciators, not a class. 250,000 in Europe, custodian of the highest idea of the age. Common man/underworld, inner weakness, material of treason, mobilized by class war for extra-Europe. Quote, there is in all cultures a spiritual level of the entire population called the culture-bearing stratum. It is this articulation of culture populations alone which makes the expression of a high culture possible. Tradition and genius. There are two ways the culture-bearing stratum can perform its function: a high tradition of accomplishment, a school, and occasional genius. They combine, but they're different methods. Italian painting 1250 to 1550, the Flemish-Dutch school. The form was there, it was only required to master it. Spanish and German painting are collections of great originals. The sublimest tradition was Gothic architecture to c. 1400, so powerful that the idea of a work of art as personality did not exist. From Cromwell to Joseph Chamberlain, England was the example of tradition in politics. Only the two pits as men of political genius in the premiership, yet England emerged from the general wars with increased power. The essence, applying only political thinking to politics. Cromwell's theology, his successors transformed into cant. Traditions are not efficacious unless profoundly mastered. The Austrian officer corps presupposed lifelong preparation. Tradition makes it unlikely an incompetent will be placed in high authority. Avoidance of revolution and terror from Wilkes through 93, 1830, 1848 was attributable to an unimpaired tradition. A tradition of statesmanship is a Platonic idea of excellence which molds men. The leader of the moment is not alone. Qualities he lacks are present in the entourage. Avoidance of revolution and terror from Wilkes through 93, 1830, 1848 was attributable to an unimpaired tradition. Destiny is kept on a sure path, and incident is minimized. Quote, the essence of this tradition was nothing other than applying only political thinking to politics. The last result of the presence of a tradition in a political unit is that destiny is kept on a sure path and incident is minimized. Genius. The name came into the effective vocabulary of the West with humanism. The 20th century means by it what Emerson meant by representative man, Carlyle by hero. Lang Eichbaum has given the word its content for this age. We no longer see genius under causality. Nietzsche, The higher the type, the greater the improbability of success. The word has come to contain fame. The test is success, not absolute, which would exclude Wallenstein, Cromwell, Napoleon. The spirit of the age influences the direction. Gothic, saints, enlightenment, artists, civilization, politics, and war. High politics is the leading idea of the coming age. Tradition only passes with the fulfillment of the idea itself. Cromwell is the beginning of the English national political tradition. Yet after his death, the dynasty was back and his body dragged through the streets. Once founded in the Cromwellian spirit, it lasted through to Chamberlain. Genius in politics represents the idea of the future. The masses are always behind the present. Tradition adjusts to the future. Genius is the Promethean thrusting into the future. It depends for actualization on the culture-bearing stratum. Talent can understand anything genius creates once actualized, but genius always impresses at first as fantastic. Alexander, Frederick, Cromwell, Napoleon. There is no present in politics. The present is the point of tension between past and future. At the beginning of civilization, Napoleon and Metternich stand opposed. Only the empire builder had genius. Metternich was a mere conserver of the immediately previous reality. Qualities of political genius: vision of the future, spiritual purity along one line, intensity that commands, inseparable from rushing inner chaos, the sense of a mission stamped with necessity, an imponderable, life at its highest human potential. Under a Frederick or Charles XII, men overcome tactical odds of 5-1. Not under Grant. Everyone is either with him or against him. Something sat like an eagle on the shoulder of Moltke as he shaped the 20th and 21st centuries. It is unknowable, but it is there. Genius in politics. The idea of the future. Vision, purity, intensity, mission, imponderable. Fame as the objective test. Napoleon versus Metternich. Creator of the coming reality versus conserver of the previous. Quote, if one were to state the relation to the present of the masses, a tradition, and genius, he would say that the masses are always behind the present. The tradition is alert at each moment adjusting to the future, but the genius represents the Promethean thrusting into the future with unleashed force. Genius in the age of absolute politics. A tradition which uses the talent of successive generations is superior to genius for actualizing an idea in its perfection. But the idea will be actualized without either. Their presence affects only the rhythmic sureness of the life process. Each culture's soul stamps its history style. The classical, compared with ours, is one of incident. Western nations have seen great developments unaccompanied by one man. German wars of liberation, England's transition to democracy. In the mid-20th century, we see the wreckage of 2 centuries of rationalism. The high old traditions destroyed by the horizontal war of banker and class warrior. There are no longer any sacred forms of political existence whose age is an unassailable power. Since an effective tradition is absent in the political West, gigantic forces will repose in the hands of individual men. Good or bad, the monarchs are coming. From the chaos of 1950, there is no hope in a new tradition. Only great men can bridge the gap. Quote, since an effective tradition is absent in the political realm of the Western civilization, we may expect that the Western demand for sharp accents in history will repose gigantic forces in the hands of individual men. Only great men can bridge the gap. Race, people, nation, state. The 19th century concepts of race, people, nation, and state are exclusively rationalistic romantic, a thought method adapted to material problems imposed on living things. With all life, the spirit is primary. Life is irrational. The age we enter is an age of politics, hence of facts. Material objects retain identity through the years. The groupings of 1,800 were regarded as a priori, and everything as the creation of one of these peoples. This is not in accordance with facts. Race has 2 meanings, objective and subjective. Europe of 1933 to 2000 can afford no luxury of old-fashioned racial theories. it has paid dearly. Objective race. Succession of generations related by blood tend to remain fixed in a landscape. Anthropological studies found an average cephalic index for any inhabited area. Measurements on immigrants to America showed this index adheres to the soil. Long-headed Jews from Sicily and short-headed ones from Germany produced offspring with a specifically American head measurement. Size and growth span likewise. The landscape exerts an influence whose technique is beyond our ken. The source is the cosmic unity of things. All movement in nature is rhythmic. Race in a man is the plane of his being which stands in relationship to plant and animal life, and beyond them to the great macrocosmic rhythms. The part of man absorbed into the all, rather than his soul which defines his species. Life manifests in four forms: plant, animal, man, high culture. Race is the plant-like and animal-like in man. Some characteristics are soil-determined, others stock-determined. Pigmentation survives transplantation. Spiritual qualities are as diverse as physical. Average height of soul varies as stature. To a practical century, origins are less important than facts. To what race does a man belong? We know at first glance. The sign does not yield to scale and balance. Race, objectively, is the spiritual biological community of a group. Races cannot be classified other than arbitrarily. Skull form, hair, speech, pigmentation, mere group anatomy. Human beings in contact influence one another. An old married couple come to resemble one another. Assimilation is mostly spiritual influence, not merely germplasm. Smell, speech, song, laughter, susceptibility to disease have racial significance. The look is the great visible sign. Liberals denied race because they could not measure it. A confession from America, a large-scale racial laboratory. Given a race with a distinct cosmic beat, its members develop an instinct for racial beauty, affecting choice of mates. A racially ideal woman is thought of as the potential mother of strong sons. Hollywood eroticism is anti-racial. Its root idea pleasure, not life continuity. Race cannot be inwardly associated with nationality, politics, people, state, culture. Calabrian and Lombard. What did racial differences matter to Garibaldi's time? History narrows or widens the limits of race determinacy through the spiritual element. A group with historical community tends to acquire a racial aspect. Western nobility constituted itself as a race. The Jewish race we now know was created in the millennium of ghetto existence. Race supplies history with blood, honor, strong instincts. History gives high units a racial stamp. Once the community of fate departs, this race vanishes forever. The 19th century misunderstanding. Race is group anatomy, independent of soil, spirit, and history, classifiable, rigid, and permanent. The 20th century sees race as fluid, gliding with history over the fixed skeletal form determined by the soil. Peasants near Persepolis are of the same race as those 1,000 years before Darius. In between a high culture created races now gone forever. Confusing names with unities was destructive. If present-day inhabitants of Greece have the same collective name as Aristotle's time, is anyone deceived into thinking there is historical or racial continuity? Haiti and Quebec share a language, not origin. Yucatan's inhabitants are racially the same as in 100 AD, though they now speak Spanish. High history means the history of high cultures. It puts its impress on human material by creating historical units out of groups hitherto diverse biologically. The historical unity acquires its own racial unity, removed from the primitive stock-soil relationship. With the departure of high history, the primitive harmony resumes. Previous names, wanderings, linguistic equipment have no meaning once history sets upon its course. Any group entering a culture's area is either within the spirit of the culture or without it. No third alternative. Organic alternatives are always two: life or death, health or distortion. Races can be classified according to functional abilities. Physical strength would put the Negro at the top. pointless, for physical strength is not the essence of culture, man. The fundamental impulse of human nature above self-preservation and sex is the will to power. A hierarchy based on strength of will to power has relation to historical realities, with no eternal validity. Gobineau, Chamberlain, Osborne, Grant were on the same tangent as those who announced there is no race. They assumed permanence of races existing in their time, treating races as building blocks, ignoring race and destiny. At least they started from a fact. Mendel's plant heredity applied to human race has been barren for a century and must be abandoned. The 19th century used culture for literature and fine arts as distinct from ugly things like economics, war, politics. The 20th century perceives the unity of culture through all manifestations. Therefore, the hierarchy is based on degree of will to power. There is today no Hindu race, though there once was no Basque, Breton, Hessian, Andalusian, Bavarian, Austrian race. Races existing today will also disappear. When we see the English hold down hundreds of millions of Asiatics for 2 centuries with a garrison of 65,000 white troops amid 300 million, we call that race one, with high will to power. Spain sent Cortés and Pizarro. With 100-odd men, Pizarro overcame an empire of millions, and Aztec and Inca were themselves vehicles of another high culture. France in the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, in the service of the mission of opening rationalism, achieved victory in more than 145 of 150 engagements under Napoleon. In each case, the race was created by history, beneath the primitive cosmic rhythm, above the destiny of a high culture. When Charles of Anjou beheaded Conradin in 1267, Germany disappeared from Western history for 500 years and was spared the vast expenditure of blood. The primeval population stream from the north of the Eurasiatic landmass from 2000 BC to 1000 AD were probably of related stock. Kassites, Hyksos, Aryans. In Europe, Franks, Angles, Goths, Saxons, Celts, Vikings, Germani, the great sign blondness. These northern barbarians conquered indigenous populations, constituting an upper stratum of leadership, fighting men, and laws in Spain, Italy, France, Germany, England. On this strong-willed primitive stratum, the Western culture took hold. The unique forcefulness of Western manifestations in all directions owes itself to this treasure of being. Ask any general whether he would rather have a division for Pomerania or a division of Negroes. Unhappily for the West, the Russian populations contain also a strong strain of this northern barbarian stock, not in the service of a high culture, standing to us as the Gauls to Rome. History has created a Russian race, steadily widening its boundaries, impressing its historical mission of destruction. In the hierarchy of will to power, the new Russian race stands high. It needs no moralistic propaganda to fan militancy. Because of the fluid nature of race, even this hierarchy cannot order all races, Sikhs above or below Sinhalese. The purpose is practical and applies first to our own civilization. This knowledge must be used if the West is to live out its lifespan and not pass into slavery to Asiatic annihilation hordes under Russia, Japan, or some other militant race. Before it can be applied, the subjective meaning of race must be examined, and beyond it people, nation, and state. Objective race, spiritual biological community, soil and stock, look as the visible sign, fluid with history, not anatomy. Hierarchy of will to power, the only classification for this age. English in India, Spanish in Mexico and Peru, Napoleonic France. Russian barbarian race as the extracultural threat. Northern stock, blonde barbarian streams as the human material of the West. Names and languages are surface, not destiny. Quote, race in a man is the plane of his being which stands in relationship to plant and animal life, and beyond them, to the great macrocosmic rhythms. History narrows or widens the limits of race determinacy. Subjective meaning of race. Race is not a unit of existence, but an aspect of existence. The relation of the human being to the great cosmic rhythms, the non-individual aspect of life. The plant has only race, totally submerged in the cosmic flow. Man has self-consciousness and the necessity of living in symbols. The racial beat informs primitive impulses and action generally. Opposed to it is rootless reason. Race impels towards self-preservation, continuance of generations, increase of power. Intellect decides the meaning of life and may deny these urges. Celibacy of the priest is high culture. Sterility of the libertine is total degeneracy. Race in its subjective sense is what a man feels. A man of race is not born to slavery. To the man without race, continuance of breathing is life. To the man of race, only life under the right conditions. Heroism can be motivated from either side. The martyr dies for truth, the fighting man for honor. Race is the faculty of being true to oneself. It is not stock, color, anatomy. Men of race are scattered through all populations. The warriors, the leaders of action. Hierarchy. Above, men of race, materials of high history. Below, those without race, who have outlasted every culture. Chinese mothers. Make thy heart small. The men of race are skimmed off every population caught into a high culture. What is left is the fellahin. Race in this sense is instinct. Strong intellect and strong instincts can coexist. Gothic bishops who led their flocks to war. The center of gravity of ascendant life is on the side of instinct, will, race, blood. Life which places happiness and freedom before increase of power is decadent. The intellectual of the great city is the type of the man without race. In every civilization, he has been the inner ally of the outer barbarian. A man of race born in Kyrgyzia belongs by fate to Asia's mission of destruction of the West. Exceptions, some Poles, Ukrainians, Russians might share the spirit of the West and belong to the Western race. Every healthy race accepts recruits who come in on its terms. Numerous Western intellectuals feel community with Asiatic nihilism. After associating with Jews, a man may become a Jew in the fullest sense without Jewish blood. The converse is also known. Zionism was an expedient for maintaining Jewish racial unity against 19th century assimilation. Social anti-Semitism served the same purpose. Dying out of racial instincts means unfruitfulness, lack of will to power, desire for ease. Symptoms: Hollywood as the great symbol. The erotic without consequences. One child is a more complicated toy than a dog. Divorce, abortion, happiness, identified with sexual love. Nietzsche's paralysis of will. Government leaders dare not offer a stern program. Panem et circenses. Voluntary abandonment of empires. Pacifism. This is the last war, actually a war against war. Mediocrity as last ideal. Democracy liberalism acquires the meaning of death. Tocqueville. The French upper stratum of 1789 waxed enthusiastic over the natural goodness of humanity, while the terror lay at their feet. The Petrine nobility of Russia to 1917, my people will not hurt me. Pro-Russian propaganda in the West 1920 to 1960 showed the same weakening. Man of race. Instinct, will to power, life only under right conditions. Materials of history, not anatomy. Man without race. Fellahin, city intellectual as inner ally of the outer barbarian. Hollywood, paralysis of will, mediocrity. Quote, race is, in the first instance in its subjective sense, what a man feels. A man of race is not born to slavery. To the man without race, the continuance of breathing and digestion are life. Horizontal race versus vertical race. The grand formula of the 20th century outlook. Race is a horizontal differentiation of men. The 19th century, confusing race with anatomy, regarded race as a vertical differentiation, Apollonian. Race has the primary meaning of strong, cosmic rhythm, Dionysian. The races of Europe were creations of history, not aboriginal material from 900 AD. It is always men of race that create the deeds of history. The units they lead are secondary. Strong minorities have welcomed the outsider attracted to them. To interpret the mission as safeguarding the purity of the race, in a biological sense, is materialism. Race is the material of history, not the reverse. The cultural mission must be accomplished even though everything else is wiped out. Après-moi le déluge is not a shirking of duty, but the highest affirmation. Only the historical mission matters. To race, there is no duty. Vertical race is an abstraction leading into an aesthetic cul-de-sac. A man does not belong to a race. He either has race or does not. If the former, he has value to history. If the latter, he is valueless. The attempt to interpret history in terms of race is now quite dead. Race must be interpreted in terms of history. Quote, to the 20th century outlook, a man does not belong to a race. He either has race or does not. If the former, he has value to history. If the latter, he is valueless, a lackey. Race and policy. Both meanings of race have meaning for 20th century policy. Objective race describes a group sharing a basic instinctive rhythm given by history. One can only work with races existing. They cannot be created or disposed of by fiat. Existing races are a mixture of stock. Purity means inclusiveness of the entire population within the same historical feeling and cosmic beat, not anatomical derivation. Policy must take cognizance of the hierarchy of races. The strength of will of the Russian race is ominous. Russian soldiers recover from wounds fatal to a Western soldier. Japanese will to power is shown by infantry performance matched by only one Western race still existing. Two physical types, both spiritually Japanese. China, India, Africa generally show lower will to power. Race is the treasure a population brings to an idea. Anything striking at these instincts, self-preservation, fruitfulness, increase of power, is the enemy of the race. The liberal democratic ideology, with its individualism, happiness ideal, erotomania, tolerance that denies race, materialism, pacifism, cult of the proletarian, mediocrity, this is the great enemy of race. Part of the degeneration is organic. More is spread by alien distorting elements belonging to Asia in the annihilation battle for Western survival. Western policy must declare this outlook and its adherents the inner enemy, root out its ideas, leaders, techniques. Education must encourage strong character, self-discipline, honor, ambition, race. 100 men of race, without particular intellectual qualifications, can accomplish more under the same leader than 1,000 intellectuals from the pavements. An intellectual regards enthusiasm as pathological. Baudelaire, with his preoccupation with corpses, is the perfect expression of that world, the sarcophagus of the race. A race imbued with an historical idea takes up alien human material and imbues it with its own rhythm. Romans accepted whoever was capable of Romanness. America, until 1933, took up millions of immigrants. Russia increased through 3 centuries. The essence is total absorption. The soul must assimilate. Frenchmen in Brandenburg, Germans in France, Italians in France disappeared as a group. German colonies in Russia retained orientation to Europe until Bolshevism exterminated them. The most fate-laden contact was the Jews and the Western culture. The Jew is a product of another culture, the Arabian, then in its last stage. The Western idea could not touch them inwardly. They held an entire world outlook of their own. Mutual hatred strengthened the Jewish race. Mere race cannot prevent assimilation. Cultural barriers will. Spain in the 15th century compelled conversion or exile. Descendants who adopted Christianity disappeared into the Spanish race. Peter the Great tried to westernize Russia for 3 centuries. 1918 was the failure of the Petrine effort. Chinese and Japanese, behind them the Chinese culture fulfilled by 1000 BC, cannot be assimilated by Westerners in numbers. Conversely, a Western colony in China would still be Western after 1,000 years. The explanation of American anti-Chinese and anti-Japanese laws. Numbers create these questions. A tiny group disappears. A significant group, separated by a cultural barrier, will not. Cases exist where physical race difference is so vast assimilation seems impossible. America, South Africa. If racial instincts are strong, they prevent taking a mate of totally alien characteristics. The Negro is below our culture even after centuries within its area. American liberal democratic communist ideology sought blending and aroused racial bitterness and riots. Race difference between white men, which means Western men, is vanishingly small in view of their common mission. Policy is charged with actualizing the mission, saving the Western civilization from decadence within and barbarian without. Success depends on racial instinct left. Any man or group sharing this feeling belongs to us, regardless of derivation. Any group that weakens racial strength is an inner enemy. The two mistakes of materialism, denial of race and primacy of race before culture. The aim is the Western Imperium. One result of the coming warfare will be the creation of a new race, the Western race, embracing the populations that made up the 19th century nations. The races of 19th century Europe are, as such, dead. Provincial patriotism can evoke no response. The barbarian is astride the prostrate West. This is not the end, but the beginning of Western unity. Purity, same historical feeling, not anatomy. Cultural barriers prevent assimilation where mere race does not. Inner enemy, liberal democratic ideology, and any group weakening Western racial instinct. Western race, the coming unity from the dead 19th century nations in service of Imperium. Quote, policy is charged with actualizing an historical mission, the saving of the Western civilization from decadence within and from the barbarian without. The barbarian is astride the prostrate West. This is not the end, but the beginning of Western unity. People. The creation of a race by history is the biological following the spiritual. 2 or 3 generations are needed for the racial ideal to fasten onto a population stream. People is a word on a different plane. 2 French thinkers, Gustave Le Bon and René Worms, saw the organic nature of human groups, the superpersonal unity custodian of destiny. Worms applied it upward to the state, Le Bon downward to the crowd. Paley was preferred. A people is only a collection of the citizens who compose it. This stupid anti-factual picture was a faith of rationalism. The new age of resurgence of authority bases its formula on facts, history, destiny. Begin with the crowd. 2 types, assembled on an intellectual basis. Lecture, drama, a mere collection. Individuals repel one another. Assembled on a spiritual basis. Political meeting, riot, a unity with a leader. Fire in a theater turns a collection into one soul. Without a leader, mounted police may disperse it. The unity of the crowd submerges personalities. Men of strong intelligence have described how their faculties were transformed. This crowd is a people, a higher organism informed by a superpersonal soul. Camille Desmoulins at the Palais Royal in 1789 activated a sum into a unity. Through constant propaganda of cinema, press, and radio, crowd unity can be maintained though members are physically separated. Mass propaganda converts the population of a continent into a crowd. Articulation is leader-led. All understanding and decision transfer to him, independent of any theory in whose name the crowd is mobilized. Whether the crowd serves culture depends on leadership. Napoleon leads upward, Roosevelt downward. The leader is part of the crowd and also against it. If he becomes lost in the crowd mind, there is no will. Instinct is the content of life, intellect the technique. Instinct tells what, intellect how. Their separation is illness. Intellectuals in late civilizations exhibit egregious stupidity, attenuated instincts, hence no intellects. Instinct is the ship, intellect the rudder. Instinct always counsels attack. Intellect must decide between defense and attack. General Hood threw away the Army of Tennessee. In the pride of rationalism, intellect announced it was life. The result of Western intellect denying Western instinct was the division of the world between Washington and Moscow. The crowd is the smallest people. Whenever history pulls a group into its vortex, the group articulates as a people or vanishes. Origin may be religious, economic, cultural. Peoples may be vast, the population between Adijay and Kirish's half at the dawn of our culture, or tiny, the Mormons, until leadership compromised doctrine and the people disappeared. What creates a people? A difference between a group and its human environment, and a tension worked up by this difference. A tension is a frontier. Language is no bar. All existing Western languages came after their respective peoples. A people is a spiritual unit created by history. Distinction between crowd and people is duration and magnitude, not kind. A people is more elaborately articulated, with a leader stratum. Weak peoples maintained nominal independence after Westphalia by virtue of tension between larger powers. In neither the Arabian nor the classical culture was the idea of a people bound up with a land area. Imperial Rome administered foreign laws. In the Arabian culture, Nestorians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side without intermarriage. Foreign meant of a different belief. Cuius regio, ius religio would have seemed satanic. The Jew brought this feeling. His Western neighbor was foreign. Fatherland, patriotism, military service did not touch him. In Turkey and China, the capitulations were not felt as humiliation. Tamerlane and Genghis Khan are also people creating. Every people with a strong idea and good leadership will develop into a racial unity if it lasts long enough. Nietzsche in the 1880s discerned the arising of a Western people, we good Europeans. Strength depends upon definiteness of articulation. Decentralization of will and intellect in the West is grave cultural sickness. Unity before the world lasted until 1789. The concert of Europe became discord. Nationalism was the disease of the culture, class war of the nation, parliamentarism of the state, rule of money of society, sterile pleasure of the race, divorce of marriage. Every culture has stood where the West stands in 1948, but never before has an entire culture at the height of its crisis been occupied by barbarians and distorters. The previous 7 surmounted it. Instinct and intellect in harmony formed the empire of the culture. Nietzsche and Carlyle, cultural histories, state socialism, De Vries and Driesch, abandonment of materialistic clichés by physicists, signs of resurgence. For political purposes, the most important was the beginning of the formation of a people of the West. Crowd as people, superpersonal soul, leader-led, propaganda extends the crowd to a continent. Frontier, tension that creates a people, not land, not language. Western people arising. Quote, a people is a unity for action. Whenever, in its great rhythmic swirls, history pulls a group into its vortex, the group immediately articulates itself as a people or disappears. Nation. A nation is a people and something more. A people can arise outside a culture. A nation cannot. A nation has a lifespan and belongs to the strongest organic unities within a culture. A nation is a people containing a cultural idea. When a high culture is born, previous names vanish. Around 1000 AD, Swabian, Frank, Lombard, Visigoth, Saxon become dead terms. Men begin to feel themselves Germans, Italians, Frenchmen, Spaniards. Each is a vehicle of a certain part of the culture soul. Different racial rhythms and styles. The same linguistic material shaped into various tongues. Dissociate the 19th century connection between nation, political unity, and language. In the dawn, language had no relation to nation, nor had politics. The spirit of the age was religious feeling, scholastic philosophy, Gothic architecture, imperial papal politics, crusades. English, German, French methods of thinking appear in the scholastics. Vis-a-vis the Moor, Slav, Turk, Saracen, these nations were one people. The Crusader state in the Levant was not English, French, German, but simply Western. All cultures express themselves in nations, each with a distinct nation style. In the Arabian culture, the nation style was belief, territory, fatherland was not present. That nation idea created the Jewish nation. In the classical culture, the nation was the city-state. Our idea of a fatherland with distant frontiers would have been a hallucination. The nation is an idea. 3 strata. The idea itself, incapable of expression in words. The nation-bearing minority, which embodies it at high potential. For practical purposes, the nation. The mass, widening toward an eternal stratum that takes no part. If the minority were removed from a healthy nation, a new one would arise from a mass. Russia. The Romanov upper stratum tried to make Russia Western. The mass was devoid of possibilities. When Bolsheviks exterminated the minority, nothing replaced it. From a standpoint of history, the nation serves the culture, the minority serves the nation, the mass serves the minority. Rationalism inverted this. Terminology changed, facts did not. Even communists were infected. French communism differed from German. Paris 1871 versus Berlin 1918. Quote, "A nation is a people containing a cultural idea. From the standpoint of history, the nation serves the culture, the minority serves the nation, the mass serves the minority." Nation and history. A nation is an organic part of a culture, expressing an inner possibility of the culture's soul. The spirit of the age subjects all nations to it. One nation may be more adapted to a given age. Holy Roman Empire 1050 to 1250. Spanish age 1500 to 1650. French Rococo 1650 to 1750. English age 1750 to 1900. Within this framework, the nation idea compels social behavior, religiousness, economics, even erotic. Great men express national qualities at high potential. Richelieu, Cromwell, Alva, Wallenstein. Materialism convinced itself nations created culture. It is the reverse. A culture begins in faith, develops to rationalism, then in late civilization returns to symbolic authority. This biography is traceable in its nations. The culture created its nations through dynasties, repulsive to the classical, unknown to the Arabian. Western nations are dynastic even when they abolish a dynasty. Dynasty is the affirmation of political continuity from past to future. Karl der Grosse united Swabians, Franks, Saxons into the German nation. The Capetian dynasty created France. If dynasty had followed speech, there would have been 2 Frances. Portuguese language. Alfonso VI gave that territory as marriage portion in 1095, hence Brazil speaks Portuguese. The English people result from the Norman conquest, Prussia from Hohenzollern. Rationalism put up a constitution instead of a bloodstream. Now the paper has become unsatisfactory. We stand at the next epoch, resurgence of authority. Quote, "Dynasty is the affirmation of political continuity from past to future." The political history of the West from its origins is the history of dynasties. Nation and rationalism. The national style of a high culture pulls even neighboring populations into its form. Balkans, Poland, Bohemia, Russia. This deceives certain elements that these border streams are within the culture organism. The year 2050 will hardly believe Russia was referred to as a Western nation as late as the mid-20th century. Reason solves mechanical problems and cannot be applied to organic things. Why must an organism die? The question is senseless. Rationalism recognizes no superior discipline, yet the organism dies. The laboratory logic which denied God was not going to allow the nation idea. The most it conceded was a great number of individuals. To rationalism, nation means mass, no nobility, clergy, monarch. Nation as mass is coeval with democracy and class war. Rationalism is born with the turn from culture to civilization. Larger wars, more intense economics, enormous techniques. Roger Bacon and Leonardo had better technical brains than later men, but technics was then a branch of knowledge, not unleashing of power. The English national idea was the vehicle of this change. English sensualists enunciated rationalism's doctrines. English parliamentarians applied them. English technicians invented the machines. English merchants created 19th century capitalism. French encyclopedists were under English influence. Napoleon's doom. He represented and opposed this idea at once. Nation becomes, for the first time, primarily a political idea. Nationalism acquires an exclusively political meaning. Under Frederick, Russians fought against Russia, Frenchmen against France. Allegiance was attachment, oath, honor, not birthplace. Charles V had a German father, Spanish mother, grew up in the Netherlands, spoke French, was king of Spain and emperor. Atomies mixed nationality, Maurice de Saxe, Prince Eugen. After rationalism's triumph, the visible determinant of nationality was language and where a man was born. Succession wars yielded to wars for territory assimilable by language policy in schools. Balkan populations reflected school policies of the preceding generation. Versailles 1919 paid lip service to this materialistic stupidity. Italian wars of linguistic unification created what never existed before, a political unit Italy. The Austrian nation was annihilated by this concept. Linguistic nation enabled England to bring America into the First World War. Had the 1787 convention made German official, 1914 and 1918 would have been different. Nation is always an idea. First the idea, second the nation-bearing stratum, lastly the mass as mere body. From without, the nation is a different soul. Contact with the foreign develops the sense of the proper. Rationalism liberated nation from dynasty. Dynasties changed names or were dethroned as anti-national. At Vienna 1815, the dynastic idea gained its last surface victory. Talleyrand, working with the 19th century nation idea, brought out of total French military defeat a stronger France. In Germany, Bismarck transformed nationalism from a class war idea into a conserving, creating idea serviceable to tradition. Whether or not they continued, the dynasties were politically dead, pageantry, public property of the nation. The force of the dynastic idea, passionate affirmation of eternal duration, transferred onto the nation. Economics, money, is hostile to politics generally. Authority means responsibility. Money means irresponsibility. First, class warrior, the ideologue on the barricade with contract social. Second, the master of money. Third, the master of labor. 1848 was the epoch of nationalism from its old meaning to its new one. In its first century, rationalism affirmed the nations against the dynasts. In its second, it denies the nations altogether. Professors conceive the nation as an economic convenience in a worldwide division of labor, the financier's darling. Communists said nations were a capitalist trick, only classes were real. These world pictures point to total chaos. Hence nationalism, from having been destructive, became conservative and, in the right hands, creative. Quote, to rationalism, nation means Massachusetts. There must be no articulation, no nobility, no clergy, no monarch. Nation as mass is coeval with democracy and class war. Nation in the 20th century. Each age passes into the succeeding age gradually in the depths. Tradition bridges the gap. If tradition has decayed, France 1789, the break opens. England was ready sooner. The ruling class was not decadent. The 20th century nation idea, Hegelian Fichtean triad. Thesis of nation as dynastic unit, antithesis of nation as linguistic unit, synthesis nation as culture unit, whose irresistible actualization is the inner motive force of this century. Those in 2050 will not understand how anyone opposed this destiny. Yet opposition was as effective as Metternich to the 19th century nation idea. One difference. The Russia called in against Napoleon considered itself Western. The Russia called in against the 20th century nation idea was the primitive barbarian. America was in the grip of culture distorters. Both could only destroy. America presented a future possibility of a revolution restoring it to the West. The 20th century sees the end of rationalism. Mysticism reappears. Mechanism yields to vitalism. Relativity places determination with man. Clairvoyancy disguised as extrasensory perception. But in 1948, the world of action remains chained in the dead past. Classes, tiny nations, parliaments, frontiers every few miles, while the extra-European world agglomerates into world-embracing masses. Fools in Bavaria announce they should constitute a little Switzerland. Atomizing of the soul is not the 20th century idea. It is the illness of the West, the pseudo-victory of rationalism, finance capitalism, and snarling communism. The life of a culture has its own rhythm. These ideals are empty when the crisis disappears. The transition is to nation as empire, nation as culture unit. Tests of race, people, and language have no validity. The 20th century will shape its own. Creation of a new language is not impossible. The Second World War represented the surface victory of the past over the future. Metternich, Burke, Wellington would have cast in their lot with the future, for the future is order. The fight against the past is the fight against extra-European forces perpetuating the balkanization of a culture. Destiny impels the organism forward. The only way to stop development is killing it. Outer forces attempting to warp a high culture come under culture distortion. Race, people, nation, state are manifestations of cultural health. Distortion is the illness of the culture. Quote, the thesis of nation as dynastic unit and the antithesis of nation as linguistic unit are both submerged into the creator of them both and become nation as culture unit. The gigantic synthesis whose irresistible actualization is the inner motive force of history in this century. State. State is the first purely political idea in the life of the high culture. Utopias of Plato, Campanella, More, Fourier, Rousseau, Marx belong to literature. There should shows the center of gravity in thought, not action. Outside a high culture, there is no state, only leadership of more or less permanence. The state cannot be made the object of logical operations. If such attempts reach actuality, they throw the state into crisis. The state is the form of a nation for action. In the earliest time, 1000 to 1300, the culture unity is so strong that vis-a-vis the barbarian all Westerners are one nation, one state. First social articulation, estates. Nobility represents war, politics, law, race, priesthood, religion, knowledge, philosophy. The rest has only an economic function. This is the feudal state. The first great form crisis, the dim beginning of the state idea, dissolution of feudalism in the 13th and 14th centuries, breaking overlordship of pope, emperor, kings. After Innocent III, temporal power of the papacy reduced to a shadow by 1400. Golden Bull 1356, Magna Carta 1215, Saragossa 1283, Estates General 1302. State crises last a century or more. Sovereignty did not reside with the estates but with the higher idea. Treason becomes more absolute. Loyalty to an idea, not to the person of the monarch. Henry the Lion received mild punishment. The emperor was primus inter pares. The state progresses from aristocratic state to absolute state, independent of the estates. The second crisis, 1550 to 1660, Wars of the Fronde, state against the state. Richelieu, Olivares. In England, Charles versus Cromwell. Defeat of the state idea final in 1688. Thereafter, England had no state in the sense of Louis XIV, but society, parliament as the nation. In the empire, Wallenstein's tragedy. The imperial state idea defeated by the German princes. 300 Germanys meant no Germany. England survived without absolutism solely because of its island situation and naval establishment. Germany on the Asian border knew Hussite wars, 1420 to 1436, 15th century Bolshevism. England formed national feeling based purely on contrast with other Western nations, without feeling for culture versus barbarian, fateful in the era of world wars. The absolute state idea was a centralizing of politics. Powers not adopting it dropped out of the great combinations and became mere battlefields. This is precisely what happened to Germany. Since there were 300 Germanys, there was no Germany. England is the only power in which the Fronde triumphed, but which nevertheless stayed in condition for the greater battles, owing solely to island situation. Cromwell's victory substituted society for state, yet did not spell ruin, because other states could not invade so long as the fleet was adequate. Germany on the border against Asia was in constant danger of Slavic, Turkish, Mongolian, Tartaric armies. Fighting them was not one-sided colonial warfare. While Germany in the east and Spain in the south protected the body of the culture from the barbarian, England formed its exaggerated national feeling. In the feudal union, the state existed only with reference to the estates. In the aristocratic state, the estates exist only with reference to the state. After 1650, the state rules. Louis XIV as the state was the highest formula. Next crisis, absolute state to democracy, 1750 to 1850, violent in France 1789 to 1793. Democracy idea is politically applied rationalism. Armies numbered in hundreds of thousands, millions, new leaders with mobs at their backs. Subjecting action to reason could never succeed. Success merely meant putting the state out of condition. Extreme divergence between conduct and principle equates democracy with hypocrisy. Lincoln humanitarian pretense. Result unlimited finance capitalism. Technic the spoils system. Rationalism destroys culture, traditions of service, the absolute state, and looks upon the monster of its own creation. The absolute power of money. Unformulated, anonymous, irresponsible. The master of money desires no limelight. Party politicians exist to protect him. Armies march when his trade system is challenged. Freedom attracted intellectuals and the trading class. Pavement intellectuals wish universal criticism, traders universal trade. These two new orders are nobility and priesthood in caricature. The Western population is weary of this vile scramble. The state idea of the future, resurgence of authority, attaining finally to Caesarism. The new state form, corresponding to the slowly rising European race, nation, people, language, is universal. Home soil coterminous with Scandinavia, England, France, Germany, Italy, Spain. Public power can no longer be held by individuals. Money monopoly transfers to the state. Both finance capitalism and labor dictatorship vanish. The heroic spirit replaces profiteering. Unlimited imperialism is the task. Not crusading, ultramontane, or English economic imperialism, but total, political, organizatory, authoritarian imperialism. It will think in centuries and build for a millennium. A new socialism oriented to the outer danger. Authoritarian state 1900-2, the final Western state form. Feudal aristocratic absolute democracy authoritarian. Each transition a century crisis. Fronde 1789, resurgence of authority. Money as sovereign. Anonymous usury after rationalism levels the old powers. The future returns power to the state as Caesarism. Quote, the state is the form of a nation for action. The new state form, corresponding to the slowly rising European race, European nation, European people, and European language, is also universal. Cultural vitalism, B. Culture pathology. The fourth part is culture in disease. Parasitism, distortion, retardation, and the parasitic origin of distortion. Culture parasitism. In politics, persons thinking privately who affect public affairs produce parasite politics. Pompadour threw France against Frederick, and France lost its overseas empire. A culture, like a nation, can host groups who think in complete independence of its idea. Capodistria, as Russia's foreign secretary, was not expected to execute anti-Greek policy. Americans did not use Japanese conscripts against Japan. A man or group remains what it is unless assimilated. Assimilation is the demise of a group qua group. Physical differences are no barrier. A cultural barrier is Baltic and Volga Germans, Chinese and Japanese in America, Negroes, British in India, Parsis Jews. A parasite lives in or on another life form at its expense. Any group which takes no part in the culture feeling but lives within the culture body forms areas of anesthetic tissue. The parasite is spiritually without, physically within. The first physical effect. Numbers of the culture population are reduced. Members of the alien group take the place of individuals who thus never come to be born. American studies showed 40 million immigrants from 1790 did not increase the population, but only changed its quality. A destiny clothed as high culture must fulfill its life task. The curve of population, gradual increase, rapid peak at civilization, then slow falling off, is the same for nations and cultures. The spirit of the age which externalized industrialism and imperialism also called these numbers into being. Parasitical groups are not available to the idea. They use energy inwards and downwards. In the 16th century, inner groups of Turks would have been understood as a menace. Second waste. Inner friction. Romans in the Arabian culture. 80,000 massacred in 88 BC, Mithridatic Wars. Chinese in California, Negroes in America and South Africa, outbreaks of hatred. Rationalism saw only individuals. It did not understand that for 5,000 years these tensions had manifested thus. Demonstrations of goodwill actually increase the tension. Focusing on differences sharpens them into contrasts. The most tragic example for the West has been the presence of a part of a nation from the Arabian culture scattered through the entire body of the West. Nations that were state, church, and people all in one. Home was wherever the believers were. This culture had attained late civilization, while Gothic West was barely emerging from the primitive. Into the tiny hamlets of the awakening West, these finished cosmopolitans built their ghettos. Interest-taking was forbidden to Christians and conferred a monopoly of money on the strangers. The legend of the wandering Jew expressed the feeling of uncanniness. Hatred was of religious motivation, not racial. The Jew was the heathen Mephistophelian. Massacres. London at Richard I's coronation. York 1190. John 1204. Crusaders. 267 hanged in London 1278. Black Death 1348. Banishment from England for 370 years until Cromwell. What did not destroy them made them stronger and separated them further from a host. Empire and papacy, Reformation, Age of Discovery were empty for him. He looked upon them as a spectator, as the British in India looked upon indigenous disturbances. In the ghettos, all was uniform. Food prohibitions, Talmudic dualistic ethics, ritual. His Sufism, Hasidim, Kabbalism, leaders like Baal Shem, Tzadikism, are equally unintelligible to Westerners. Not only unintelligible, but uninteresting. The Westerner was absorbed in the intense conflicts of his own culture. The Judengasse was a millennium ahead in cultural development of its surroundings. Money thinking, which seemed evil to the deeply religious West, was the forte of this highly civilized alien people. Not until the externalized 20th century did the West notice the Jew as a cultural phenomenon. In Gothic times as heathen and usurer, in the Counter-Reformation as a shrewd businessman, in the Enlightenment as a civilized man of the world, in rationalism as a fighter for intellectual liberation. The 20th century saw the totality. A second way culture parasitism wastes the substance of the culture is through the inner friction their presence necessarily creates. In the Arabian culture around the time of Christ, a large number of Romans was present. Tension culminated in the massacre in 88 BC of 80,000 Romans and the Mithridatic Wars. Chinese in California, Negroes in America and South Africa, outbreaks of hatred. These phenomena have no connection with malice as rationalism thought. Liberals could not understand instinct, cosmic rhythm, racial beat. To them, a race riot was a manifestation of lack of education. A bird flying over a street disturbance would understand it better than the materialists. The closer the two groups are brought into contact, the more insidious and dangerous grows the mutual hatred. The 20th century saw for the first time that the Jew had his own public life down to the details. Culture embracing science, art, philosophy, religion, techniques, economics, erotic law, society, politics. In every branch, he developed his own taste. When he intervenes, he conducts himself in the style of the Jewish church-state-nation-people race. Like Hindus, Chinese, Arabs at the end of civilization, Jewry passed into a caste system. Brahmins, Mandarins, rabbinate. Uriel da Costa persecuted to suicide. Spinoza excommunicated. Senior Salman handed to the Romanov government. The Parsi in India possessed the same superior business acumen vis-a-vis aliens. The 30 Years' War did not touch the Jew. Pilate at the trial of Jesus belonged to a civilization 1,000 years from its own religious excitement. Around 1750, rationalism. Liberty from the bonds of culture. Napoleon liberated war from Fontenoy. Beethoven music from Bach. The Terror Dynasty. Materialism religion. Anacharsis Cloot's deputation of representatives of the human race were Parisians in disguise, double symbol. The West wished to embrace humanity and the exact success of that enthusiasm. Jews acquired land in England 1723, citizenship 1753 revoked the next year. Emancipated in France 1791, Napoleon's Sanhedrin 1806. 800 years of hatred on both sides. The West renounced its old feelings. The Jew could not reciprocate. Superpersonal unities do not share reason and sentiment. Capitalism, industrial revolution, democracy excited the Jew. Secret societies of the Illuminati with Kabbalistic equipment. More than 2/3 of the Estates General were members. Rothschilds became Austrian barons 1822. A Jew knighted 1837. Lord Mayor of London 1855. The Mortera Child 1858. France and England petitioned Rome. Pogroms. America broke relations with Russia after Ukraine 1905. Hatred explains nothing. Blaming the Jew for failing to assimilate is blaming a man for being himself. From Gothic religion difference through Enlightenment social difference and 19th century racial difference, the West now sees the whole, a complete inner stranger to the soul of the West. Anti-Semitism is analogous to antibodies in the bloodstream, the organism resisting alien life. Both are organically necessary expressions of destiny. Hatred and goodwill have nothing to do with it. Reason would dictate that the alien dissolve. Life is irrational even during rationalism. Culture parasitism is not confined to the mother soil. America originated as a colony of the Western culture. That sentence contains the whole fate of America. A colony is a work spiritually completed. It has no inner necessity, no mission, dependent for spiritual nourishment on the mother culture. Syracuse, Alexandria, Granada, Seville. There cannot be a culture-bearing stratum in a colony. Edgar Poe mastered culture thinking independent of colonial environment. American belles lettres figured as part of English literature. Men of significance had their center of gravity in Europe. Irving, Hawthorne, Emerson, Whistler, Henry James, Wilson, Pound. After 1898, it became fashion to deny spiritual dependence. The fact continued. From 1880 to 1955, 7 million Jews arrived, mostly Ashkenazic, 8 to 12 million by mid-century, displacing unborn Americans. Madison Grant, 1916, the old stock driven off the streets of New York. Siegfried, New York had a Semitic countenance, by mid-century almost half Jewish. Theoretically, it sounds perfect to say that if each individual is educated to tolerance, there can be no racial tension. Individuals are not the units of this happening. Higher organic unities impel the mere individuals. Hatred does not begin the process, nor does tolerance stop it. Inorganic logic is causality thinking. Organic logic is destiny thinking. The first is the laboratory. The second is the living logic of the human beings who carry on this activity. America became host to other large parasitic groups. 1900 to 1915, 15 million immigrants, mostly from Russia, Levant, Balkans. Newspaper press in own language, political unity, geographical centralization. Slavs have been assimilated in Europe. In America, two features prevent it. Colonial style cannot transmit the forceful cultural idea, and enormous masses create pathology. Japanese, Levantine, Russian groups. America is not a melting pot for culturally alien provenance. Germans, Irish, English, Scandinavians assimilated in one generation. Yankee armies in the War of Secession employed Germans and Irish with success, what never could have been done with Jews or Slavs. Unassimilated groups comprise between 1/3 and 1/2 of the population. The landless Jew, who carries nation, church, state, people, race, and culture within him, has preserved his ancient roots. Culture parasitism, divorced from ethics, is not outside policy. Wars, riots, massacres remain as long as the condition lasts. Resistant phenomena, American anti-Japanesism, anti-Semitism, anti-Negroism, are as undesirable as the conditions they combat. European anti-Semitism has no positive value and, if exaggerated, can develop into culture distortion. Parasite, spiritually without, physically within, reduces culture population, inner friction, not ethics, not malice. Jewry, a complete culture unity of another, Arabian, origin. Emancipation under rationalism did not assimilate. Anti-Semitism as organic antibody. America as colony. Lowest cultural resistance. Unassimilated third to half. Melting pot only for Western stocks. Quote, a parasite is simply a life form which lives in or on the body of another life form at its expense. Culture embraces the totality of world outlook. The Jewish problem is not to be explained ethically, racially, nationally, religiously, socially, but only totally, culturally. Culture distortion. The destiny of a high culture is organic, not absolute. Outer forces can bring disease and death. Outer is spiritual, not spatial. A traitor within the fortress is outer. Life forms are hostile. The fulfillment of one is the demise of 1,000 others. High cultures evoke negative impulses from outside populations. The more extensive the culture expansion, the wider the external will to annihilate. Defense is aggression. The 20th century leaves camp behind as it strides to a century of warfare, but it is gravely ill. Culture distortion is the condition in which outer life forms warp the culture from its true life path, participating in public life and policy, turning its forces to alien problems. Impossible during strict culture. No 17th century thinker could focus European energy onto Asiatic forms. Cromwell would not concern himself with restoring the Abbasid dynasty. If a statesman had successfully directed Western energy into such an enterprise, it would have been culture distortion. Winckelmann's classicist mania introduced superficially distorting effects in architecture, literature, economic theorizing. Not all of the population is available to the idea. Downward means spiritually. Marat belongs to no other culture. In his soul, he wishes to destroy all formative life. Such individuals are simply below the culture. What Tyler, Jack Cade, Peasants' Wars, Terror of 1793, Commune of 1871, Der Deutsche Michel. This is not parasitism. It is not a pathology in itself. Its sole danger is that it is serviceable to the will to annihilate, autopathic as liberalism, democracy, communism, or exopathic as extra-European forces. One section of Michel worshipped Russian vandalism, the other Hollywoodism. Solely by virtue of this stratum were extra-European forces able to split Europe. In supreme hatred of grandeur, it formed military movements to sabotage Europe during the Second World War. After the war, it learned its fate was bound up with the creative forces of the culture. Destiny must not be confused with predestination. The latter is causal, Calvinism or mechanism. Destiny is organic necessity, inner not absolute. Every child accidentally killed at play shows that destiny is subject to outer incident. If extracultural forces had destroyed the entire culture-bearing stratum after 1945, it would have been present again in 30 to 60 years. The West has a future that must be inwardly fulfilled. Inner future, rebirth of religion, techniques, legal thinking, could be fulfilled even under permanent barbarian occupation. The grandicide of life would then express itself in bitter revolt instead of planting the flag at the antipodes. Either the West fulfills absolute imperialism, or that energy goes into warfare on European soil against the alien. The choice is not war versus peace, but a culture-forwarding war or a culture-distorting war. If Europe remains under the outer forces, they will send their soldiers into a graveyard. For 2 centuries, the streams of blood will flow. Against a united Europe, the outsiders could never have made their way in. Split, divide, distinguish. Resurrect dead slogans to turn European against European. Work always with the Michel stratum. The strong bearers must be tried and hanged. This availability of the understrata is the most dangerous type of culture distortion, closely related to culture retardation. Quote, culture distortion is the condition in which outer life forms are warping the culture from its true life path. Outer is a spiritual and not a spatial term. Everything with one destiny is one. Anything with another destiny is other. Culture retardation as a form of culture distortion. No European power or statesman, 1000 to 1800, would have delivered all Europe to the barbarian merely to defeat another Western idea. When the barbarian appeared at the gates, all Europe opposed him, as finally against the Turk. After Nicopolis, Bayezid swore he would turn St. Peter's into a stable for his horse. Total domination by outer annihilation had to wait until almost the middle of the 20th century. It came about because certain elements preferred to ruin all Europe rather than allow the resurgence of authority. Beginnings in rationalism. Wars of the Austrian succession. Allies planned to partition Prussia, Sweden, Austria, France, and Russia. Sharing mother soil with Russia differed from partitioning Poland. In 1815, the Tsar, occupying half Europe, posed as savior of the West. Furstenbund and Pitt would not have admitted a nihilistic Russia or the Turk. In the First World War, England painted the Romanov despotism as a democracy. When the Bolshevik marched west, he was thrown back before Warsaw in 1920. Germans, French, English, yesterday enemies. 20 efforts between 1933 and 1939 to effect general understanding among the petty states. Leading elements of the culture-bearing stratum were in contact with a new idea. Others opposed from materialistic shallowness, roots in the past, and material interests in 19th century economy. These decided to allow the division of Europe between Asia and America. When opposition to the future reaches self-destruction, it is culture treason. The Michel element threw millions of Western soldiers to Russian savages into unmarked graves of Siberia. After the war, puppets in formerly important positions were old men, spiritually 2 centuries old, rooted in dead parliamentarism. Lethargy, coupled with oratory, was preferred to the will to accomplishment. Without culture retardation, the outer forces could never have succeeded. It played a subordinate role. The more serious contemporaneous disease was culture parasitism, becoming culture distorting when the parasite takes an active part in the life of the culture. Quote, when the conservative elements come to hate the creative elements so intensely that they will do anything to encompass their military defeat, including self-destruction, it becomes culture treason and is classified as an acute form of culture pathology. Culture distortion arising from parasitic activity. Passive parasitism reduces population and wastes energy in friction. Far more deadly is the parasite's participation in creation and policy. Chinese and Japanese economic display in California called forth outbreaks. Negro advance after 1865, directed by liberals and communists, produced riots in Tulsa, Chicago, Detroit, New York, each preceded by tolerance propaganda, each investigated as lack of education. During American occupation of England, 1942 to 1946, race battles with automatic weapons showed the limited utility of parasitic troops. Neither Negro, Japanese, Chinese, Levantine, nor Indian groups attained a directing policy. One group brought about a major culture distortion throughout the Western civilization. The rear guard of the fulfilled Arabian culture, the church-state-nation people race of the Jew. From Arabia, fulfilled by about 1100, he derived world outlook, religion, state form. From the West, his race and life mission. The ghetto formed the race. From 1750, he agitated against it. Nordic pigmentation appears, but the old racial look adapts the new material. Primacy of the spiritual in race formation. Contact with the foreign without strengthens. Crusades, Spain against the barbarian, England's colonial victories, Rome's infancy before the Punic Wars. Within, it drains. Mutual contact, to the Jew informing, to the West deforming. The Jew was within the West, but the West was not within him. A millennium of persecution stored the mission of revenge and destruction. In life, not to belong is the same as to oppose. Politically invisible, no dynasty, no territory, no visible state, he could not fight openly, for the West would have united and destroyed him. Subterranean war. He penetrated Western conflicts, always favoring materialism, economics, opposition to authority. Sombarts Jews and modern capitalism. Guilds closed other callings. Shylock cringing on the Rialto, a lion in the courtroom. The more materialistic the culture, the greater his advantage. The West abandoned exclusiveness. He retained his. Rationalism around 1750. Lessing's Nathan der Weiss. For the first and last time Westerners and Jews worked together spreading new ideas. The form of the French Revolution was culture distortion. Surface facts, not the depths of the culture to civilization transition, which could have happened in innumerable other ways. Distortion is twisting, not killing. The Arabian culture's early centuries were a fight against Roman pseudomorphosis. The Romans were the Jews of that world. Necker forced the Estates General to introduce constitutional monarchy and debt finance, refused Mirabeau's assignats as non-interest-bearing and unconnected with debt, launched continental war from exile, so France would be forced to the gold monopolists. From this war, a straight line to the terror. Napoleon's autarky, production not trade, agriculture first, industry second, foreign trade last, opposed to interest, was the battle of authority against money. Distorted history paints him a mere conqueror. His state philosophy to Las Casas and Caulaincourt is ignored. Money never would have enjoyed absolute 19th century sway without the disease. Two poles would have remained, money thinking and authority. The Opium War. English soldiers dying to force the Chinese emperor to recognize a distorter opium monopoly. Prussia borrowed from Nathan Rothschild in 1818. Russia, Austria, Spain, Portugal followed. Philosophy contented itself with Mill and Spencer. Economic thinking with Adam Smith. Byron, Lamb, Carlyle were among the few aware. The age obeyed Louis Philippe. Enrichissez-vous. Economy is the raw material of culture, not life, analogous to its part in the life of Cervantes, Dante, or Goethe. To place it in the center is distortion. Masters of money worked for sovereignty of money over Western tradition. From below, Marxism denied everything except economics and chose the proletariat. Nihil, as instrument of destruction, from abysmal hatred of the Western civilization. From above and below, only economic techniques, instinctive, outside praise and blame, organic necessity. Distortion was not the mere existence of money and class war, which appear in other cultures at the corresponding time, but their universality and bitterness. The distorter, an organic catalyst, turned deism into atheism, keeping his own runes and phylacteries. English public life was distorted over Jewish status, citizenship, parliament, bar, questions that had nothing to do with the English organism. Financialization, substituting money for goods, ruined working people and farmers. Millions died of typhus, hunger, tuberculosis. The corporate form forced every owner into interest servitude. Wages were a cost of production. Ideology. Each working man could become a master of money. If foreign holdings were attacked, the starvelings owed patriotic rescue. Seething discontent was rendered into an instrument. Above, finance. Below, the trade union. in between, the body of the Western civilization as spoils. Baruch Levy to Marx. The Jewish people will be its own Messiah. Mastery through abolition of boundaries and monarchies, bulwarks of particularism. A universal republic in which Israelites form the leading element without finding opposition. Government will pass into their hands by victory of the proletariat. Then the Talmud promises the key to the wealth of the world. To the distorter, the West is a brutish monster of pride and cruelty. Life conditions of the two organisms simply differ. For the West to be itself is to stifle him. For him to be himself is to frustrate the Western soul. Culture distortion cannot kill the host. It cannot reach the soul. With each victory, the feeling of frustration grows among culture-bearing elements. Propaganda cannot touch this process, for it is organic. Distortion affects relations between nations as well as the life of each. If the Chinese group in America had possessed public power while England marked spheres in China, it would have worked for American opposition to England, a foreign organism warping two Western nations. The First World War, in origin and development, was not indicative of Western problems of the time. Connection with Bolshevism was boasted in the distorter's press. Romanov Russia paid 1,000-fold for 3 centuries of pogroms. The Tsar's family shot at Ekaterinburg with a Kabbalistic symbol. The entire Western Stratum massacred or driven out. 10 to 20 millions perished in wars, plagues, and famines. Destroy everything. Everything Western. Anti-Semitism made a crime. Peter the Great and the Romanovs had pulled Russia into the Western spiritual orbit and given Europe comparative security in the East. A high culture has a situs and does not move about, so the transformation was incomplete, yet Bolshevism removed the security. Russia was lost to Europe and became the greatest threat to the Western body. Alexander's troops in Paris 1814 were compelled by the Western veneer of their leaders to behave as Western troops. Bolshevist troops planting the red flag in 1945 had nothing in common with the West. In their primitive blood was the wordless imperative: destroy everything. High Western arts, esoteric, accessible only to a few, could not be distorted during fulfillment. Calderon, Rembrandt, Meister Irwin, Gottfried von Strasberg, Shakespeare, Bach, Leonardo, Mozart have no counterparts with extracultural backgrounds. Chippendale and the classicists transformed extracultural motives in the using, adapting them to our feeling. When oil painting and music became history at the end of the 19th century, the distorters emerged with atrociousness in the pictorial realm and clangor in music, held up as successors to Rembrandt and Wagner. Minor artists in the old traditions were smothered. Old works distorted without pretense. African Aboriginal music adopted. Shakespearean plays made to convey social propaganda. Money, democracy, economics, quantitative, non-exclusive, admitted the outsider. Without Western materialism, money thinking, and liberalism, his entry had been as impossible as Talmudic casuistry to a Westerner. The coming developments are known. Authority reappears. Money yields. Parliamentarism yields to order. Cohesion replaces disarticulation. Western nations are gone. The Western nation is coming. Sternness and discipline. Vitalism over mechanism. The soul over rationalism. Ever since Calvin, the West moved toward more absolute materialism. The apogee was the First World War, which also marked the reappearance of the Western soul in unimpaired purity. Destiny produced the resurgence of authority and unification of Europe in a form that no force in Europe save retarders and distorters, both pathological, even opposed. When men were counted, the outsider was included. The counting mania has ceased. Disraeli as prime minister would have been unthinkable in Pitt's time and is unthinkable now. Materialism is vanquished in physics, cosmogony, biology, psychology, philosophy, belles lettres. Goethe's collected works, 1790, 600 copies, enough for fame over Europe. Buxtehude, Gibbons, Bach, Mozart wrote for a small public, including no culture distorters. Napoleon's policy was understood in its last ramifications by few. The distorters could only see so much as touched them. The culture-bearing stratum draws together over crumbled walls of vertical nationalism for the last inner task. Culture, state, nation, people, race, empire, unity as basis of absolute imperialism. The very possibility of a parasite in Western public life is passing away. The distorter has given up Europe and bases himself outside. Old tools of finance capitalism and class war have lost efficacy. Only armies matter. From without, he carries on his revenge mission. In one Western colony, America, culture diseases still exert decisive influence on world happening. Active parasite, not mere presence, but direction of policy. Subterranean war, French Revolution's surface facts, Necker versus assignats, Napoleon's autarky versus money. Two fronts, money above, Marxism below, Baruch Levy's program. Bolshevism as revenge on Romanov Russia. Future, exclusiveness returning, Disraeli unthinkable, distorter based outside Europe. America, the remaining disease colony. Quote, culture distortion cannot kill the host, for it cannot reach to the soul, but can only affect the expressions of that soul. The coming developments of the Western soul are known. Authority is reappearing. The old Western pride and exclusiveness are back. America. The fifth part is America as a colonial spiritual province of the Western culture. Origins, ideology, secession, imperialism, the revolution of 1933, and the remaining future. Introduction. The historic organic method has shown our position and inner imperative. Having answered the what, there remains the how, assessment of facts, then intuition of possibilities. Western politics in 1948 cannot be arrived at without America. Occupied Europe must think clearly if it is to recapture custody of its destiny. Europe is a unit. It suffers and loses as a unit, and when it realizes its unity can also win. Only the organic historical method and the theses of cultural vitalism yield the significance of America's history. Quote, the facts and possibilities of Western politics in 1948 cannot be arrived at without a complete understanding of the significance and potentialities of America. The character and potentialities of America are found in its history. The origins of America. The American continent was populated by individual migration from the northern races of Europe, 1500 to 1890. Colonial life was rigorous, a narrow seaboard and a frontier that meant not a boundary between power units, but a vast empty area to be incorporated. The greatest enemy was nature. Savages were in no case highly organized. Hinterland was taken by personal will, individual imperialism, not state action. Immigrants carried the Gothic urge into the distance. Conditions perpetuated self-reliance, resourcefulness, bravery. Cities, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, grew in 18th century society and a sort of American encyclopedism. The 13 colonies were British. The main bond was defense against the French. After the French expulsion from Canada in the 1760s, centrifugal forces and French policy aided separation. The Revolutionary War's encyclopedists, Adams, Paine, Jefferson, Franklin, formulated war aims as the rights of man, not the rights of Americans. Prussian and French assistance brought independence. It was a civil war as well, terror against loyalists who emigrated to Canada. History is always in the custody of a minority. Hamilton, the greatest statesman America produced, united the colonies. Without him, the continent would have been a series of annihilation wars. A written constitution listed individual rights vis-a-vis the state, an opposition that exists only in literature. There had never been a state except as a word. The Constitution was a beginning, not a denial of tradition. Hamilton wanted monarchy, rationalism, a republic. Land was claimed by settling it. American anti-state ideology affirmed landscape individualism. State is a unit of opposition. There were no other states on the continent, and thus no American state could arise. Frontier. In America, an empty area to be incorporated, not a boundary between power units. No early political tension. Hamilton, without him, a series of annihilation wars instead of continental union. Anti-state. not a denial of tradition, but affirmation of landscape individualism. State is a unit of opposition. Quote, "State is a unit of opposition. There were no other states on the North American continent, and thus no American state could arise." The American ideology. Organic individualism was formulated in constitutions and in a literature of which the Declaration of Independence is typical. As realpolitik in 1776, it was masterly. In the 20th century, the ideological part is fantastic. All men created equal, inalienable rights, governments instituted by consent. In 1863, the charlatan Lincoln spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to a proposition. Fortuitous material success of American arms kept this ideology alive into a century that had outgrown it. It must be examined here solely, because it is an effective technique for splitting Europe. The Declaration is saturated with Rousseau and Montesquieu. Rationalism equates what ought to be with what will be. That governments are instituted by equal men who give consent is poetry corresponding to no facts. The source of government is the inequality of men. Its nature reflects culture, nation, and stage. Efficient government carries out the idea of the nation, not the will of the masses. No government is founded on principles. Written principles furnish only the vocabulary of struggles. America is not unique. Its morphology is readable in other colonies and previous cultures. Government maintains the population in form for the political task. No nation was conceived in liberty or dedicated to a proposition. Nations are mystical ideas. No one dies for a blackboard abstraction. The Newman liberty can only be defined negatively. In a country dedicated to liberty, men were conscripted and dispatched to the antipodes without consent. American freedom means freedom from the state, but there never was a state, nor any necessity for one. The Constitution of 1789 was Hamilton's and Franklin's practical work to unite the colonies. The most they obtained was a weak federation of formulated anarchy. Montesquieu's separation of powers is crystal clear on paper, muddy in life. They were never actually separated. In the 1930s, the entire power was concentrated into the executive, still called separation. American states were territorial legal units without sovereignty, aim, or destiny. There was no sovereignty in the Union, only an abstraction. The ideology presupposed a vast, empty landscape without organized hostile populations. Lincoln injected ideology into a war of secession that had nothing to do with it. Thenceforth, any political enemy was a total enemy. In the age of world wars, the power America chose for enemy was perforce against freedom. Any power fighting that enemy became a freedom power, Romanov and Bolshevik Russia equally. Messianism. America must save the world. The vehicle is a materialistic religion, democracy for God, constitution for church, economic freedom for grace. The technique is the dollar or high explosives. Coeval with Jacobinism and Napoleonism, the ideology is inwardly dead. Its principal use in 1948 is splitting Europe. The Michel element battens onto any promise of happiness without sternness. It is an inorganic system, discarded when a tenet gets in the way. Isolation put aside in 1917 and again in the Second World War. Separation of powers dropped in 1933. Monroe's doctrine passing into the good neighbor policy. Ideology is intellectual clothing. Character, once formed, is definite. The character of the American people was formed in the Secession War. Rationalist poetry, equality, consent, inalienable rights, no facts, government from inequality of men. Formulated anarchy, 1789 federation without sovereignty, separation of powers of paper theory. Messianism, dead rationalist religion used in 1948 to split Europe. Character formed in 1861 to 1865. Quote, "The ideology of a people is merely intellectual clothing. It may, or may not, correspond to the instinct of that people. An ideology may be changed from day to day, but not the character of the people." The War of Secession, 1861 to 1865. Politics in America, in the European sense, there was none. Washington counseled against the spirit of party. Four-year tenure makes remaining in power the main problem. Electioneering organizes voters. Organization takes funds and ideals. Ideals for the masses, funds to spread them. Funds are scarcer. Rich men made party leaders run things to please them. Plutocracy was the American form until 1933. The richest men, 1789 to 1861, were northern manufacturers. The South arose patriarchal and hierarchical. Half the population African slaves, who enjoyed security northern factory workers lacked. The South wanted cheap English goods. Northern industry, a high tariff, the focus of 3 decades. Once political, Yankee ideologists fastened on slavery. Labor exploitation was held up as humanitarianism, patriarchal care as cruelty. Could the Southern states, aristocratic, muscle energy, secede from a union captured by the Yankee element, financial-industrial, machine energy? Quality versus quantity. The North had the industries, railroads, for times the population. The South could not replace losses. Yankees could, using German and Irish immigrants. Napoleon put spirit to material as 3-to-1. Yankee material superiority of more than 3 times decided it. Europe, still petty state, ignored the lessons. Military potentiality, Yankee character, thenceforth the American spirit. New York plutocracy's will to power, a base for a world power. England's benevolent neutrality toward the South was checked only by Russia. Yankee sea strength made intervention too great. America had passed fearing European intervention in North America. This was isolation as a fact, the only power in a hemisphere, developing large space thinking against European petty statism, which had permitted America's development at every stage. Plutocracy, party funds over ideals, the American inner form until 1933. Quality versus quantity, Napoleon's 3-to-1. Yankee material superiority decided the war. Isolation as fact. Only power in a hemisphere. Large space thinking born of landscape and European petty statism. Quote, this war showed the enormous military potentiality in America. It showed the Yankee character, which was thenceforth to be the American spirit. It showed the enormous will to power of the New York plutocracy. It showed, in short, that a base for a world power had been laid here. The American practice of government. The actual form was plutocracy. The technique was taken for the government. The great epic is 1828. Jackson's "To the victor belongs the spoils," dethroned Federalist state service. The Federalist Party vanished from elections, retaining the judiciary until mid-century. Nominating conventions replaced the congressional caucus. There was no European conflict between party and tradition. Constitution meant 3 things. In America, the beginning of the people. In England, the organic link of past and future. On the continent, the gathering point of anti-traditionary forces. In America, no tradition, only a constitution. Practice followed the fact that there was no state, only private and party politics. The Constitution recognized neither parties nor universal suffrage, then regarded as synonymous with anarchy. If the Founding Fathers returned, they would abolish parties, forbid group participation, and restrict the franchise by property, education, race, and social qualification. Hamilton in 1791 established implied powers against letter and spirit. Strong center versus states' rights became the theoretical formulation of 1861 to 1865. Marshall established judicial veto as unconstitutional, purely negative, against the Constitution like parties and implied powers. History enabled it. Colonial paramount law meant domestic law versus the English king. Lawyers were defenders of the public. Founding Fathers mostly lawyers. The Constitution a lawyer's document without political wisdom. Law is the result of politics. A judiciary that usurps independence has become political. Constitutional law history reflects economic political history. Federalist strengthening. Dred Scott, 1857, Southern viewpoint, since federalism was not abolitionist. After 1865, industrial and finance capitalism. Some 300 laws aimed at the plutocracy were struck down between 1870 and 1933. Judicial review could not have developed with a true state. A real political issue cannot be settled by legalistic ritual. In 1933, the culture-distorting group seized central power. The judiciary vetoed every principal internal measure until 1937, intimidated by packing, as Grant had done in 1870. After 1936, the court passed into the revolution. Judicial veto terminated. Only politics can defeat politics. The authoritarian spirit spells the end of separation of powers. Except for secession, 19th century America was without true politics. Inner politics was business, lobbies bribed with votes and money. Nationwide prohibition by this means. Party wants the widest suffrage, which deprives the electorate of power. 10 men have some. 10 million, none for the higher elements. With the resurgence of authority, party politics yields to authoritarian forms. The power is there for an ambitious group to take, even a culturally alien group. Technique of 1933. Penetrate both Republican and Democratic parties, which had enjoyed a monopoly for a century. If the same group nominates both candidates, it is secure save against revolution by force, shown in 1936, 1940, 1944, 1948. Efficiency occurred to no one. 48 theoretically sovereign units. In 1947, 75,000 tax-levying units. Public debt exceeding assessed valuation. The revolution of 1933 was not directed toward reorganizing this, but was interested primarily in external affairs. Spoils. Jackson 1828. Constitution as beginning of the people, not tradition. Judicial review. Marshall's negative veto. 300 strikes 1870 to 1933. Packing 1937 ends it. Two-party capture. 1933 penetration of both parties. 75,000 tax units. Revolution looks outward. Quote, only a creative movement can prevail against a determined revolution. Only politics can defeat politics. The authoritarian spirit of the 20th century spells the end of attempts to separate the powers of government. The history of American imperialism. America acquired its empire with less bloodshed than any previous conquering nation. Peace and empire exclude one another. The hardest war was the first, 1775 to 1783. Leaders risked the hangman's noose. Those who have supplanted the descendants of these proto-Americans would call them war criminals. Success came only through French aid and volunteers. Von Steuben, DeKalb, Lafayette, Pulaski, and English involvement elsewhere, plus internal English opposition, housed inactivity. The hinterland was claimed by France and Spain, whose hemispheric days were numbered. Napoleon abandoned colonial empire for a European empire rebuilt from Paris. Louisiana in 1803, $3 million for an area the size of Western Europe, was the most fantastic luck any power has ever had. Frederick fought 7 years for tiny Silesia. England paid a son for every square mile. Latent Calvinism regarded it as predestination. The Barbary War showed Gothic instincts and imperial human material. Bainbridge, Eton, Preble, Decatur. The War of 1812 was another piece of luck. Napoleon fighting. England unable to exploit superiority. America, the political victor again. Florida, 1819 by negotiation. Belagérant Ali. Tu, Félix America. M. Hamilton had counseled annexation of Cuba. In 1823, the Monroe Doctrine preempted an entire half of the globe, supported by the British fleet as a device to dissolve the Spanish Empire. If England had opposed, it would have been stillborn. America thought it had frightened Europe. Inner imperialism continued. The only good Indian is a dead Indian. Treaty after treaty violated. Black Hawk, Seminole, a century ending only with political annihilation of the Indians. Americans infiltrated Mexico, revolted Texas, annexed it, Oregon 1846. A planned war stripped Mexico of 2/3 at Guadalupe Hidalgo. Clayton Bulwer, 1850. Japan opened 1853. After secession, the Union smashed the French-Mexican attempt and allowed Maximilian to be shot. Alaska purchased from Russia. Gadsden Purchase. Fleet bombarded colonial ports at will. Hawaii, Chile, Cuba, Colombia, China, Japan, Siam, Samoa. Last Sioux War, 1890. Hawaiian Revolt. 1898 Spanish-American War transferred most of Spain's colonial empire. Philippines, Cuba, plus Tula, Guam, Wake, Midway, Samoa. American imperialism was purely instinctive, neither intelligent nor intellectualized. No public man advocated an empire. It would have been indignantly denied. Manifest Destiny appeared around 1900 without a definite program. Colonies were acquired planlessly. Bryan, August 8, 1900, warned that repudiating self-government in the Philippines would weaken it at home, meaning that an imperial nation cannot have internal disorganization. He was not heard. No class was interested except in self-enrichment, save a few writers like Homer Leah. Empire means war, and war presupposes internal order. There was no traditional policy, no agreement on casus belli, natural allies, natural enemies. Leaders were obsessed with perpetuating tenure. Luck continued, isolated against attack, yet able to send gunboats over the colonial world. Able, as the Spanish War showed, to defeat any European power in the Western Hemisphere. That war marked what secession had foreshadowed: emergence as a world power, one of 7, excluded from the first rank solely by geography. For a full century, America had been engaged in imperialism. By 1900, its military sphere was larger than any except England's. Canada and Mexico were not incorporated. Instinct was content to be stronger within a sphere so that economic ascendancy was assured. Empire building in the European sense was unknown. For its empire, America had fought only one large-scale war, secession, extending the Yankee empire southward. Never had an imperial power acquired so much for so trivial a price in blood. Neither Europeans nor Americans understood it. Japan noted the lack of political thinking that made America capable of an entirely negative policy against its own interests. No person in Europe in 1900 thought an American army of 2 million would cross the Atlantic within 2 decades. Keen thinking would have seen that mutual concern of other world powers with the Eastern Hemisphere allowed America to proceed without interference. There was no American ruling class, no idea, no nation, no state. Yankee financiers were not interested in a grand structure from Bering Straits to Cape Horn. Greatest financial coups were not in South or Central America, but in West European affairs. Luck, Louisiana, Ghent, Florida. Calvinism reads predestination. Monroe backed by the British fleet. Instinctive empire. Manifest destiny without program. Bryan unheard. No state. No casus belli. World power. 1898. Military sphere second only to England. Financiers looked to West Europe. Quote, peace and empire exclude one another. American imperialism was purely instinctive. It was neither intelligent nor intellectualized. There was no American ruling class, no idea, no nation, no state. American imperialism in the age of annihilation wars. The Western civilization stood before the turning point of the First World War. Demise of rationalism, materialism, democracy, parliamentarism. The first phase of the civilization crisis and beginning of absolute politics, authority, historicism. Only the philosopher of the coming age formulated them. While he prepared his work on annihilation wars, materialists denied large-scale war. August 1914 broke out. Cabinet diplomacy gave its last performance with Austria and Serbia, then vanished. Culturally, the war was the demise of the English world idea and the triumph of the Prussian. England imbued with the first phase, Prussia destined to give the 20th century its form. The alternative to the Prussian idea is chaos. Occasioned grotesquely by a Balkan assassination, the form it took was a coalition of all the powers against Prussia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary. American financiers, the real force in the plutocracy, were committed to an English victory. An adventurer headed the government. Wilson failed to oppose the bankers and projected a League of Nations of which he would be head. The moment of a European war was the time for action in America's own hemisphere. It was already at war with Mexico, or to terminate a war all Europe was losing to Asia's benefit. America pursued neither self-interest nor the interest of the West. A century of spiritual isolation had produced no political consciousness, no state, no ruling class, no tradition, no nation, only bankers and Wilson. Boise Penrose demanded entry because America was financially tied to England. Bryan opposed for a time. Frank Harris and Burgess saw more deeply than any public man. A ruling class tolerates no foreign propaganda on the home soil. By 1916, Western Europe against Asia. Every English ship lost increased America and Japan. Every soldier killed increased Russia, India, China, Japan. Military victory could no longer be political victory. Hope was peace in 1916. The same was true of Germany. Internal war was fighting collectively for Asia, Russia, and America. English balance of power was already stupid. Russian power had superseded it. Long-range interests of Western nations were identical. The American populace reacted with a carnival spirit and thought it had won. Actually, the war was a defeat. Expeditionary forces went to Siberia and northern Russia against Bolshevism. America emerged with vastly more power, then threw it away at Versailles and the Washington Naval Conference. Wilson regarded Serbia and Poland as Western nations. Propaganda. The world must be made safe for democracy. Lincoln's compulsion to inject ideology. Financiers treat ideals as commodities. Intervention was a venture into political unreality. Versailles vocabulary was American, provisions English. Americans writing an epilogue to history, English preparing the next war. Net result, complete failure for Europe. Petty states retained sovereignty. Ground laid for a Second World War on the exact lines of the First. Guilt and international morality introduced. All Europe, particularly England, had lost. Four powers: Russia, America, Japan, England. The strongest, if it had known it, was America. Fact demonstrated. Complete American ascendancy in any Anglo-American alliance. Negative reaction at home. Bankers had won and had no interest in Wilson's world rule. This was not abandonment of imperialism, which comes from the people's soul. The war was detested because it had been off the imperial road. Marines continued. Japan had become a great power despite nil war effort. Nicaragua occupied. With Japan, America attacked China in 1927. While fighting, America sponsored the Kellogg Pact, a grave sign of Western sickness. Revolutions in Panama, Peru, Chile, Paraguay, Salvador in 1931. Influence on Spain. Cuba, double pattern. Grasping after more power, inability to organize it. Ideology of non-recognition of territory acquired by force. Yet the entire American empire was acquired by armed force. To touch upon this is to arrive at the American Revolution of 1933. Prussian idea, cultural triumph or chaos. The war's inner meaning unknown in America. Unreality, financiers and Wilson, power thrown away at Versailles. Vocabulary American, provisions English. Instinct continues. League rejected, Marines not. Non-recognition versus an empire built by force. Quote, America pursued neither self-interest nor the interest of the Western civilization. There was no state, the focus of power. There was no ruling class, the custodian of the state. The American intervention in the First World War was a venture into political unreality. The American Revolution of 1933. The war for independence was regarded in two aspects. Creative leader types, Hamilton, Washington, Franklin, Rutledge, saw an international war between a formative American nation and England. Slogans were clothing of a national idea already conceiving planned imperialism. Undertypes, Samuel Adams, Paine, Jefferson, saw a class war for rationalist equality implemented as jealousy and social destruction. Class war is an autopathic culture disease of the civilization crisis, liquidated only with the resurgence of authority. America's entire history has been within the first organic phase of civilization, from about 1750. Class war has thus been looked upon as natural. Since the Federalist defeat in 1828, there has been only crude economic resistance. Destruction proceeded further than in Europe owing to extra Western forces. A colony weakens the bond with the mother soil. Low culture sensitivity, obsession with economics, unparalleled influx of cultural aliens. At the Constitutional Convention, 1787, Franklin sought to exclude the Jews forever. Humanity ideologists, unacquainted with the Jew, rejected the warning that descendants would be working for the Jews within 2 centuries. 19th century immigration was principally from England, Germany, Ireland. Toward the century's end began Jewish immigration, then Slavs, Russians, Levantines. The Act of 1890 put quotas favoring Northern Europeans. None of this affected the Jew, statistically invisible, coming under every quota. Between 1900 and 1915, 15 million aliens immigrated, few from Western Europe. The First World War interrupted. It resumed, accelerated by the European Revolution of 1933. From 1890 numbers from negligible to between 8 and 12 millions. New York, a Jewish capital. 80% Ashkenazic. America became a melting pot after Israel Zangwill. American was changed to mean an immigrant who had improved his circumstances. The Native American who showed resentment was un-American. The Second Ku Klux Klan, 1915, reaction of the organism to foreign matter, was so labeled by propaganda already under distorting influences. America was stripped of spiritual national significance. Anyone who came was ipso facto an American. Native stock with exclusiveness was un-American. Transvaluation is a life necessity of the distorter. Assimilation would mean disappearance of the Jewish idea. 4 epochs: 1789 Union, 1828 Federalist defeat, 1865 financialization and formation of the American people, 1933 the first phase of the American Revolution, distortion penetrating government, army, administration, judiciary. A gigantic revolution that in Europe would have brought war was invisibly put into effect. The opposing party was monopolized. Elections became pageantry. Bolshevik Russia was recognized in 1934. Litvinov-Finkelstein congratulated Washington. First step of the American Bolshevist coalition against Europe. The election of 1936 was the last with even a remote possibility of national revolution through voting. Distortion can neither kill nor transform the host's soul. It pushes rationalist tendencies further, citing equality rhetoric as tolerance from official places down to home, school, church. The Negro movement was organized as an instrument shortly after 1933. Alien groups are prevented from assimilating. In 1947, only 3/4 of the population were whites born in America. More than 1,000 foreign language papers in 40 languages. The Native American is on the defensive. America that intervenes in Europe is not the true America of 1890, but an empire, a master stratum with its own culture and a mass of subjects. The lower strata supply the soldiers. The brains who decide belong to non-Americans. 2 wars. National idea versus class war. Federalist defeat left no spiritual resistance. Melting pot. Zangwill's phrase, native exclusiveness labeled un-American. 1933. Invisible revolution. Both parties captured. Coalition with Bolshevism. Soldiers American, brains not. Quote, "The America that intervenes in Europe is not the true America, which still existed in 1890, but an empire consisting of a master stratum with its own culture and a great mass of subjects. The lower strata supply the soldiers who invade Europe, but the brains who decide belong to non-Americans." World outlook. The technique for eliminating resistance to culture distortion has been uniformity. Every American has been made to dress, live, talk, behave, and think alike. Personality is a danger. Advertising stamps out individualism. Everywhere the empty, smiling face, above all applied to the American woman. A vast literature mechanizes life. How to make friends, write letters, think. Every boy and girl is entitled to a college education. A contest found Mr. Average Man. His habits were generalized as imperative. Felt hats changed to straw on one certain day. There is not a single continuing opera company in a land of 140 millions. Only cinema, the strongest medium of uniformizing. A land which produced West, Stewart, and Copley has no painter in the Western tradition. Music has been replaced by cultureless Negro drum beating, jazz syncopation taken from wild tribes. Literature which produced Irving, Emerson, Hawthorne, Melville, Thoreau, Poe, is represented by Freudian and Marxist motives. Family life is disintegrated. Parents have less authority than children. Marriage has been replaced by divorce. One of two in large cities, one of three in the country. The Western erotic, grounded in Gothic chivalry, has been driven out. Wedekind's compulsory bohemianism is realized. Inverted Puritanism scoffs at Puritan outlook. Baudelaire's "In evil only lies bliss." Jazz's lust in the world of sound. Physical youth mania. The girl is the ideal feminine type, together with uniformity, excitement. Everyday new sensations, enduring years preparing the Second World War a new crisis, until the population welcomed war as relief. The distorter immediately called it a world war, though only 3 powers were engaged. Almost 1% of the population lives from professional crime. The art of reading taken away. Do something. Under the distorting regime since 1933, America has been completely disenchanted. Ultimate reality is materialistic. The aim of life is happiness. Patriotism is a legal duty to the world proposition called America, equated with educating Europe. The admired hero is a capitalist in grand or a smiling film actor. The happy end is the ideal, the lucky man, not the man who has suffered in silence and become stronger. Opposition between Western destiny fulfillment and the distorter's happy end is the focal idea forced upon the prostrate nation and its parent civilization. The great Western life feeling is the necessity of being oneself, soul, destiny, honor, race. Happy end is opportunistic, revolting to Western honor feeling. Happiness becomes synonymous with economic and sexual motives. It excludes profitless struggle merely in order to be oneself. Looking away is postponement of a later reckoning. Happy end is a denial of life. Racial chaos, deliberately perpetuated, delivers the nation more securely. Schools teach that America was built by aliens, Jew and Negro, as decisive formative influences. Merchant of Venice forbidden in New York State. The offensive is against historically effective individualism devoted to a higher idea. Highest social value. Getting along with people. Quantity equated with quality. Best book is largest sale. Intellectual pacifism as war propaganda. The enemy identified with war itself. Hollywoodism cannot rouse sternness. Despite 8 years of bombardment through film, press, stage, and radio, there was no war enthusiasm. Of 16 million impressed, less than 600,000 volunteers. Destructiveness on this scale is a minority task. The organic unit, which regards disintegration of America as part of its life mission, is, at its widest, only 10%. Within it, a few brains actualize the policy of the Jewish culture, state, nation, religion, people, race. To these leaders, the Western civilization is the repository of collective evil, a sinister force working against the Jewish Messiah idea. Uniformity, average man as imperative, cinema over opera, jazz over music, divorce over marriage. Happy end, denial of destiny, honor, race, looking away as postponement. 10%, minority task, soldiers from the mass, brains from the distorter. Quote, the great Western life feeling is the necessity of being oneself, of preserving that within one which cannot be compromised, which is synonymous with soul, destiny, honor, race. The distorter's idea of happy end is opportunistic, weak, degenerate, and revolting to the Western honor feeling. The Negro in America. Democratic materialistic conditions are autopathic. Culture distortion comes from a parasite that does not participate inwardly. Together, they increase each other's intensity. America is the clearest example. The population now consists of a bare majority indisputably American, the other half Negroes, Jews, unassimilated Southeastern Europeans, Mexicans, Asiatics, Slavs, Indians. Slavs are assimilable, but the process has been held up. Mass ideals of noise and uniformity shared with aliens are not assimilation. They are anti-national. After secession, deprived of security and delivered to financial slavery, Negroes were a contented, primitive people, 4.5 million, nearly all in the South, races separate. To a finance capitalist, a Negro is cheap labor. Progressively more went north, accelerated by 2 world wars replacing conscripted white laborers. Factories moved south for cheap labor. Wage slavery demoralized him into a discontented proletarian. The soul remains primitive. He has become a charge of white society. Marriage almost unknown. In large cities, 10 times the criminal proportion. Primitive violence natural. Distortion did not miss the potentialities. Southern trials made the object of communist equality propaganda. Numbers today, including mulattoes, approximately 14 million, 10%, an adjunct to the distorters program, supporting Roosevelt from 1933. A racial issue is raised. The white Southerner the public enemy, the Negro the hero of democracy, resulting in race war. The Negro has suffered most, from protected cotton-picking slave to malcontent fighter in race war and class war. A Negro writer claims 3 gifts: poetry, sweat, soul, without which America could not have become America. Negroes now on all levels of public life. Immediately, the movement is in the service of culture distortion. An inner crisis will confront the American people. The position vis-a-vis organic existence is quite clear. Long range, declining birth rate of the Native American, rising numbers of the Negro, the old white element decreasing absolutely for 2 decades. Immediate relationship spiritual political, the more remote spiritual racial. Wage slave, contented primitive to discontented proletarian. Cheap labor, knows nothing of race. 10%, 14 million, instrument of distortion. Race war as democracy. 2 aspects, spiritual political now, spiritual racial as native birth rate falls. Quote, immediately, the Negro movement is completely in the service of culture distortion. The immediate relationship is spiritual political. The more remote problem is spiritual racial. Culture retardation in America. Culture retardation is a mere negation of the future. Destiny is not deceived. Only the minds of those who seek to restore dead conditions. Surface victory is quality defeated by quantity. America, a colony of lower organic resistance, has succumbed more deeply than the home soil ever could. Retarding forces are managed by culture distortion to mask the open appearance of the alien distorter. The compulsory world picture is the old materialism Europe had outgrown by the First World War. Universities teach Darwinism and mechanism. Sociology, last word, Mill and Spencer. History, the naive, ancient, medieval, modern scheme, Buckle and Gibbon. Psychology, genius equated with college education. You can buy brains, Freudianism gospel. America is 30 to 50 years behind in thought. No university has heard of geopolitics. Mahan sea power is the last word, reinforced by victories, despite the altered relationship of continental power and sea power. A misconception that will bear fruit in the Third World War. Economics. Adam Smith, the foundation, gold standard. Manchester School as the laws of economics. America developed into a world power where there was no opposition and failed to develop a state. Economics had undisputed precedents. True political events have been only 3. Independence, secession, 1933. Exclusive concern with economics brought the master of money's ascendancy, and the rise of distortion. By the 1880s, the labor movement could make politicians dependent on its votes. The laboring class thinks economically. Socialism means capitalism of the lower classes, of true socialism, a political ethical idea. Nothing is understood. The economy is still in the capitalistic condition Europe outgrew 50 years ago. Agriculture is on a money basis. Farms foreclosed when currency contracts. Almost no peasantry. The farmer has only a financial relationship with the soil. Minerals looted. Surface ownership includes subsurface. Strikes regarded as normal. Behind managers and labor leaders, the finance capitalist. In 1913, the Federal Reserve System created 12 privately owned central banks. Money issued against government bonds. The Second World War earned approximately $7.5 billion in interest for the owners. Volume of currency increased or decreased at will. In a country without a state, a technique of domination. To the 20th century soul, public power in private hands is unthinkable. The banker mentality regards human beings as a cost of production. Finance capitalism belongs to the age of money. Even in America, it has passed into second place, a mere technique of the culture distorter. More important is control of minds, propaganda. 30 to 50 years behind. Darwin, Mill, Mahan, Adam Smith as last word. Geopolitics unheard. 3 political events. Independence, secession, 1933. The rest business. Federal Reserve. Private currency as domination. Finance now a technique of distortion. Quote, culture retardation is a mere negation of the future. Finance capitalism belongs to a past age, the age of money. Even in America, it has passed into the second place and has become a mere technique of the absolute domination of the culture distorter. Propaganda. If the 18th century ideology of equality were believed, there would be no propaganda. Every man would think independently. America, where it was adopted with religious fervor, shows it has no correspondence to reality. By mid-19th century, mobilized masses demanded leadership. Nietzsche. Insecurity becomes so great that men fall in the dust before strong willpower. 2 techniques. Discipline, based on confidence, faith, loyalty, persuasion, addressed to the intellectual side. Only an elite is capable of the highest discipline. Masses must be continually reconvinced. In America, mass thinking dominates. Propaganda is the prime form of dissemination of information. No publications addressed solely to the intellect. A distorting regime rests on its invisibility. No publications which purvey only facts. Cinema is first. Some 80 million attend weekly. 1933 to 1939, an endless succession of hate pictures against the European Revolution of 1933. Radio second. Press third. Effectiveness measured solely by numbers. Book press. Only such books as fit the framework. An Arabian Nights for children withdrawn because of possible prejudice against Jews. Universities. America, half the population of the homeland, has more than 10 times as many degree-granting institutions, a slightly more esoteric version of the ruling worldview. Stage last, important in New York, often in Yiddish. Domestic propaganda is revolutionary, supporting 1933. Ideological revolutions take the form of a cult. In France, reason worship. In Russia, machine worship, according to Marx. In America, the central motive is democracy, taking the place of God. A Supreme Court justice, 1939. There is something more important than religion, the actualization of the ideals of democracy. Apostasy brings prosecution for sedition, treason, income tax evasion. Saints, founding fathers, despite their detestation of democracy, nearly all slave owners. Lincoln, Wilson, Roosevelt. The word cannot be defined. Surest evidence, it has become a mass faith. Below it, tolerance, primarily of Jews and Negroes. The cruelest persecution of Europeans with a differing viewpoint. Class war as labor's right to organize. Neither side must gain decisive victory. Feminism. Merging of the sexes instead of polarity. Pacifism as war propaganda. Europe means war, America peace. Duty to wage peace around the world. Religious tolerance interpreted as indifference. Churches merged for economic considerations. Religion subservient to distortion. Far more important to Europe is foreign propaganda. A development sought is spreading democracy. Hindered is fascistic, the Neumann corresponding to evil. The prime enemy was always Europe, especially the Prussian-European spirit of 1933 against materialism, money obsession, democratic corruption. The more surely it appeared a deep spiritual, total revolution, the more violent the hate. By 1938, intensity that could not be surpassed. Europe attacking God, religion, democracy, freedom, peace, America. Failure to arouse excitement led to the thesis that Europe was planning to invade the United States. Ideas conquered the intellectual side, but did not penetrate to genuine apprehension. Aggressor worked one way as abuse. Nations divided into good and bad. Europe bad when united. A foothold of distortion made a land good. The partitioning of Bohemia in 1938 was denounced venomously. Politics as forms of government struggling, not nations or states. Serbia, Poland, Japan, Russia called both fascist and democratic depending on the treaty. International law popularized to mean any change in territorial status quo forbidden. Western civilization used to describe parliamentarism, plutocracy, and Bolshevik Russia. At Stalingrad, Asiatic forces represented Western civilization, European armies its enemies. Japan treated as enemy, but not irreconcilable. Propaganda never allowed a racial form, lest American racial instincts sweep away the distorter. Crude expedients, insults to the flag, Hollywood, newsreels, arms caches, a wireless story of invasion from Mars produced panic. Attacks on private lives of European leaders. After Pearl Harbor, December 1941, the regime spread news that European planes had led the attack and officially announced only slight damage, though every capital ship was sunk. Post-war concentration camp propaganda announced 6 million members of the Jewish culture nation-state church people race killed. Photographs in millions. Gas chambers that did not exist. A gas mobile. Purpose: to create a total war in the spiritual sense, transcending politics, against the Western civilization, to support a war after the Second World War of looting, hanging, and starvation against defenseless Europe. Propaganda is an adjunct to policy. We come now to the conduct of foreign affairs for 1933. Mass faith, democracy as God, cinema, radio, press, universities as liturgy. Tolerance of Jew and Negro. Persecution of the European viewpoint. Total war after the war. Foreign picture designed to inflame looting, hanging, starvation of Europe. Quote, propaganda is merely an adjunct to policy. It was designed to create a total war in the spiritual sense, transcending the limits of politics against the Western civilization. The conduct of American foreign affairs from 1933. Russian anti-Semitic outbreaks after 1904 to 1905 brought a rupture of diplomatic relations, unexplained except as culture distortion. Pathology is traceable from about 1900. 1933 is a year of fate for both America and Europe. First positive act, recognition of Bolshevist Russia, beginning cooperation until the armies met in the heart of the Western civilization. In 1936, they met in Spain. Catholic opposition, 20 million adherents, prevented intervention before a second election. October 1937, quarantine aggressors, identified with Europe, while Japan continued to be equipped and Europe boycotted. By fall 1938, incorporation of Bohemia by 4 European leaders frustrated Washington. The Treasury as stabilization fund subsidized propagandists until almost half Europe hated the leaders who had prevented intra-European war. Poland was coordinated. The government which arranged the war disappeared. 1940. France and the Low Countries detached in weeks. Non-intervention was taken over. Limited participation as remaining out. A neutrality law was put aside. Undeclared war on the high seas. Involvement of Bolshevist Russia led to breaking relations with Europe. Direct intervention was essential if the war was not to terminate in a Western victory over Asiatic Russia and a culture unity impermeable to distortion, which would call forth an American nationalist revolution. An ultimatum to Japan in November 1941 demanded evacuation of conquests since July 1936. Japan's answer, Pearl Harbor. Washington knew the attack was coming, even the day, having read Japanese messages. It took no military precautions. Thenceforward, 80% of the war effort was devoted to the hated West. Australia and India ignored. The American commander, summer 1942, the future of civilization rests with the worthy banners of the Russian army. Conduct departed from Western honor. Prime attack. Bombing from the island occupied from 1942, directed almost entirely against civilians. Blockbusters, photographs of homes proudly displayed. Anyone opposing America a criminal subject to trial. First World War atrocity stories. Crucified Belgian civilians, later found untrue. In 1945, the atomic bomb, usable only against civilians, without demonstration or warning. Occupied Europe devastated. Factories dismantled, machinery given to Russia. Starvation policy continues in 1948, millions killed by malnutrition. The population officially indigenous, with separate sanitary facilities. Homes requisitioned. No housing for the dispossessed. No right of self-defense. Concubinage permitted, marriage forbidden. Venereal disease assumed plague proportions. Waste food burned in the presence of the starving. Summer 1947, an American governor announced no duty in fact, law, or morals to feed the subject population. Revolt would be put down with bayonet and machine gun. Upon the conquest of Japan, utmost friendliness, barracks rather than homes requisitioned, adequate diet, emperor retained rank and godhead, diet maintained, self-respect generally accorded. The only exaction, democracy, worship, war crime ritual without the systematic degradation practiced in Europe. Dominating impulse in Europe is revenge, which is not politics. Politics aims at increasing power. The regime destroys plan it could use, alienates millions of the best soldiers, hangs the best military leaders. The occupation decreased American power in every way. Motivation is the organic irreconcilability between a high culture and a parasitic organism, with a revenge twist from centuries of silent sufferance. When defeated Europe lay at the feet of this alien conqueror from a culture of the past, no magnanimity, chivalry, mercy. The American armies were just as completely defeated. The real victor was the cultural alien, whose triumph marked the highest refulgence of his destiny. The ultimate significance of policy since 1933 has been negative for America. Natural interests lie in Central and South America and the Far East, Europe's toward Africa, the Near East, Asiatic Russia. America and Japan have organic power convergence. Europe and America have none. Foreign policy allied America to Russia against Europe. Madness for true American interests. Fought Japan and then rehabilitated it, fought its spiritual parent. After military victory, it could have redeemed, incorporate Japan, rehabilitate Europe. The exact opposite was done. From its objective acts, the foreign policy of America was not American. Distortion has decided war or peace since 1933. Japan an expense, machinery given to Russia. Europe so devastated that army needs come from America. Armies evacuated China, India, North Africa, Persia, giving up the largest empire in the world's history. Washington had been capital of 18/20ths of the Earth's surface. The parasite cannot become Western. World domination is a Western idea. America could not hold the empire. Insufficient historical experience. In the mass mind, the entire Second World War had one negative aim: destroy the European idea. Culture distortion neither followed national interest nor aimed at world conquest. It led America to a political defeat. How far this is realized involves the form of the future. 1933 to 1941. Recognition of Bolshevism. Quarantine. Poland. Pearl Harbor known in advance. 80% against Europe. Honor departed. Civilian bombing. Starvation. Indigenous population. Japan treated as a nation. Europe as a disease. Not American. Natural interests in the hemisphere and Far East. The mass mind's one aim: destroy the European idea. Quote, from its objective acts alone, this appears in a conclusive fashion. Culture distortion has exercised in America, since 1933, the supreme power of deciding the issue of war or peace for Americans. The foreign policy of America was not American. The future of America. The origin of America contains its future. Leibniz. The present is loaded with the past and pregnant with the future. America originated as a colony of the Western culture. Japan and Russia exist as active revolts. The West has created even its own opponents. Colonies planted 1600 to 1800 remain spiritual allies. Leading souls of Argentina, South Africa, Australia, America, Canada reside spiritually in Europe. In this age, the motivation of politics is derived from culture. A victory of Europe over Russia is a victory for America. A victory of America over Japan is one for Europe. America and Europe together constitute a spiritual unit. That which shares a common destiny is actually a political unit. Continuance of disunity is artificial. Organic tendencies to reunion will impress the best brains within one generation. Reunion is impossible while the West suffers interculture diseases. Original stirrings. Pioneer, frontiersman, Gothic urge into the distance, instinct of racial superiority. This material became the Yankee type in secession, which engrafted economics, money, materialism. A late people, technical, hard, externalized. Ideological trappings belong to a dead age. The ideology has no future. The soul of the people, however, has. Beating it into mass ideals was possible only because of retardation and distortion. Distortion was the result of huge masses of a culturally alien group. Numbers of the Jewish culture nation-state race estimated between 8 and 12 millions. Not of first importance beside instinct and mission. Public power based on control of cinema, radio networks, news associations, book press, universities, both parties, a vast bureaucracy since 1933, and finance going back to the secession arms traffic. Americans think the thoughts put into their heads, thrown into wars against American interests, which they can only lose. America has been given a Semitic countenance. The alien and the proper cannot merge. Distortion cannot destroy the host, but can only direct its energy onto false problems. The Second World War was culture illness, created in America 1933 to 1939, cast as a contest between two European powers of yesterday, though the real issue was uniting the West against Russia, China, India, Islam, Africa. True form disclosed in 1945, victors the distorting regime and the Mongols in the Kremlin. Europe lost and achieved unity in defeat. The result was also a defeat for America. False issue, false exploitation of success. History works through minorities. The nationalist minority has at least 10 million members, 1,000 ineffectual organizations. 1915, the Second Ku Klux Klan, beginning of the second phase of the American Revolution. Overwhelming desire was to stay out of the war Washington had created. In 1940, both candidates were committed to intervention. Certain nationalists were jailed for saying in 1941 that military defeat would destroy the distorting group. They supported war against Japan, the natural geopolitical enemy. The spirit still lives, which was effective in Greene, Wayne, Ethan Allen, Nathan Hale, Crockett, the Alamo, Lee, William Walker, Homer Leah. Strong individuality cannot be annihilated. The coming struggle, race war, class war, financial war, war for survival of the distorter against the American people. Whether sharp like secession or long drawn like the 30 Years' War cannot be foreseen. only occurrence is demanded by organic necessity. When the American National Revolution takes political form, its inspiration will come from the same source as the European Revolution of 1933. What is written here is also for the true America. Even though the effective America of the moment is a hostile America, mass mind tools in the service of the culture-distorting total enemy of the Western civilization. Reunion. America and Europe a spiritual unit. Life necessity against inner disease. Semitic countenance. Propaganda. Parties. Finance. The alien and the proper cannot merge. True America. 10 million nationalists. Inspiration of 1933. Civil War as organic necessity. Quote, America and Europe together constitute a spiritual unit. What is written here is also for the true America. Even though the effective America of the moment and of the immediate future is a hostile America, an America of willing, mass mind tools in the service of the culture-distorting political and total enemy of the Western civilization. The world situation. The sixth part is the world as it stands after two wars. Russia, Japan, America, the terror, the abyss, and Imperium as the remaining Western form. The political world. Politics is related to war, and war uses strategy. Strategy involves geography. In this age of absolute politics, the entire earthball is the object of Western power instincts and of equally total extra-Western negation. Politically, the world is in the East. 1,700,000,000 persons against 300 million in the West. The Northeast Quadrant, Europe, most of Russia, India, Asia Minor, most of Africa, hold approximately half the planet's population, contiguous except for narrow seas commanded by the land. World control means first this quadrant, then Asia-Africa, then the Northern Hemisphere, lastly the planet. These facts are the basis of large-scale thinking, not the source. Origin is a high culture through a culture-bearing stratum. Geopolitics placed origin of politics in physical facts, an absolute error. Origin of politics is the human soul, of grand creative politics, the soul of a high culture. Motivation is no longer nationalism or economics, but culture. Unlimited Western imperialism has created an equally strong will to destroy it, which can only take the form of its own imperialism. The idea of Imperium dominates the world struggle. The error of geopolitics was thinking the outer could determine the inner. Technical superiority is spiritual superiority. Haushofer remains honored. The future of geopolitics is readaptation to the division between the West and its colonies and the outer forces. Northeast Quadrant, half the planet's population. World control begins here. Sole primary, geopolitics materialist remnant and error. Haushofer remains. Imperium, outer negation takes the same imperial form. Quote, the idea of Imperium dominates the form of the world struggle of this century and the next. Whether one is in its service or opposing it, he is coerced by its universality. The First World War. After England's Boer War and the crushing of the Boxer Rebellion, the entire outer world was politically passive under Western rule, with few exclusions. India, 350 million subjects, garrison under 100,000. The mutiny of 1857 showed how swiftly white rule vanishes when subjects become active. Comedy of Western peoples. Kruger forbade Negro barbarians against Englishmen. Two developments formed the inner content of the coming war. Ethical socialism as the form of the next Western age, and worldwide revolt against Western domination. Seen by Kjellin, Sombart, Rohrbach, Bernhardi, Kitchener, Homer Leah. England had actualized capitalism. Prussia-Germany embodied ethical socialism. Superficially, England versus Prussia, two 19th century nations. Actually, capitalism versus socialism, and a war of the outer forces against the entire Western civilization. The outer world knew better than the West that the West was a unit. By 1916, the military contest was a draw. Continuance meant defeat for both. Japan's 21 demands tested Western strength. The West yielded. Japan winning by remaining out, America winning The Russian Revolution showed the entire West losing. If senile brains had not dominated, a European peace in 1916 would have salvaged Europe's world position. England and France scraped colonial empires for colored forces against the entire West, including themselves. If the only way to defeat an opponent is suicide, the war has lost its meaning. For more than a century, England had been arbiter of Europe and of the seas. In 1918, with victory, it had to share the seas with America and Japan. Commercial supremacy gone. True political victors, Japan, Russia, and, externally, America. The great loser was the Western civilization. Inner problem resolved organically. Socialism triumphed over capitalism. Parliamentary capitalistic methods could not cope. Outer problem resolved against the West. Subjects began to stir, revolt, boycott, hate. Barbarian occupation troops on a Western nation confirmed the revolt. Third result, the entire spiritual foundation of the 19th century vanished. Mussolini proclaimed authority and ethical socialism against the stillborn League of Nations, spoke of the corpse of democracy. Nationalism changed meaning. Henceforth, Western unity. Old petty statism was destroyed, though not historically visible. Not one former Western nation had sufficient strength to engage the outer forces, yet they had not realized their own unity. Two contents: ethical socialism versus capitalism. Outer revolt versus Western monopoly. 1916, draw, Japan, Russia, America winning, colored troops as suicide. Loser the West. Mussolini against Geneva. Nationalism now means Western unity. Quote, superficially, it was England v. Prussia, Germany. Actually, it was capitalism versus socialism. Superficially, it was a war between two nationalistic coalitions. Actually, it was a war of the outer forces against the entire Western civilization. The great loser was the Western civilization. The Second World War. The First World War failed to solve its two true issues. It gave apparent victory to capitalism, a mere political negation of ethical socialism. It resolved world revolt in favor of the outer forces. Historically false, for the spirit of the West was entering its grandest imperialistic stage. Superficially, the West appeared tired. On the surface, stupid leaders still lip-served dead slogans. The League of Nations was a huge world historical joke. Destiny is irreversible. Socialism, with resurgence of authority, moved steadily forward. Only Moscow and Washington prevented complete inner pacification of Europe, which would have created Europe as a politico-economic, spiritual, cultural, national military unit. Russia, America, and Japan were the new arbiters. Distortion in America frustrated pacification as prelude to reconquest of the 1900 monopoly, brought part of Europe under Washington, and determined the form of the Second World War. The European Revolution of 1933 let loose destiny, the same force that gave French armies their victories 1790 to 1815. Against destiny, no inner forces of the culture could prevail. Superficially, the war started as a petty state contest between two European powers of yesterday. The alternative to socialism was not capitalism, but chaos. Real problems: reversing the outer revolt. India, China, Japan, Islam, Africa, above all Bolshevist Russia, and completing Western unity by driving extra-European influence from the home soil. In 1933, the war started disastrously as a struggle between two former European powers. The distorter had its old mission of revenge and was flaming with the injury of Western exclusiveness. For the first time, anti-Semitism was as total as Semitism. Against this threat, the distorter armed for a war willing, if necessary, to the physical extinction of the Western world and developed unconditional surrender, a formula transcending politics. White Western troops slaughtered one another for the defeat of the West. Militarily, America and Russia won. The world divided between them. America threw away the greater part, since the force governing policy was not American. Politically, Russia and probably Japan. A country in custody of cultural aliens cannot gain a political victory. Russia gained enormously through a victory won for it by American forces. Spiritually, the great collective victor is the world revolt, led by the architect of the war, the culture distorter from a mountain of Western dead. Vanquished first, Europe, millions dead in battle, slaughtered in homes, starved by occupation, all dying for Asiatic Russia, distortion, and the world revolt. Before 1914, the West's monopoly was political passivity of subjects and technical industrial monopoly permitting food imports. Two world wars undermined this. Giant industrial areas in the outer world, livelihood of the West cut off, a struggle for physiological existence of more than 100 million Westerners. The American people also lost, giving treasures and sons, obeying culturally alien leaders, parting with its soul, and receiving nothing. In America's cup of victory, there was poison for the soul of America. False form, petty state war, unconditional surrender, transcends politics. Victors, Russia politically, the world revolts spiritually, America threw victory away. Vanquished, Europe and the American people, livelihood of the West cut off. Quote, in America's cup of victory, there was poison for the soul of America. The great loser was Europe. The great collective victor is the world revolt against the West. Russia. Participation of Russia as a political unit in Western history begins with Peter the Great. Two ways of thinking. The masses of peasants and strong instincts, and a small Varangian stratum wishing to force Western forms. With this stratum, Peter dragged an unwilling Russia into the comedy of Western nations. Never did Petrinism implant Western ideas below the surface. True Russia is primitive and religious. It detests Western culture, civilization, nations, arts, state forms, ideas, religions, cities, technology. The hatred is organic. This population lies outside the Western organism. It is the Russia of Ilya Muromets, Ivan Grozny, Dostoevsky, of Moscow III Rome. This Russia identifies itself with humanity and despises the rotten West. Even in the rationalistic 19th century, a land of pogroms, the Tsarist regime marked a pale of settlement. Whether expressed as Eastern Orthodoxy, Slavophilism, Panslavism, or Marxist Bolshevism, the inner imperative is the same: destroy everything Western. The Bolshevik Revolution of November 1917 was dual: revolt of the primitive Russian soul against the Romanov regime, and assumption of leadership by the Jewish culture nation-state race, financed from New York. The world aim coincides with distortion, destruction of the Western enemy. The primitive side failed. It wished to extirpate Western technology. The Bolshevist minority Western industrialized Russia for wars against Europe. 1918 to 1939 actualized through the Comintern, using remnants of the 19th century. The European Revolution of 1933 destroyed the value of this technique. Outbreak of the Second World War was brought about by culture distortion within the West in cooperation with Moscow. Total American intervention saved Russia and gave it the largest contiguous empire in history in the commanding Northeast Quadrant. There are two Russias, the Bolshevik regime and the true Russia underneath. This broke out in Pugachev against Catherine. 3 years, 1772 to 1775, massacre of everything Western. That spirit is still there, organic, Asiatic Bolshevism harnessed to the Moscow regime. Equating Russia with a class war theory is a triumph of Russian propaganda. Theories in politics are techniques. The Russian mission is to destroy the West. If another technique were more effective tomorrow, it would replace communism. Two varieties to fear: native class war, liquidated only by ethical socialism, and the communist organization as Moscow's enforcing agent. Russia's sole remaining enemy is America. Distortion in Russia shown by ruling personnel, anti-Semitism as a crime, and Palestine policy coinciding with the Jewish culture state. Despite parallel inner situations, Russia and America moved to war. Russia's strategic position is vastly superior. Situated in the Northeast Quadrant, holdings contiguous, diplomacy of terror versus American puppets, and financial conquest. Wars are fought with soldiers, not money. Inner line against America. Russia's imperialism is a mere negative of Western organizatory imperialism. Its mission is purely destructive. Internally split, the regime is a technological caricature of Petrinism, and one day may go the way of the Romanov. By virtue of its situation on the border of the West, Russia will, and must always, remain the enemy of the West, as long as these populations are organized as a political unit. Two Russias, Petrine surface and primitive soul. Third Rome versus the rotten West. 1917 duel, Asiatic revolt, and culture-distorting leadership. Comintern until 1933 closed the West. Always the enemy. Mission purely destructive. Inner line in the northeast quadrant. Quote, the Russian mission is to destroy the West. By virtue of its physical situation on the border of the West, Russia will, and must always, remain the enemy of the West, as long as these populations are organized as a political unit. Japan. The creation of world power Japan was a result of American commercial imperialism. It was opened 1853 by a cannonade. Without technological equality, the emperor surrendered. Development was imitation of Western technique and diplomacy, practiced with invariable success. Within a generation, it secured a mainland foothold. World power cannot be based on overcrowded islands. Sino-Japanese War. 1904 against Russia. 1914, the German Far Eastern Empire at no military cost. After the First World War, a diplomatic defeat, it retired to wait. From 1853 until 1941, Japan did not make a political mistake. Primitive religiousness, divinity of the emperor, divine mission of Dai Nippon. In 1941, political interests lay in a Western victory against Russia. But America possessed islands, a Pacific fleet, and the will to annihilate Japan. It devoted military energy to America. The war ended by negotiated peace. Nation, state, emperor maintained. Army honorably disbanded. Carried out with religious discipline. Command of the God Emperor. Technological superiority put Japan back into the spiritual situation of 1853. The samurai tradition did not dissolve in a week. The soul of the Japanese people has a destiny, denial and destruction of the West. American policy of rebuilding Japanese tradition strengthens Japan. Japan is, and will remain, the enemy of the West. Threat to Europe mitigated by distance. Threat to Australia makes American-Japanese enmity more real. Japan is not in a class with India and China. It is integrated. Politics is a struggle of will against will. India's and China's will is diffused. Japan's is concentrated in a nation-bearing stratum, potentiality of a power of the future, while they remain mere spoils. No mistake, 1853 to 1941. Mainland base, wait after Washington. 1853 again. Occupation as instruction, samurai destiny intact. Integrated. Unlike India and China, a future power, always the enemy of the West. Quote, Japan is and will remain the enemy of the West because it belongs to the outer forces, and the motive force of world politics in this age of absolute politics is in culture. America. Armed forces under Washington control northern and western Europe, parts of the near and far east, central and most of South America, and all the seas. Vastness is attenuated by looseness. Four weaknesses: physical remoteness from the political world, lack of imperial thinking, financial diplomacy as the sole link of large areas, inner tension between the true American soul and the culturally alien regime. Remoteness dictates that America's war effort against Russia must be much greater. Ignorance perpetuates the belief in supremacy of sea power. In the new outer revolt, land power emerges as the only power. Sea power is a mere auxiliary. Russia puts its entire effort into land power. America must have gigantic sea power as a mere prerequisite. Russia's most reliable military populations are half again as numerous. Weapons are adjuncts. primary is the spirit. Retardation has prevented imperial thinking. Pacifist propaganda, pleasure madness, League of Nations dawdling, blind hatred is cornerstone of foreign policy. No samurai, no nobility, no idea, no nation, no state. Financial conquest is outmoded. This is the age of absolute politics. Host and parasite are hostile. How? When imponderables. Europe must know that both occupying powers are inwardly split. They differ. The true America belongs to the Western civilization. The true Russia can never. In a short range, one is more dangerous. Russia's total alienness is realized all through Europe. The Michel element would become European under the Mongolian lash. The barbarian has not sufficient human resources to enslave the West at this stage of will to power. America under culture-distorting leadership is Europe's total enemy. Underneath, Hamilton, Washington, the frontiersman, the Alamo. Above, monopoly of cinema, press, radio, and a revenge imperative. The distorter splits Westerners on outgrown nationalistic lines. Russia, even though it tries to split Europe, can only unite it. American occupation appeals to the retarders, the Michel element. What difference whether Russians move a factory to Turkestan or Americans blow it into the air? The spiritual effect makes the Russian less harmful. American war crimes slaughters split Europe while actualizing the revenge imperative of the culture distorter. 4 weaknesses: remoteness, no imperial thinking, financial diplomacy, inner split. Land power, sea power a mere auxiliary, spirit primary over weapons. 2 occupations, Russia unites Europe. America splits it and actualizes revenge. Quote, Europe must know and realize deeply that both of the occupying powers, America and Russia, are inwardly split horizontally. The true America belongs to the Western civilization, and the true Russia can never possibly belong there too. The terror, Frederick the Great. It is a weakness not to speak well of one's enemies. Within each high culture, this honor feeling has prevailed. However fierce the battles, every victor over an intracultural opponent has shown generosity once power is gained. In 1,000 years of Western history, malice against a defeated opponent was never countenanced on a large scale between 2 groups both belonging to the Western culture. Lee at Appomattox found Grant magnanimous, Napoleon's captors after Leipzig and Waterloo. England notified him of a plot against his life. Bismarck saw to Napoleon III honorable treatment. Between a high culture and a different culture, these usages have never been generalized. Gothic Church forbade the crossbow against members of the West, sanctioned it against the barbarian. Spanish court-martial of the last Inca. Romans hunted Jugurtha and Mithridates to personal deaths. Not people nor race, but belonging or not, to a high culture is decisive. After the Second World War, a huge program of physical extermination and political, legal, socio-economic persecution against defenseless Europe was no intracultural phenomenon, but the most transparent manifestation of culture distortion, specifically of politico-military honor usages of a millennium. Europe observed them. Heads of petty states survived imprisonment. Stalin's son was protected. Even barbarian Japan spared high-ranking American officers. Culture disease can never permanently change the culture soul. Distortion waged a European terror after the war when there was no longer any political struggle. The War Crimes Program was founded in anti-European propaganda from 1933. Leaders as criminals and perverts. Ethical socialism equated with evil. Populations in need of re-education. Distortion appealed to American patriotism and legalism. The war represented as unique of humanity against immorality, to be followed by unique measures, physical extermination as punishment. Lawyers instructed to prepare new crimes, new tribunals. On the lower plane, revenge necessitated new facts. The infamous concentration camp propaganda. Fantasy became fact. Culture-retarding groups supported the program. The best minds of the West rejected it. 3 facets. Mass trial of the highest European leaders. Authors of 1933. Mass trials of soldiers, prison camp guards, civilians in air raid defense. Individual trials of millions of small civilian members of mass political organizations. They were not trials. Western international law excluded the possibility. Sovereignty of states, comity, not force. A genuine trial presupposes pre-existing legal system, judiciary, jurisdiction. Mere custody is not jurisdiction. Killing of Louis XVI and Charles of England were not trials. The monarch was sovereign. Impartiality absent. Victims formulated as enemies. War declared in legal continuance. Nuremberg. Organizers ordered the press to speculate on method of execution while the trial went on. The epithet criminal can be placed on anyone in the power of another. Conradin, Joan of Arc, Galileo, Shakespeare, Napoleon, Frederick the Great. The French reign of terror lasted little more than a year under conditions of struggle for life, putting to the guillotine between 2,000 and 4,000. Quite different the terror after the Second World War. Motivation beyond politics, not a phase of struggle for power. Defeated Europe completely occupied. From pure revenge imperative, persecution and mass killing. Elaborate legalism, a sign of culture disease. Indefinite prolongation, 3 years after it began, larger than when it started. No self-disgust takes place in a culture alien. Russians carried on no crimes, killings, but simply slew without mock trials. This terror started with the political objective already gained. Groups within a culture have always extended generosity to a conquered foe. It is the enemy state that is sought to be destroyed, not the sum of individuals. Queen of France tried in 2 days. Nuremberg prolonged to a year. Cruelest aspect, millions of small people. Puppet denationalization courts, property confiscated, professionals forced to manual labor, universities forbidden, lower food rations learnt from Lenin's extermination of the bourgeoisie. Contrary to documented international conventions binding Western states to a community of politico-military honor. Last, and spiritually most important, transvaluation of Western values. The life of the host is the death of the parasite. Opposition to distortion declared a crime. Support of 1933 subject to death. An official of the American forces, himself not a member of the Western civilization, said if Bismarck were alive, he would be tried as a criminal. Control Council Law Number 10 defined as criminals the leaders in the political, military, industrial, and financial life of Europe. The terror shows the significance of an American occupation. As a colony, Western honor usages never took such deep root. The cultural alien engrafted his revenge imperative. It cannot go on forever without a challenge by American national instincts. But in this decisive age, the meaning of America to Europe is symbolized in the terror program let loose in the former states of Europe, now become its colonies. Honor community, intracultural generosity, extracultural none. The terror is distortion of a millennium of usages, not trials. No pre-existing law, no impartiality, no sovereignty respected. Nuremberg as spectacle. Transvaluation, opposition to distortion as crime. Control Council Law Number 10. Europe become America's colonies. Quote, it inheres in the very nature of politics within a high culture that it is carried on solely for power, and not for the massacre of individuals after the war, whether by hanging or starvation. The meaning of America to Europe is symbolized in the terror program of culture distortion. The abyss. Europe is in a spiritual political abyss. History since 1914 exacts its price of shame and horror. Frontier obsession developed until extra-European powers meet in Europe. Poverty, starvation, killing of the culture-bearing stratum. The legacy of yesterday patriotism. They thought about the Rhine, not about the Amur, the Yangtze, the Ganges. Europe has become spoils, occupied by extra-European forces ruling through traitor governments. The First World War accelerated the outer revolt. The Second eliminated Europe from world power combinations. The European Revolution of 1933 was a ray of hope that Europe could reconquer the world position, which is the basis of the physical life of its millions. The false form of the Second World War does not disprove that culture is the motive force of politics. Three wars: the distorter against the West against Russia, America against Japan. Throughout the West, a horizontal struggle. Underneath, ethical socialism. Above, parasitism, retardation, distortion. Nationalism of the 19th century type is dead. No single former nation has sufficient resources for world politics independently. Their only choice is to be vassals collectively, or to form a unity of culture, state, nation, race, people. Unity can only be brought about by force. Two fronts: the barbarian and the distorter, the spirit of the age, the Prussian-European idea. This idea is the soul of a new nation coterminous with Spain, France, Italy, England, and Germany. Economics no longer motivates history. Abyss, extra-European frontiers meet in Europe. Yesterday patriotism's legacy. Three wars: distorter versus West, West versus Russia, America versus Japan. One basis: vassals collectively, or culture, state, nation, race, people. Force, not federation. Quote, their only choice is to be vassals collectively, or to form a unity of culture, state, nation, race, people. This idea is the soul, the mission, the ethical form of a new nation. Imperium. The history of nations in the Western culture follows a triadic development. Thesis: Western unity, crusades, empire, and papacy preserve vis-a-vis the barbarian down to the mid-18th century. Antithesis: political nationalism accompanying materialism. So powerful men thought nations produce culture. Synthesis: the future everywhere in the culture-bearing stratum, actualized in first crude form during the Second World War. It returns to the thesis, but retains the creations of the antithesis. No European nation of the older type can any longer be forcibly abolished in its local characteristics. There was no inner necessity for the denouement of annihilation wars. It was not destiny, but culture pathology that the entire West went down. The synthesis, Imperium, replaces it. Religions, nations, philosophies, languages, arts, and sciences are present no longer as contrasts, but as mere differences. Protestant and Catholic continue. It is inconceivable this difference could again rend the West. Former nations, religions, races, classes are now building blocks. The idea affirms them all in a higher sense. First phase, spiritual conquest of the culture-bearing stratum, entirely inevitable. Next, external actualizing in a new state form. Civil wars, perhaps wars of liberation. No force within the civilization can then resist the cultural reunion of North and South, Teuton and Latin, Protestant and Catholic, Prussia, England, Spain, Italy, and France. Military force is for combating the outer. Every non-Western political organism, by its existence, denies the West. The present situation imposes not only a struggle for power, but a struggle for continued biological existence. There are 100 million too many Europeans for the territory of Europe. Two world wars destroyed the industrial technical monopoly that maintained their lives. Within a century, Berlin, London, Rome, Paris, Madrid can occupy the status of Tenochtitlan and Luxor. The agricultural territory of Russia provides the means of preserving the population of the West and the necessary base for world dominion. It is a military solution. There is no other. Two action tasks. First, liquidation of the tyranny of 19th century ideas: materialism, rationalism, equality, communism, liberalism, money worship, democracy, finance capitalism, nationalism, parliamentarism, replaced by authority, discipline, faith, duty, ethical socialism, fertility, order, state, hierarchy. Second, conquest on the eastern plains of a base for further existence and fulfillment of the world mission. Does 1948 allow us even to dream this imperative can be fulfilled? Millions starving, former leaders hanged or jailed, power held by cultural aliens and traitors. This work is an expression of belief that they cannot strangle a culture. Leibniz's dream of uniting all the states of Europe is closer by virtue of defeat. The mission of this generation is the most difficult that has ever faced a Western generation. Break the terror, believe when there is apparently no hope, fight to the end rather than submit. Against the spirit of heroism, no materialistic force can prevail. Like the men of Aragon who fought the Moor, like the Teutonic Knights who fought the Slav, this generation must fight for the continued existence of the West. Ultimately, nothing can defeat them except inner decadence. The West has 2 centuries and tens of millions of lives to give. The Western banner will wave from Gibraltar to North Cape, from Galway to the Urals. This is promised, not by human resolves merely, but by a higher destiny. Was mich nicht umbringt, macht mich stärker. Triad, thesis unity, antithesis nationalism, synthesis imperium. Differences remain, contrasts do not. 2 tasks. Liquidate 19th century ideas. Eastern Plains as biological and imperial base. Destiny. 2 centuries. Gibraltar to North Cape, Galway to the Urals. Quote, the synthesis imperium replaces it. Against the spirit of heroism, no materialistic force can prevail. Was mich nicht umbringt, macht mich stärker. Conclusion. The book is a morphology of the West in its civilization crisis, written as if destiny were already speaking in 1948 were only the hour of recognition. High culture is an organism with a lifespan, not a ledger of progress. The 20th century is the age of absolute politics, authority against money, ethical socialism against the 19th century cluster of liberalism, democracy, nationalism, and finance capitalism. Pathology is named as parasitism, distortion, retardation, and treason. America is a colonial spiritual province whose 1933 revolution delivered the apparatus to the culture distorter. The remaining Western form is Imperium, a culture state-nation race people from Gibraltar to the Urals, or collective vassalage under extra-European occupation. The arc is not a survey of opinions. First, the historical outlook kills the linear view and installs organism, destiny, and the imperative. Then the political outlook states the laws of power, totality, sovereignty, war as politics, protection and obedience, the death of the League and the Internationale as culture units. Cultural vitalism, A, articulates race, people, nation, state as inner facts of a high culture, not as 19th century biology or contract. Vitalism, B, diagnoses the diseases. America is the longest case study. Origins, ideology, secession, imperialism, 1933, propaganda, foreign affairs, the Negro problem as a culture problem, the future is split between the true American soul and the distorting regime. The world situation then places Europe in the abyss between Russia and America and names the 2 tasks. Liquidate 19th century ideas. Take the Eastern Plains as biological and imperial base. If the diagnosis holds, the reader's inherited picture of 1914 to 1945 as a war of democracy against tyranny, of America as Europe's rescuer, and of nationalism as the West's last political form is inverted. The world wars become culture pathology, not destiny. Occupation becomes extracultural rule through traitor governments. Nuremberg becomes terror, not law. The cost of taking the book on its own terms is that humanity, equality, and happiness cease to be political words and become the vocabulary of the age that must be liquidated. The cost of refusing those terms is that one must then explain, by another morphology, why Europe after 1945 is spoils, why extra-European frontiers meet on its soil, and why the culture-bearing stratum was the target of the terror. The book does not settle the empirical fate of 1948's starving millions, nor prove that a military solution on the Russian plains is the only possible continuation of Western life. It does not argue for that solution as a program among programs. It presents it as destiny's remaining form. Fragile affirmatives sit inside the oracular voice. The Gothic instincts still present, the spiritual conquest of the culture-bearing stratum already begun, Leibniz's union closer by defeat. The work cannot strangle a culture, it says, and then leaves the reader with 2 centuries and tens of millions of lives as the price of the banner from Galway to the Urals. What remains after the last chapter is not a policy brief. It is the Nietzschean close turned into a Western imperative. What does not destroy this generation makes it stronger, provided inner decadence does not do the destroyer's work first. The forensic examination reconstructs that pressure without converting it into a book report or a denunciation. The remaining question is the book's own, whether the West still contains a stratum that can hear destiny as command. Key persons discussed: Oswald Spengler, the immediate predecessor. Yockey takes organism, destiny, civilization as late culture, and the morphology of high cultures as given, then converts the diagnosis into a 20th century political imperative. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, named as the Western mind that already saw morphology against Newton's dead nature. The lamp over the threshold of a history that is lived, not legislated. Thomas Carlyle, recorded experience of history as enactment rather than logic, paired with Spengler at the opening of the historical outlook. Friedrich Nietzsche, the ethical and heroic register, will rank the close was Michigan nicked umbrate against 19th century happiness morality. Napoleon, spreader of nationalist fever and type of the extra-national Western figure. His captors still belong to the honor community the terror later breaks. Otto von Bismarck, Prussian state builder, cited as the man an occupying official would try as a criminal. The transvaluation of Western honor. Frederick the Great, authority state against the weakness of not speaking well of enemies. Intercultural honor against extracultural malice. Alexander Hamilton, the true American soul's state instinct, set against Jeffersonian ideology and later distortion. Abraham Lincoln, Union as force. The War of Secession as the first American annihilation war and the victory of money and the Yankee idea. Woodrow Wilson, missionary nationalism and the war for humanity. The 19th century idea continuing into the 20th as retardation. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the American Revolution of 1933, capture of the apparatus by culture distortion under the forms of democracy and finance. Karl Marx, 19th century materialist prophet whose class is a culture disease formulation. Communism as Western heresy usable by extra-Western power. Werner Sombart, the Jews and modern capitalism as the economic morphological warrant for parasitism as a culture fact, not a moral insult. Lenin/Joseph Stalin, Russian barbarian power using Western revolutionary vocabulary. The outer revolt against the West. Leibniz, dream of uniting the states of Europe. Yockey's claim that defeat has brought that dream closer. Key works discussed. The Decline of the West. Oswald Spengler, 1918-22, the morphological Bible of the book. Yockey assumes its high culture organisms, destiny, and civilization crisis, then writes the political and pathological chapters Spengler's history did not live to see through 1933-48. The Jews and Modern Capitalism. Werner Sombart, 1911, cited as the scientific description of a culture-alien economic style inside the host, load-bearing for parasitism and distortion. Faust, Goethe, the Western soul's infinite striving. Civilization is Faust in the late, technical, imperial phase. The Federalist, Hamilton, Madison, J. American state thinking before ideology and distortion. Hamilton as the unused possibility of a Western America. Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels, 1848, the 19th century materialist internationale. For Yockey, a Western disease formula later wielded by Russia against Europe. Thus spoke Zarathustra. Nietzsche rank, heroism, and the transvaluation against which the terror's legalism is measured. On heroes, hero worship, and the heroic in history, Carlyle, 1841 history as biography of great men and as lived experience against the linear, rationalist view. Index of key concepts. High culture, an organism with birth, growth, fulfillment, and death, not a stage on a single human staircase. Western high culture is the subject of the book. Other cultures, classical, Magian, Egyptian, are morphological parallels, never interchangeable civilizations in the journalistic sense. The concept rules out both progress history and race materialism as the prime mover. Destiny, the inner necessity of a culture's life course, opposed to causality as the 19th century understood nature. Politics in the 20th century is destiny becoming visible as imperative. Human logic, programs, and leagues do not legislate it. They either serve it or become pathology. Civilization crisis, the late phase of a high culture in which the forms of culture, religion, nation, style, harden into civilization, megalopolis, money, intellect, empire. For the West, this is the 20th century. Crisis is not optional reform. It is the organism's transition into absolute politics. Absolute politics, the 20th century form in which the state, authority, and the culture unit absorb economics, party, and society. War and politics are one. It replaces the 19th century fiction that economics, parliament, and private life stand outside power. Ethical socialism, not Marxian class war, but the Prussian Western ethic of duty, discipline, hierarchy, and the organism's claim on the individual. It is the inner form of Imperium, set against liberalism's happiness and against communism's extra-Western use of Western vocabulary. Culture parasitism, a culture-alien group living inside the host, taking its life from the host forms while remaining inwardly other. The book treats this as a morphological fact of high cultures, not as a moral vocabulary added from outside. The life of the host is the death of the parasite, and conversely. Culture distortion, the bending of the host's institutions, honor usages, art, and politics by parasitic activity or by retardation. Distortion is visible when intracultural honor, magnanimity after victory, is replaced by extracultural revenge legalism. Culture retardation, the clinging of yesterday's ideas, liberalism, nationalism, money worship, League of Nations, into an age whose destiny is authority and imperium. Retarders are often native. They are the Michel element, usable by distortion. Culture treason, native Westerners who serve extracultural power against the culture unit. Traitor governments after 1945 are the political form. Treason here is morphological, not a courtroom category. Michel, the type of the Western retarder, good-natured, unpolitical, clinging to 19th century comfort and humanity, through whom occupation and distortion work. Under the Mongolian lash, he would become European. Under American occupation, he remains the split. Race, subjective race, as a culture fact of will, rhythm, and belonging, not as 19th century zoology. Horizontal race, stock, is distinguished from vertical race, the culture's own ranking of types. Policy follows the subjective meaning. People/nation/state. Articulations of the culture organism. A people is a destiny unit. A nation is a people in political form. The state is the nation's will to power. None is a contract among individuals. In the 20th century, the nation of the old type is too small. The remaining form is imperium. Liberalism, the 19th century anthropology of the individual against authority, of economics against politics, of humanity against the culture unit. In the 20th century, it is retardation and the solvent of the state. Money versus authority, the two possible masters of a late civilization. The 19th century was monies. The 20th is authorities. Finance capitalism, parliamentarism, and democracy are money's political forms. America as colony. The United States as a spiritual province of the West whose true soul, Hamilton, Frontier, Alamo, belongs to Europe, while the regime after 1933 is culture distortion using American patriotism. Occupation of Europe by this America is extracultural rule, not Western reunion. The terror, post-1945 war crimes, Nuremberg, denationalization, and the killing or degradation of the culture-bearing stratum. Not intracultural politics, which seeks the enemy state, not the massacre of persons, but culture distortion's revenge imperative under legal forms. Outer revolt. The rising of extra-Western powers, Russia, Japan, the colonies, against Western world dominion after the World Wars destroyed Europe's industrial technical monopoly. Russia is barbarian land power. Japan, a different high culture. Both deny the West by existing as independent units. Imperium, the synthesis after thesis, Western unity, and antithesis, nationalism. A culture, state, nation, race, people retaining local differences as building blocks, not contrasts. Two tasks. Liquidate 19th century ideas. Conquer the Eastern Plains as food base and world dominion base. Not a program or millennium, destiny's remaining form. Horizontal versus vertical. Horizontal struggle inside the West, ethical socialism underneath, parasitism, retardation, distortion above, versus the old vertical wars of nations. After 1945, the horizontal is the real war. Nationalist splits are distorters' tactics. Reading comprehension questions. What does Yockey mean by calling a high culture an organism? And how does that claim kill the linear view of history as progress? Name the 19th century idea cluster. The book says the 20th century must liquidate, and the authority cluster that replaces it. How does the book distinguish intracultural war honor from extracultural conduct? And why does that distinction make Nuremberg terror rather than law? What is the difference between culture parasitism, culture distortion, and culture retardation? And how can a native Westerner be a retarder without being a parasite? Why does the book treat the American Revolution of 1933 as a capture of the apparatus rather than as a New Deal reform within the Constitution? How do people, nation, and state articulate one another? And why is the 19th century nation too small for absolute politics? Trace the triad of Western political form. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. What does Imperium retain from nationalism? And what does it abolish? Why are Russia and America both occupying powers, yet not equivalent in the book's morphology of danger to Europe? What descriptive assumption about destiny must be true, for there is no other than a military solution on the Eastern Plains to follow from Europe's surplus population and lost industrial monopoly? If race is subjective belonging rather than zoology, how would an opponent's zoological definition change the support for the book's race policy chapter? What value must take priority? Culture survival as organism versus individual happiness and humanity. For ethical socialism to be the ethic of Imperium rather than a tyranny against persons. The book presents 1914 to 1945 as culture pathology, not destiny. What rival cause, great power anarchy, German bid for hegemony, American security, would have to be ruled out for that diagnosis to be the only one? And does the text rule it out or assume it? What information would you need, and that the 1948 text cannot supply, to test whether the true American soul can still split from the distorting regime?